Hey, Bing. Hey, Evan. Oh, you were. Yeah, I can show my current build, Optimus. 1 second. I've been gone for 2 days, so I have my dungeon tokens are full and everything. This is my current gear right now. Sorry, this is PvP setup. PvP with my PvP stats. You guys can hear me, right? Just double checking. Yeah, these are the for my skill pages. I run this is one of them. Hold on. I was gonna change this actually. Why do I want to change this? Yeah, so what I currently run in PvP, and then this is my dungeon build right now. This is the one when I like queue with pugs, because it's like easier to heal with pugs with this build. If I queue with my like my static or guildies, I put more like of the bow damage skills on. Yeah, that's when I queue with pugs. I'll probably change. I'm about to play some with my friends. I'm gonna take this off. And then this is what I use for like solo grinding, and I change it up as well for like solo boss, depending on what I'm doing. Forgot to change that out. Yes, my current setup right now. I'll probably do some contracts. Hey, tickle me. Why there are two different endgame builds of you on Maxwell? Why is one of them more tell us what is the difference? Yeah, no worries, Kellogg's. There's two staff endgame builds because there's just two different staffs, and each staff just does something different. Like the Umbra Master staff is really just for the stat points. Like you just get so many stat points, strength and perception, like 8 and 7, and then you also get cooldown speed. So it helps you reach stat bonuses that you can't reach with Talus staff, right? So you can reach like 60 strength, and I believe it was 60 perception with the Umbra Master staff, but you can't really do that with a Talus staff because it has dexterity as a stat. Not Talus staff. Talus staff. But the good thing about the Talus staff is it has a really good skill that can help you with survivability against greatswords. So like that's like the difference between the two. So you're either choosing Talus staff for extra survivability against greatsword players, which also gives you survivability against like anyone who's hitting you within the moment that you're petrified. Because when you're petrified with Talus staff, all damage, all CC, everything is immune during that time. So there's just like survivability you get with Talus staff, but Umbra Master staff is really just for stat points to reach certain stat bonuses. And some people prefer that because they might find that their positioning's good, or they're comfortable with the class, or that they don't get pressured a lot, so they don't want to run Talus staff. They rather go for those stat points you get from Umbra Master. So those are like the differences, and that's why there's two builds, because people prefer different kinds of staffs for whatever their play experience is. The KRFAQ? The KRFAQ would have to be a different stream. There's a lot of changes on KR2. I don't even think I updated my KR builds, my T2 KR builds. So I need to go back to that. I just know on KR, a really good build to run for everyone is melee evasion, because you can get it to like 2800 base, or I think even 3k base. So that's like really good. And then you should run I do a range endurance, magic endurance mixed on the sides, because you can get those really high as well. There's a build for that. You can do that. And there's like the hybrid builds for T2 Talonir is actually much better than it was before. Like you can get high damage and high defenses now. But I haven't updated my KR builds. That's a different stream. Hey, Takomi. You didn't miss the builds. I didn't go over any builds right now. I was just talking about, someone asked about Umbermancer and Talonstaff, so I was just explaining the difference between the both and why there's two. Hey, King. Yes, you can spend the resistance medals to craft heroic boots of resistance if you're doing the endurance build. If you're running the evasion builds, I recommend prioritizing the resistance medals on getting traits for your heroic armor of the resistance chest. Oh, if anyone's wondering, how do I have 15,000 loosened? I did not swipe. Okay, I don't swipe like that in games. I got lucky and I got a... Where is it? I got a Belt of the Bloodlust and I sold it for 20k loosened, so I got really lucky. So I just sold that. And that's how I have like all this loosened right now. Which I'm gonna probably use to trade up some stuff. Since I think I have some stuff that I need to trade more of. But yeah, that's how I have so much loosened. And that's like... Why the skill prio is the same, and also I should follow step by step the max for the build. Yeah, the skill prio is the same. Should follow step by step. I'll update. I wanted to also update the build so it's a little bit more clearer on the skill prio, especially for the leveling build. So that's my bad. So I was gonna update that to make it like a lot more clear on what to follow or do. I actually have to swap servers because my guild swapped to Amos while I was on a little holiday. So I have to try to get into Amos. Amos is like constantly just full. So I don't know what I'm gonna do. Yeah, I don't know. I have to figure it out. Which build and master are you aiming to do on this? Oh, I'm doing melee evasion, range endurance bang on this character. Do you have a PV gear set, or do you just roll with your... I just roll with PvP gear right now. Take them. Oh, the YouTube stream is off? Uh-oh. Why? The YouTube stream crashed or something? I never used Restream before, so I... No, it says the YouTube stream's on for me. I maybe read that late, Joker. Is SNS Wand still good? Yes, SNS Wand is still good. They just have a specific role. They're, if you play SNS Wand as a healer, they're like a frontline... They're like a half frontline, half healer kind of role. Like they're a healer, but they're still doing frontline things, which entails like gathering people or like creating clumps for your guild, and like with mass sleeping, or you know, using your chain pull variant that's like the AOE pull. So AOE pull people and then push them into your ball or push them in towards a nearby wall, and then while also healing your party and buffing them and stuff like that. So there's like you're doing a bunch of things, right? It's are your builds on the website actual? Yep, I use my own build from the website. Yeah, I created the max roll wand staff, wand longbow builds. If that's what you're asking, Rusty. Oh, that's a stupid question. Oh, okay. There's no such thing as a stupid question. I know you heard it too much, but I want to really, I want to decide what I should do. Play if I want to be a team player and team healer as a bow staff, the best option. I'm an average player. Maybe I'm a noob. You can be a team player with bow staff, or just making sure I have the right stuff here. You can be a team player with longbow wand or staff wand. They're just different ways of being team player. Like the longbow wand team player is you have all the you know, you have the heals to spare to heal outside a group because you just have so many heals. But you also have like the tornado, which is a good CC if you use it correctly. So emphasis on that, because you can easily mess up good clumps with tornado if you use it incorrectly. You also have what do you call it? You also have purifies that you can use outside of party too, which is helpful for when people get CC'd. To give you T player in a more traditional supporty way with Lombo's wand. With wand staff, the team player-ness that you'd get with wand staff is it comes from the setups that you create, right? So your AoE CC with your ice abilities and stuff like that. That's like the huge value that you get from wand staff in terms of being a team player. But it's more of an offensive playstyle, right? Because it is like offensive abilities that you're using to create value for your raid. So it really comes down to what you are interested in, right? Like if you are, spread was on cooldown. But yeah, it comes down to like how you want to provide sort of a value to your raid. Do you like that offensive playstyle, right? Or do you like more of like being able to be more towards the back and provide more supporting abilities to support your raid overall? So again, it just comes down to a playstyle preference. Vetbeery. Which is the builds I prefer. Right now I'm liking the melee evasion range endurance build. Oh, thanks for the prime, Omen. Appreciate that. But right now I'm liking the melee evasion range endurance build. I think that's the best on Wand Lombo. In terms of like if you're gonna go melee evasion variant on Wand Lombo, you should do the range endurance with it. Just the best synergy. So I like that, and I played in like everything. Mainly also because I'm comfortable with my positioning, because I'm just used to the game because I've been playing it for a while. So in like large scale, I'm not too nervous of not having like triple endurances and stuff like that. So yeah, so that's what I currently play on Wand Lombo. When it comes to Wand Staff, I like full evasion. I will say that I did put in thought into like full evasion T1 some more. And I don't know, I think it just depends on your server and how people are building. Because there is a potential where the melee evasion range endurance build that you use for Lombo can be good on Wand Staff if the server that you're on has like the melee players playing like they're overstacking into their hit, right? Then in that case you can run range endurance instead of range evasion on the Wand Staff build, so you'll just be copying the Wand Lombo build. But I think that's more of like a server thing. Like it just depends on what how your server is building, how the range players on your server are building. Okay. Can I just focus? Oops. He said, can I just focus on PvP guild and solo world dungeon farming, or need to get a PvP build? Nope, you can use PvP gear in PvE. Right now, in like all T1 content, you can use PvP gear in PvE, Benny. You don't need a PvE set. When it comes to the competitive PvE that they put into the game, especially with T2, or even Gain Infinity now, PvE gear would definitely allow you to rank higher than most other people, and you can get the rewards for ranking higher. Running the endgame... Sorry, let's go this way. Your chest piece is the one from chapter 10, right? Yes, my chest piece is the one from chapter 10, Juan. Do you have like traits on it or something? Also, what blue did you get to transfer into the purple? I'm used to the game, I can't find a blue piece. Yeah, if you're going to be using the purple chest piece that you get from the level 10 quest, it doesn't matter which chest piece you use to transfer into it, because you can instantly get a chest to +9 blue with the free mats that they give you while leveling. So just use any chest at all, like any chest that you can get, use that, get it to 9, and just immediately transfer it into a purple. The thing about the evasion builds, right? Any evasion piece that gives you a base evasion stat is already better than most other blue pieces you can wear, because that evasion stat is going to be effective and it's required to reach your breakpoint that you need for melee evasion, right? So that's 1400 to 1500 in mid-game gear, and 1700 in epic gear, right? So you just want to get as close as possible to those breakpoints. These are things that you don't need. Hey man, running the endgame invasion build, how do I get the belt? It says it comes from the litho page, graph page, and see the blue lithographs. I need to make the belt. The endgame evasion build. Yeah, you can get the endgame evasion build very easily in well, I should use the term very easily loosely because it's RNG. Obviously, it might be easy for a lot of people. Some people might have bad RNG. But you get it in Temple of Silabeth here, right? Wait, the monster is showing up. So you get it in Temple of Silabeth in the basement from the Shade Wizards. There's like a really nice spot you can use to grind these in the basement. But you can get like a lot of them. Like when I farmed here to get my belt, I think I got all 3 of these belts, all 3 different stats. Like I got all 3 of them within 30 minutes of just grinding there. So it does drop. I'd like to say it drops often, but I know it's also RNG dependent. So to other people, it might not drop as often. But yeah, that's where you get the belt. I wouldn't like from the lithograph. You can get it also. I think you can get it from the lithograph, right? Or are you thinking of the endurance belt from the lithograph? Belt of prowess. Yeah, I don't know if you can get that belt from the lithograph. You might be thinking of another belt, because the endurance belt you can get from the lithograph. This one. So you might be thinking of this one, the Belt of the Midnight Hunt, but you can't get Belt of Prowess from the lithograph book, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, so you want to farm the Silabeth Temple for it. Hey, thanks, Ren. I appreciate that. Averages and stream. You're doing YouTube stream enjoyer versus Twitch viewer. That's funny. You think Paladin is viable in this, or is picking healer or tank as a Paladin hindering team? No, Paladin is definitely viable. In my guild, we run a lot of Paladin. We run a lot of Paladin frontlines, and we also run a lot of at Wand SNS healers, who do like a mix of frontline and heal. Like they're healing focused, but they create clumps. Is sort of like what their thing is. Whereas like a Paladin frontline, their whole focus is dealing damage with Shield Slam, and also creating clumps as well. Right, so that's like the difference. But we run a lot of Paladin healers in Ethereum, which is the guild I'm in. Let's see if I can transfer to my guild server. Finally, let's see. Still maximum reach. I wonder if I just find it on the list, there's going to be a difference. It's just not going to show up on the list. Where is it? Oh, it's over here. Oh, my character's not even in a safe zone, so I can't even transfer right now. Not Bell Necklace, Collar Decimation. Oh, Collar Decimation. Collar Decimation is going to take a little bit, because you need to get all the necklaces right, and some necklaces come from, like, co-op dungeons, so it's a bit RNG to wait for it to drop. So I'd wait. Like, in the meantime, I just use, like, my... Because I'm running the melee evasion range endurance build, I can use Sophia's Necklace of Strength to reach 800 range endurance with my 1500 melee evasion right now. If you're like just the full evasion build, there's like some options you can run. You can run the ones that I have in the guide. You can, which is I think there's like the melee evasion necklace. So you can run that, the green one, or you can just simply run if your melee evasion is good without the green necklace. Because I think technically we're still in mid game, so 1500 melee evasion. If you have that, then you can also just run the ornate choker if you get that as well, or you can run I think it was the matron one that also has health on it. Any health necklace blue, you can run those in the meantime while you wait. Yeah, Mateo, my builds, if you do I don't know if I didn't even know if you could do Twitch commands on YouTube. But if you exclamation point build on Twitch, it would show up. I can maybe link it on YouTube. 1 second. Let me see. And then how do I type in Twitch or Twitch? Type in oh, here. That's how you do it. Here you go, Mateo. deal. And just you can filter for my builds there. I did the wand staff and wand lombo builds only. I'm a nail from Kara. How's it going? Oh, hey, Nail. Hey, One Hope. How's it going? You still playing KR? One Hope? What is your kill specialization on your solo build? On my solo build, the skill specialization that I use is this. That's all I use. I'll let that person do that, and then I'm gonna come back and take it. Is Paladin viable in this game? Oh, I already read that. No worries, Bet. Hey, Sketchy. How's it going? Congrats on 50. For Juan Lombo, if you're playing the full support build, King, you don't actually need hit. So if you're playing the full support build and you're committed on the full support build, like you're committed to it, that's what you're gonna play like 99% of the time while you're healing in PvP or whatever, you do not need hit, because like what are you gonna use it for? And if you use Tornado, Tornado is a multi-hit ability, so you don't actually need hide hit to hit with Tornado in like ZVZs, like I'm talking large scale, like you're going to guarantee hit like a couple people with it because it's a multi-hit ability. But besides that, like you don't need hit if you run the full support build, right? Which is like, I can't really show it here because I'm in combat. But it's a build that just pretty much has a single offensive ability is what that build is. So you don't need to run hit at all, and you can take crit. That's what I like. That's what I do. Like on my weapons, like my excavator is crit and my bow is crit, because that would help benefit you more because you don't run offensive ability. So it's like a useless trait in that sense. That's mainly because I run the full support build like 99% of the time. That's what my party wants me to run. So yeah, it's just up to the build you want to run, really. Or if you're swapping between wand staff and wand lombo, then you should probably add in hit, because wand staff builds have require hit as well for the most part, because they have a lot of offensive abilities. I know you have victorious energies, but like having a nice base hit around like 680 to like 800 is really good as well. I hate the desperate zombies; they're so spread out. Oh yeah, looking for 2 PvE heal. Bowan, good for that. Yeah, yep. Bowan is one of the best for PvE healing, especially at endgame for multiple reasons, or in T2 content for multiple reasons. For T2 content, just briefly, a lot more healing is required, especially when you go into the higher challenge mode dungeons. So like when you approach like level 30 challenge modes. So the Juan Lombo build just makes it easier when you have like a billion mechanics going off at the same time that are also doing higher damage, and the boss fights are much longer because everything else is just like amplified by like ×3 or whatever. So Juan Lombo is good in those. No, forgot about this. So Juan Lombo is good in those like that like future content. And then also the new Talondir dungeons like require like a bit more healing. So instead of taking like extra wand abilities, you can take some like just of the bow ability that you have or whatever. It can help out, especially with like newer parties in those dungeons, because they tend to be a bit more, a lot more mechanics compared to like other dungeons. And it's also good for early game Juan Lombo. Also, like the number one thing with Juan Lombo that they have is that they have this ability called Deadly Marker. Deadly Marker, when every single person in your party lands a critical hit while this debuff is on the target, all the cooldowns that everyone in your party is reduced, which is super OP. So you can take a 30-second cooldown to like 5 seconds in a matter of like 6 seconds. Especially when you have crossbows in your party that have like a bunch of multi-hit abilities, because every single, let's say crossbow does like 50 attacks within a second, every single one of those 50 attacks that crit will reduce the cooldowns of everyone in the party. So Deadly Marker is just a really strong skill. for those obvious reasons. Hey Juvian. The stars for what you run in Pugs. Can you show it again? Yeah, the build that I run with Pugs is also on my max rolls, like in the PvE build. It's like one of the few sections in the PvE builds that are currently updated. But it's this one. This is one I wait, no, that's not it. That's my PvP build. So this one I would put in like healing touch here, and that's what I would like run with Pugs, and I put on the specialization for Nature's Blessing that heals someone to full or anyone to full that has healing touch on them. So that's vitality. But that's what I do if I was running with Pugs. Healing touch, and then if the dungeon requires purify, then you put purify as well in there. But not too many need purify right now. Well, none of you need purify, but if it's like a new party, purify can be helpful, especially for like butchers, for example. When people get stuck on the ring and they're stunned, you can cleanse them from that stun using purifying touch. Also, you take that off. I don't know where I put this. Where was this? This was over. I think it was just here. Yeah. Almost forgot again. Oh, I think I already collected it. Eli, I'm 1850 CP and stats distribution a bit similar to yours. I'm being able to kill people in PvP, but it takes a really long time. Nearly about 1500, 2300 in a quick kill. I don't know if I'm doing something wrong. Yeah, when it comes to killing people, Juan Lombo doesn't have the best like damage output to kill people. That's generally why they are more popularly taken as supports, full supports. Like that's why Juan Staff has the best hybrid builds of all the healers, because they can actually, Staff is just such an overtuned weapon that it does just naturally high burst damage. So you don't even need gear as a Juan Staff to put off like, you know, to get one ability off and it kills like 5 people because it's just an AoE nuke, right? They have a lot of AoE nukes compared to Juan Lombo that just has one with a high cooldown. So when it comes to killing on Juan Lombo, you shouldn't expect to get a lot of kills or focus too much on trying to do that. There's like solo builds, like all healer builds have a solo build that can kill for sure. And I have the Juan Lombo also up on the max roll as well. But I use that just for fun. Like in events, if I'm bored, I would like put on the solo killer build and just go around killing people for fun. But it's not something I'll use in like competitive PvP because I'll be like trolling a bit, or like a lot really. But in terms of healing, you should be able to get more healing. I think that comes down to just knowing how to line up your healing buffs so you can amplify your healing the most. So for example, like knowing how to get it's on cooldown. But knowing how to get full stacks of your like selfless soul really quickly to amplify like your more important heals. Who took this? There's just something here that you could gather. And then also if you run, I don't think anyone really runs, not all builds for Lombo run full of corruption in PvP because it just doesn't fit compared to other ones that are just better to take. But yeah, selfless soul, stacking that properly, knowing how to when to use the healing touch into Nature's Blessing combo, being aware of when you have stacks of Saints Oath for a really amplified heal and capitalizing on that if necessary. I wouldn't use enchanting on time on yourself to increase your healing. It's just more value if you put that on like a Lombo staff right now early game before they actually get high skill damage boost. And once they do, it's better on a Lombo dagger who has lower skill damage boost, because keep in mind the hard cap for skill damage boost is 500, and staff DPS can get that. They can get around like high 400s at T1 endgame. So there's no point in giving them the skill damage boost because it's only going to increase their damage by like 300. Whereas with someone who has lower skill damage boost, and that would be Lombo Dagger next because they have the best AoE after staff. They have lower skill damage boost, so it's always going to be a benefit to give them this skill damage boost bonus because they'll increase their damage by like 800 to 1,000 at endgame compared to like 200 or compared to 300 for a staff DPS. I don't know why I went on that tangent, but oh yeah, I was saying that because don't use that on yourself to increase your heals because it won't increase your heals by that much either. It's better to just use this on a DPS. They'll capitalize off of this buff more than you can as a healer. Yeah, there's just different ways like that to increase your healing. Using Fountain of Life on someone or yourself to easily get 5 stacks of Selfless Soul, and then for a long time you have amplified healings from all your other stuff. When you land a rolling block, perfect block, the next heal that you do or any attack will crit. But what you can do is you can use swift healing as well, and all 3 of them will crit, even though it's supposed to be 1 attack, but it's because it's a consecutive use skill, it all counts as 1 skill. So all 3 of those can crit. But yeah, and then like use Nature's Blessing and stuff like repeated before. Flash Wave, each application of Flash Wave I believe also gives you a stack of Selfless Soul, so that's an easy way to get 5 stacks immediately as well, especially because you open fights with this. Like there's like that stuff as well. What's your thoughts on Staff Wand compared to Bow Wand in Arena? Is it similar to in PvE where Staff Wand has more opportunity to provide value via AoE, DPS, and CC? So I'm just gonna take these. Orc. Oh, I forgot to interact with the Watcher statue. Why is that not showing up on my thing? Wait, what? Oh, this is a weekly, that's why. Makes sense. Sorry. They have Ruins, Phonos, Orc. I don't want to do that one. Yeah, Paid. When it comes to arenas, there are different ways that you play Staff Wand and Bow Wand in arenas. Staff Wand in arenas can play hybrid 100%, and it's often better that they do play hybrid because they can just do a lot of burst damage, and because there's just like less people, they don't have to worry about being jumped while doing the burst damage. 1 second, getting DMs. Oh, just saying hi to my friend. But what do you call it? Sorry, I lost my train of thought. But the with the burst damage, yeah, so they can do a lot of burst damage, so it's best that they play hybrid in arenas. And oftentimes a lot do, like my friend Maddie, who's in Maddie right here. A lot of you might have seen him, Maddie Ha. He's a healer that's like first in rankings in the game. He's using my evasion build right now as well. So if you're wondering what gear he's using my evasion build, and he's also using the arena skill build as well. So if you're wondering what he's doing what's on the max roll as well. So you can look at that and tweak it as you like if you're curious. But yeah, it like works for him clearly because he's up there, and also what was worked for me when I was on the leaderboards on KR. I haven't done much arenas on NA because I just haven't had time. I've been traveling a bit, but that's normally what I would run on KR2, and it worked really well versus the KR players too, as well, even later game. When it comes to Juan Lombo, normally they play like when I played Juan Lombo on KR, and I played like Juan Lombo in PvP or in the arenas as well. I'd play it as like a bit more supporty, and even like there's another Juan Lombo that like was like only playing Juan Lombo in the arena, because I played Juan Lombo and Staff in the arena. But he only played Juan Lombo in arena, and he got to oh, I used it until, but I believe he got to like rank 3 or somewhere in top 10. But he also played he played more supporty similarly to me, but he would like take we would take like some, when I say some, it's like 2 skills. We took some DPS abilities, and I think that was only that should have been only, I think we just took strafing and knock. That was it. I don't even think we took both of them. I think we only took strafing, and then we had like a bunch of CC. Because the thing with Juan Lombo is you have so much CC and just lockdown abilities with Juan Lombo that it just gives you more value. Because your 2 allies can just easily kill people when you get someone with an ensnaring arrow, or if you tornado people, if you have a ranged party, put on tornado and it's like easy wins. If you use deadly marker, especially when you get the deadly marker off, it just like whoever gets it on them, it just easily shreds. They just fall into pieces. And yeah, like those like things and stuff like that help a lot to secure easy wins for your group, even if they're not that great PvPers. Like you just set up so many kills for them if you do it correctly, and you can easily win. But yeah, there wasn't a lot of Juan Lambos even in general on KR that like made top leaderboards. Like people didn't like a lot of people didn't even try, because there's just like this perception that Juan Lambo wasn't good in the arena, so everyone just like put on their staffs. Because everyone on KR, like where it is now, like had like 3 or 4 different weapon swaps with also different armor pieces as well. But yeah, like in generally that's like sort of how Juan Lambo one staff goes on KR. They both can be used as just different play styles. One can be a bit more offensive, one's like a little less offensive. But yeah, so if you don't want to fully support in arena, you don't have to, but you do have to have like there are some mandatory support abilities. You can't completely like go hybrid or DPS like a Juan staff does, because your value doing that is not going to be as impactful. Unless you run like, unless you have like a DPS gear swap, then like your sniping, your strafing, your knock will do so much more damage than it would in your healer gear. So like there would be sense in playing a lot more offensive, but I don't assume a lot of people have that kind of swap just yet. So yeah, eventually you can. So I rambled about that. Hold on. I'm gonna catch up on the chat. I'm gonna like just sit up here really quickly and do that. I think I'm missing some messages. Okay. So people don't have to wait too long. Where or how do I start farming purple after hitting 50? After you hit 50, the first thing you should do is Cave of Destruction. You get your Lacurious Wand there, bracers that are really good, and you also get like a cloak that's really good to have for early game before your end game cloak. Which server am I playing on? Right now, I think I'm on the server Carnix right now, but we're swapping to Amos. Like my guild already swapped to Amos on Friday when I was away. So I just came back home, so I'm trying to get the Amos. But you know, it's hard to get on Amos because it's just like full. It's a really popular server. So I'll try. Eventually I'll get on Amos and I can play my guild again. Opinion on Greatsword Expo versus Greatsword Dagger early game to T2. Greatsword Expo is good depending on the person. Like there's a lot of Greatsword Expo player, not a lot. I said a lot. There's one Greatsword Expo player that I know who's in my guild, Sloth, and he plays it really good. And he worked really hard to prove that it's like not a meme build, even though people thought it was just a meme build. And but he plays it really good. He gets a lot of kills, even like end game and T2 Talendir. He was playing it, or sorry, like I think when Furion went to Hyper Boost, it was really good. He was doing really well on it. So I don't think it's a meme build. I take it seriously. I give respect to that build, because Sloth proved it works. Greatsword Dagger early game is also Greatsword Dagger is just always going to be really strong in small skill in arena. No matter what, it'll be super strong. Probably like one of the strongest. Not the strongest, but like one of the strongest. Depending on the player, it can be the strongest. But that's just like a player by player thing. So Greatsword Dagger, early game to late game T2, strongest or one of the strongest smallest skill in arenas. In large scale, you have to be a really smart player and know how to capitalize on moments. Or to just get in and get out and kill people while, like, you know, always when doing that, to be a really good and effective Greatsword Dagger in large scale. But when you compare it to Greatsword Expo, small scale to in arenas, they're also really good. But in large scale, they're also really good because they can do the combo where they AoE stun. They jump in and AoE stun and then they spin to win. So like that's an AoE combo or AoE capability that Greatsword Dagger does not have. That makes Expo Greatsword a little bit more, or a lot more effective in that large scale combat, in a more obvious way, if that makes sense. Looks like I'll be farming that blue belt. Yeah. What's a realistic amount of Lucent free-to-play players should save up to eventually afford an arc boss? If a free-to-play player wants to afford an arc boss weapon, I think on KR, the arc boss weapons when they first came out, and it was ridiculous. Korean people like, and Korea like Throne of Liberty like does not have the kind of restrictions that like NA put on like pay to win. So it was just like there's not a single restriction. So they were paying like over 100k Lucent in for the first arc boss weapons that were like dropping on servers, like 150k. I don't know if one sold for 200k, but they sold for a lot, like 100 to 150k. It was insane. Like Koreans were dropping like insane amount of money, and I don't think they're all Koreans. They're just like a lot of people just playing from all over the world on Korea. But I think on NA it's gonna be like, I don't think it's gonna go that high, and even if it was, I doubt many people are gonna buy an arc boss weapon that's that expensive. I know there's gonna be some rich North American who probably would, but like I want to emphasize, the arc boss weapons aren't as insane as people think they are. Like a lot of people, arc boss weapons still die regularly on KR. Like it doesn't mean as much as people think they mean. There's just, you can shut down an arc boss weapon player the same way you can shut down someone without an arc boss weapon player. They're not like gods because they have an arc boss weapon. Yes, they'll do a lot more damage, and they'll have, or not a lot more damage, they can do a lot more damage depending on the weapon. So like a greatsword arc boss weapon, the Tevenant greatsword, it's really strong. That's probably the strongest, one of the strongest arc boss weapons. And then also Bellendir staff is also one of the strongest arc boss weapons as well. So I say the best ones that actually make a noticeable difference are, oh, they don't even have the arc boss weapons in, oh, because the milestone's not unlocked. But it'll be the Bellendir staff, the greatsword. The greatsword arc boss weapon has like a lot of extra AoE damage that it can get off with specializations. The Bellendir shield is also pretty impactful. But the dagger is like, you know, it's okay. It has a nice stealth when you kill people, so it's like an individual benefit. The X-bows got heavily nerfed, so they're not as strong as they used to be, so they're like okay. Like a lot of people, even in T2, don't like, a lot of them are swapping off of the Bellendir X-bows because they're just not as strong as they used to be, which is good because they were way too strong before. The Tevenant longbow is not even that good. It's good for stats. It's really good for stats, and it's just like a nice thing with the extra damage strafing, but it's not like a huge like fight turning kind of weapon. And the Tevenant wand is also like really good for bombers. And it can allow a lot of bombers to start to one-shot, not one-shot, but like you still can't one-shot with Tevenant wand because it's one-shotting on nerf with sleeping. But you can do like a lot of damage to someone, like 60 to 70% of someone's health with Tevenant wand. So like the only arc boss weapons right now that can really shift the tide of a fight would be the Bellendir sword and shield and the Bellendir staff, which, like when you throw out fireballs, there's a chance that you can throw out a fire bug, and the fire bug explodes in like a 5 meter or whatever radius, and it does like huge damage. It's insane. But that's it. But then again, like anyone with the Bellendir staff can just fall over like any other deep. Hey, thanks Kazadik, appreciate that. But anyone with a Bellendir staff can just fall over as anyone without a Bellendir staff, so they're easily killable. It's really just the Bellendir shield, which is like the most noticeable OP arc boss weapon, because it's hard to kill an SNS. So like no matter what, you'll constantly receive and see the pressure that a Bellendir SNS can do, compared to these other weapons that are on people who can just easily still blow up. You know what I mean? And the Tevenant greatsword is just like extra damage. It's not like a like a battle turning kind of weapon. The Bellendir SNS is just at the top there. And what Bellendir SNS does, for the folks who don't know, it's a vacuum. So like it does a decently sized AoE sandstorm pit that spawns on the ground whenever you use a certain skill. I forgot what the skill's called. And it sucks everyone into the middle of that pit, is what it does. So like it's like a really good weapon for those obvious reasons. It's a vacuum. And it's hard to kill an SNS player, so you see that constant pressure. That's why that shield is so strong. But the other ones, like, they're not anything to like complain or worry about. So the SNS Bellendir arc boss weapon probably be the most expensive weapon. So I can see that maybe selling for 100k. If guilds sell it when it drops. But the most other arc boss weapons sell for like 30k to 50k. The really bad arc boss weapons actually drop to like 20k Lucent. Like they're not even that crazy compared to the other arc boss prices. So I'll say it that way, because it's still a lot of Lucent, no matter what. Do you know any other good healer streamers? I do have. I know Jaeger is someone in my guild who's pretty good. But I did give the healer content creator tag in the healer Discord to anyone who's a healer that's streaming in this game. So I definitely would check out their streams. The guitarist is probably the only one who's not like maining healer, I think, right now in Throne of Liberty, but he played KR for a long time too. So I just gave him a tag. But everyone else is a healer who streams Throne of Liberty, so you can check out their streams. I only know Jaeger. Juan used to play Juan staff, but his static made him change to a staff dagger, unfortunately. But he still knows a lot too. I switched from YouTube to Twitch. Still 1-0 here. Oh, hey, 1-0. You're on tour right now for EU. Gotcha. Hey, Fior. Typically only 2 to 3 hours a day, a couple times a week. Okay, gotcha. What targeting settings do you use for PvE? Targeting settings I use for PvE. In PvE, I just click. I don't have like special targeting settings for that. Like if I were to like be super optimal with my gameplay, PvE, PvP, what I would do is I'll go into target, and I would turn on. Oh, sorry, I do. I have one. I just do resistant contract monsters. That's like the most PvE thing that I do on the regular. So I turn that on because it won't usually doesn't impact PvP because there's normally no contract monsters around while you're PvPing. So you can keep that checked on always. But yeah, so you can check that on. If you're farming like open world dungeons and stuff like that, you can just do elites if you're focusing elites, if that's where the drop is for whatever you're farming. Or you can turn on aggressive monsters. Oh, sorry, not aggressive monsters. Where is it? Turn on. Oh yeah, turn on nearby monsters, and it'll just do people near the monsters nearby you. It's like better with tabbing. I followed your mom. I just should I craft upgrade my gear now? Yeah, you can upgrade gear to +9. Your blues upgrade to +9. You can immediately transfer into blue sketchy. By the way, you don't have to wait to fully trait your greens. You get blues really fast in the NA version of the game compared to KR. So you can just immediately transfer into blues. If you're playing the evasion build, just use the purples you see in the mid game right away. That's perfectly fine as well. Can you crit heal? So crit chance is good for healers. Yep, you can crit heal, Dizrosh. Just crit is normally the stat that you don't focus on too much if you don't have a weapon that stacks onto crit, right? So Lombo has a passive that stacks onto crit because Sniper Sense works for crit, so you can get up to like 480 crit chance when you get proper max distance. And then Daggers also focuses on crit because they can build crit really well with their they have also a passive that adds on crit, which is technically better than ours because it's permanent. But it's like 300 something in Epic. But no one else has like no other healer has like a really good crit passive or anything like that. So like that's crit's usually the stat for them that they sacrifice if they need more hit, max health, or other defenses and stuff like that. Because it's hard to build all of it in T1 gear. Is the build you have right now, because you have to reach break points, right? So just keep that in mind. Is the build we have right now is the one for solo farming? Yes, that's the one the build I have right now is the one that I use for solo farming. What healer build would you recommend in a disruptor group? If you're playing in a disruptor group, Wand SNS is a really good build to play in a disruptor group, and also Wand Dagger is a really good build to play in a disruptor group. Those builds can cause really good disruption on their own, but also allow you to survive really well because you have skills that help with your escapes and survivability. So when you're playing those groups that sort of are playing like a little rogue because you're like disrupting or do like flanking and stuff like that, playing those two specific builds will help you a lot. What should I farm for first as a healer main who just hit 50? Cave of Destruction. Do Cave of Destruction. It has your wand, your bracers, and a cape that you can use before your endgame cape. So do Cave of Destruction. And do all your contracts. Make sure you do all your contracts as well. I like doing my contracts in Phonos Bassin. I feel like it's just easier to kill the mobs in Phonos and Ruins. That's where I do mine. Yeah. And then when you like the open world dungeons, if you're doing melee evasion build, go to Syllabith and start farming the belt. If you're doing an endurance build, you can go to Shadow Crypt and just get into a party and farm in a party. I post a picture of my gear in the Discord and you can make it easier to obtain gear options. Yeah, I have that already, Omen. If on my Master Roll build or on my Master Roll guides, there's solo self-found. There's tabs under my builds called solo self-founds. every single piece in the solo self-bound gear, or the solo self-bound builds, are gear pieces that anyone can obtain while playing solo. So that's like those are what those builds are meant for. So all those builds are easily attainable. They're either resistance pieces, which you can get from the MSQ, MSQ mixed with your lithograph book, and some of them are also farmable. Most of them are farmable. And you can also roll the traits with conversion stones as well, especially for the blue pieces, which are like fairly cheap. And then all the other stuff are from co-op dungeons or open world dungeon farming. And I try to prioritize open world dungeon farming because it's just easier and more reliable to get pieces from there than co-op dungeons, which are more RNG dependent. So yeah, check out the solo self-found builds if you wanted more easier to obtain gear pieces and or easier to obtain builds. Omen. In your Maxwell guide, one bow in the endgame build. Why did we not build really like early mid game? There is a you don't do triple endurance mid game because you can't build the proper endurance breakpoints for it to make sense to run triple endurance over like a melee endurance build or a evasion build. Like the breakpoints you can reach in the evasion endurance build or the double endurance build are a lot better and make more sense than the triple endurance build, which you have like really not so great endurances that you can meet. That you're able to meet, sorry. How can I get wand and bows of resistance to try and get more traits? Oh, those drop from mobs. Oh, they changed the UI of Maxroll. I haven't looked at this in a little bit. Oh, stop messing up. But you can get the longbows of resistance. So here's the thing. A lot of guilds don't do this, but try to ask your guild leaders to change the so when it comes to the items that go to your guild chest, try to ask the guild leaders to change it so blue items and higher go to your chest. I say that because a lot of bosses drop resistance pieces, the blue resistance pieces, that a lot of players don't need. So a lot of times, like the longbow resistance, for example, drops from Chernobog, Minzarok, right? Those two bosses. And the wand drops from Adentis and Talus, right? There are several players in your guild getting those blue resistant drops right now, and they don't need it, and they just throw it into their dismantle or their dissolve thing, right? So what makes sense is if your guild leader changes the guild loot so it's blue or higher that go to the guild chest, so these resistance blue pieces can be allocated to people who need them. Because a lot of people can use those blue resistances and don't have to either spend on traits, or they just need that trait, or they just need the gear in general, because maybe they made a swap late. So that's one thing I'd say you should definitely talk to your guild leader to set up, so you can get those resistance pieces is a lot easier, and like it applies to a lot of other gear pieces as well that are blue. So keep that in mind. Talk to your guild leader. Try to set that up. But other than that, like the longbow resistance, you can farm from the elite mobs in what do you call it? In the Raging Wilds. So you can get it from the Stone Golem Chief or the Violent Timotration. They drop quite like they can drop pretty well. Try farming in a party. It doesn't affect your drop rates when you farm in a party in this game. And then the staff you can farm from like the Evil Eyes, and they can drop. It's very all RNG dependent. You already get 2 staffs and 2 longbows from MSQ and Lithograph Book. But you can farm those. Like Arrow in my guild, who's also on the arena leaderboards as well, farmed like I think it was Arrow. I might be thinking of someone else in my guild, but someone from my guild farmed 7 longbows from grinding. So like they can drop just like any other piece that you can farm outside of open world dungeons in the open world. I screwed up big time and got the wrong purple armor for last chapter. Oh no. Yeah, that's definitely rough. You can farm Galu archers and invincible Galu archers, like just the archers, to try to get another one. That's like probably your best bet. I wouldn't I'll prioritize that after you do your other dailies. Just go and start hitting archers, and it will eventually drop. Or you can buy them from, I think you can buy them from the auction house if you just sell things that you get from dungeons and try to use the lucent that you make to buy a piece. You can buy the lithograph is what I'm like talking about under the lithograph section. There should be some under here. Yeah, it's for 1.2. So you can try to sell stuff from the dungeons, which is easy to do. Just buy one of these with the lucent that you make. For anyone that's just joining, no, I did not swipe for all this lucent. I don't swipe in this game. I just sold this belt that I got lucky with for my weekly rewards. So I sold it for 20k. That's how I have all my lucent. I just sold a bunch of things. You just sell things. Just sell things that you get. You can make lucent in this game quite easily. You make lucent off of the rich people who are swiping really hard for things that they should not be swiping on. But they probably don't care because they can yeah, the disposable capital to just spend money willy-nilly on video games. So make money off of them. Like one of the best things about this game, it actually feels good when you just like sell something, especially when you sell something that you know is not worth what it's currently selling for at all on KR. Like it's selling for like less than 100 lucent, but it's selling for like 2k lucent because the game just came out. You just make lucent off of those folks and then buy your gear and gear yourself up. I like that. You don't have to like, I like that because it gives the option for players who don't want to swipe in the video game to make a currency that you can also use in the shop to buy cash shop items, which is I think is really cool. Like you can buy all of these off of the lucent I made on a random player who bought a belt that's like not even worth what he bought it for, whoever that was. Yeah. Which of your builds are you using solo grinding? I'm using the solo AoE farm build on my max roll. If you're a 1v1, how do you kill someone? If you're in a 1v1, I use the I forgot what I called it on max roll, but it should be the last tab on my Juan Lambo PvP build. We essentially do something where I think I have deadly marker on it too, but you set up your debuffs. You set up towards like 2-3 stacks. Touch of spare, it should be 3 stacks early game because you don't have the damage. But you do your sleep explosion combo, but you have a double sleep. So after you do the initial, you sleep and you do the explosion combo, and then you charge up a sniping arrow and you hit them with that sniping arrow. And then that usually kills people. Just doing that and being buffed while also debuffing them. You can throw some like strafing into a knock and they're like usually dead when you have like your gear. Just do a lot of a single, so you don't do a lot of AoE DPS, but you at least do some nice burst single target DPS. So in a 1v1 situation, you can have some fun. Which is why I have that build, and I run that sometimes in PvP, or not PvP, in at events solo, just for fun. Would you recommend Expo Greatsword at all to anyone? I've been stuck thinking about it instead of playing. Yeah. Well, should be careful saying yeah. Would I recommend it to people? I recommend it if you tend to be someone when you play video games, you are good with learning off meta builds and becoming valuable with those off meta builds. Creating a lot of value of those off meta builds. I say yes. So like if you tend to be like a pretty smart player and can like play anything and be good with anything, like those kind of people, I say yeah, totally, just run it and you probably do really well. Because the build itself is good and it makes sense. You just have to be a little smart with how you when you engage to capitalize off of clumps, finding those clumps as well. Or knowing how to create those clumps with your AoE stun. So it just takes a bit of like, you know, some awareness and practice and knowing your combination, being able to go in and out fast, knowing how to get out and when to use your stun breaks or your CC breaks with Expo to get out safely and stuff like that. But it's possible. It's a little bit more thinking compared to other melee DPS. What stats do you go for PvE healer? For PvE, like anyone should just go full maxing into their Dex and Wisdom until it asks you to put in 2. And that's because Dex and Wisdom gives you the most max base damage increase. So it gives you Dex and Wisdom increases your max base damage by 3-4 variables, with 3 being the more consistent one. Whereas Strength Perception increases your min-max base damage by 1-2, with 1 being the more consistent number. So you max out with Dex and Wisdom because it increases your heals and your damage the most by a really noticeable amount. And then you throw the rest into usually max health because you only need about like 500 hit in PvE to never miss. In dungeons, it's like a little less as well. I think it's like 400 or something like that. So you just throw the rest in strength afterwards, just for defense, because defense works in PvE. And max health is just max health. Highly, do you recommend getting blue gear traded out before progressing to purple, or leveling blue gear to max and transferring straight into purple? Yes, you should always trade it out. So if there are blue pieces, so here's a better way to put it. If the purple pieces that you would use to replace the blue pieces are not pieces that drop from open world dungeons, or anything that is just farmable or easy to obtain a lot of, then fully trade out that blue piece, because it will take you a while to fully trade out that purple piece, right? Because if the purple piece drops from a co-op dungeon, it's RNG based, right? If it drops off of a world boss, really more RNG based, also requires your guild to give you the piece. It's like those kind of pieces will take a while to trade up if you're not like, swiping for the traits or anything like that. So then you just fully trade out a blue piece and it'll be better than a purple piece that has like one trait, right? Or even just like 2 trait lines, but like they're not like 3 out of 4, right? So like that's sort of how I decide personally when it comes to putting a blue piece into my gear or putting a purple piece into my gear. Is Healing Touch as good as Swift Heal? Healing Touch is not technically as good as Swift Heal, because Swift Heal is a burst instant heal, right? Which is very different from like an overtime heal. Where Healing Touch can technically beat Swift Healing is when you Healing Touch can technically beat Swift Heal with the Healing Touch Nature's Blessing combo, right? So for folks who don't know, please know this. This is one thing that I'm going to show right now that everyone should know how to do and know when to do it in PvP to really save your team. So Juan Lambo obviously has the best healing throughput because they have the most quantity of heals out of all the healer builds. But also Juan Lambo has probably one of the best heals in the game with their Healing Touch into Nature's Blessing combo. Would I fall? Would I die if I dropped? I probably would. I just need to lose health. I'm gonna show that right now. Just trying to get to this wall because jumping from this is like my testing wall. But let me just lose health. If you no. So what you could do, the Healing Touch into Nature's Blessing combo, right? You Healing Touch into Nature's Blessing, and your health like essentially just goes to full. With proper T1 like endgame gear, this can heal you like for a total of like 24k health. Like it heals for so much. But like the benefits of that is you can apply 2 stacks of Healing Touch on someone, and then also use a Healing Touch from Purifying Touch to do that same full heal on like multiple people in your party, up to like 3 people in your party, right? So that is a really, really strong heal. It's one of the strongest heals in the game because of like what it can do. It allows you to sustain a lot of damage, especially as a Juan Lambo if you cast it on someone else, because you're just healing for so much. And that was only 1 stack of Healing Touch, right? So if you have 3 stacks of Healing Touch, that's even more that you're healing over time. So just keep that in mind. And that was without even like stacks of Selfless Soul fully stacked, or Saint's Oath or anything like that. That was just a raw heal, or a raw healing combo, Healing Touch, Nature's Blessing. So that's a combo that everyone should know how to do and know when to do it, because it can save a lot of people. You can survive like 7, or max traits like T1 endgame. You can survive like 10 people on you, especially in a melee evasion build, using the Healing Touch, Nature's Blessing combo, for example. You can also reset Nature's Blessing. I don't know if they fixed it. It used to be where when you reset Nature's Blessing and try to do the combo again, it wouldn't work for whatever reason. I don't know if they fixed it though. I haven't tested it in a little bit. But yeah. You don't have mana issues with PvP gear and dungeons. Nope, I don't have mana issues with PvP gear and dungeon, only because I conserve heals, or conserve my mana if I notice that I need to be doing a lot more healing than normal in a party. I'll play differently in a dungeon. So that's why. PvE gear, the benefits of that is that you don't have to care about your mana at all, because your mana should be like pretty good. in like the updated. Like I'm gonna update the builds because the builds I think I have there are definitely not what in terms of like the end game builds. Like I need to update those. I have it on like quest log, but I didn't update my Maxwell yet because I just got home. So apologies on that. But I will be updating it probably after this stream. So many people doing dailies. You don't have minutes. Hey Smax. Yeah, I play full healer on one Lombo usually. You can check out my builds on my my Maxwell Smacks if you just do !build. The stat breakpoints or the stat bonuses that you're looking for when playing Juan Lombo, or most healers really, is that you want 50 strength, 60 strength, 50 perception, 60 perception, 50 perception if you're running full support, 60 perception if you're running like an offensive build. Oh, this is the wrong build. Sorry. And then you want put the rest of your point usually 30 dex if you can get 30 dex, especially on Lombo and Dagger Healer, and then the rest in your Wisdom, because you need like at least 620 mana regen before buffs on one Lombo in order to sustain yourself while healing. Because without that, you're just gonna run out of mana so fast, and you're just gonna hate it. It doesn't make any sense, especially like you need to be able to heal, and if you can't heal because you're out of mana, then you need to get your mana regen up. Do you recommend leveling as one staff and swapping the bow later? Yep, you can do that. Totally. Flick it. Does the solo farming video have a skill spec solution section? Yeah, the skill specialization that I use in my solo farming video is the same one that I have on the actual AoE farming guide load in. It's also the same one that I have here. Like I use the same exact thing in the video for the Juan Lombo. Did I hear you say there's a particular spot in Temple Syllabus basement that's good for Fizzard farming? Also on that, do you take time to LOS on pillars? Yes, I do exactly everything you just said, Winston. There's a spot in the basement. When you enter the basement, you go to the right. You keep going to the right. There's a room or hallway that leads into a room, or like a double room on the right side. There's a lot of wizards in there on both sides, and I just group them together and kill them. Yeah, that's actually what I do. Sorry. Oh, whoops. Didn't hear you say. Oh, sorry, I already read that. I see you don't really show your current build in the builds command. Yeah, I do show my current builds in the builds command. Arcelate. The same builds that I use on Max Pro are the same builds that I use in game on my characters. On the alternative sections, I also list alternative skills that you can swap for certain skills. But yeah, everything is the same. Nothing's different. Sorry. How should I go about getting a new bow? I have green one from the very early quest. Yeah, you should go into your lithograph book and complete the lithograph for the resistance bow sketchy, and you can get the blue resistance Lombo. Is it easier to switch from dagger bow to bow staff than to switch from dagger? Dagger bow to bow staff. Yes, it is, because dagger bow would run an evasion build, evasion type of build, because dagger bows, well, they have DPS gear as well, but their defenses that they're building are evasion because you have dagger. So you can swap to oh sorry, I read that wrong. I think it says wand staff. Dagger bow to bow staff, it could work. It's interesting. Bow staff, a lot of bow staff players like endurance builds, and then some of them don't. I think the best combination for a bow staff, in my opinion, would be a melee evasion range endurance build. So I'd run a melee evasion range endurance build on a bow staff if you're going to build a bit more defensive with your DPS gear. So you want to get your range endurance to around like 800, or to 800, which is the max you can get right now. And then you want your melee evasion to be at least 1500 before your victorious energy buff. Switching from dagger greatsword to expo greatsword. Dagger expo to greatsword expo to dagger at greatsword to expo to greatsword would be easier because they could use the same exact builds. If you don't run like what am I thinking of? If you don't run a bonus damage build for expo. Do you know Fountain of Life scales the buff duration? Fountain of Life, I think, what was this? I remember testing this a long time ago. I don't think it... Hold on. What was the reason why? No, it doesn't. Fountain of Life does not scale with buff duration. Because it's not a buff. You can increase the duration of Fountain of Life, though, with the specialization. The effect duration, which is just by 2 seconds. But the... sorry. I read something else. Thanks for the Maxwell, guys. Yeah, no worries, Will. What purple gear should I farm for first as a healer main who just hit 50? Purple gear you should farm for first as a healer main who just hit 50. It depends on what you're playing. Wand Lombo or Wand Staff. If you're playing like Wand Lombo, you should farm for your... for actually both of them. For any of them, you should farm for the Liquirius Wand first. So you're doing Cave of Destruction to farm for Liquirius Wand. You can get the Beast Bracers from there, which are really good. And you can also get the an early game Purple Cape, which is good and helps with mana regen. So that's what you should farm for first, Cave of Destruction. In terms of dungeons, in terms of open world gear, it just depends. Like if you're an endurance build, just farm Shadow Crypt. You can farm Shadow Crypt to spend your tokens, and you can sell the stuff you get from there. But like the Sanctum Desire is going to be the dungeon that will give you most of this, like some really good stuff that you need. If you're playing the Solo Self-Bound build, you can farm for the Plate of the Infernal Herald chest piece, as well as the Sabatons of the Field General boots as well. And then if you're playing the melee evasion build, for open world dungeons, you're farming for this Temple of Silabith melee evasion belt, which is really important. Yeah, all the melee evasion gear, like melee evasion builds, are a lot more free-to-play player friendly because most of the gear is just free at the start, or come from like co-op dungeons as well. And open world dungeons, like I think some of it comes from like floor 4-5 Silius, which is not open yet, unless it opened up while I was gone. And the other one comes from Sanctum Desire, which is also not open yet as well, right? Yep, it's not open yet. I wonder what I missed. Liz. I wonder what I missed. Where's the milestone? I've been gone for like 3 days. So I missed the Boonstones opening up for some of the nodes. Oh, Minzarok I missed. Oh, I didn't miss a lot. And today we get Kozan. Or I guess tomorrow we get Kozan. We also get... Oh, Sanctum Desire is opening tomorrow. That's good. That's going to be nice. And we also get the Moonlight spell. That's my favorite event. Oh, we get Sorodome Island the following day. That's really good. Nice. Get a lot of gear unlocking in both these days. For balance between PvP and PvE, you think Tome Staff is better than Tome Bow for healing? For healing, no. Longbow Wand would always be the best. Like, if we're talking about just healing, like pure healing, Longbow Wand will always be the best. Wand Staff does completely... Like, there's different benefits between Wand Bow. There's completely different benefits between all these different healer builds. But when it comes to healing throughput, quantity of heals, Wand Longbow is always going to be the best. Even the most powerful heals, Wand Longbow will be the best. Eli tested the 40 dex 15 damage bonus, and I don't think it's working on healing. Do you know? No, bonus damage. The bonus damage stat does not work on healing. I have a thread in the healer Discord. If you go to the healer Discord, and you go to FAQ, there should be a thread there about which stats work to increase healing. and which don't. So what's it called? It's called here. Which stats attributes affect healing? If you open up that thread in the healer Discord, and I'll link it really quick in general as well. I want to be careful linking. Oh damn, there's a bunch of messages in general that I needed to read, and now they just all got. I can just scroll up. I'll scroll up later. But I linked it in general right now in the healer Discord. Those are all the stats that increase healing, and then the stats that don't as well. Oh, I didn't even put bonus damage there. Probably should. But yeah. Bonus damage is really just it's a crossbow. It's a crossbow stat, or a multi-hit weapon stat. But crossbow is the one that popularly actually builds it. So like it adds that flat damage, or that flat number you have on your bonus damage. It adds that flat number on top of your damage abilities. So that's all that bonus damage does. So like crossbows benefit the most from it because you hit like 50 times within a second, right? So all 50 of those attacks get the bonus damage increase, which actually does a lot, or means a lot more when you're hitting 50 times within a second compared to like one burst damage. Like adding 50 bonus damage on top of an ability from staff that deals like 4,000 damage is 4,015, which is nothing. But adding, or sorry, 4,050, which is nothing. But adding 50 bonus damage to like 50 different hits within a second is a lot more meaningful, and that's why crossbow likes building bonus damage. There's like bonus damage builds for crossbow, but crit damage is often weighed above it for good reasons as well. So high crit chance, high crit damage build from crossbow tends to be a bit more popular than like a bonus damage build. And doing both is a little difficult, but you can. You just a lot more squishier. You're on Cherno server. Wait, I said I'm on Cherno server. Sorry, I have to change my exclamation point server, huh? It's gonna be Amos eventually when I can eventually transfer to Amos. Can Wand Dagger do the harder dungeons? When you say harder dungeons, you mean T2 dungeons? Yes, any healer build can heal any dungeon. When it comes to challenge modes, it tends to be Wand Lombo, Wand Staff. But if you have a static or a guild party, you can do challenge modes up to like 25. After that, I'm not too sure. I haven't really seen on like the KR leaderboards with the challenge modes like Wand, anything other than a Wand Lombo or Wand Staff up there. When it comes to 25 to 30 challenge modes. But I mean, if a Wand Staff can get up over 25 challenge modes, I wouldn't see why a Wand Dagger can't, right? So you probably can. When you say early game cloak, do you mean to just use it before you get the end game one? Yes, exactly. And you can upgrade it, yes, in terms of enhancing it. Kelly or Loki or it. Is Dagger Crossbow as DPS playable? Yes, Dagger Crossbow as DPS is definitely playable Antoinette. It depends on the player, obviously, on how effective they are in PvP. But yeah, if you're good with it, then you can be really effective in PvP. You also like rely more on a healer. If you calm to your healer that you're going in and your healer focus heals you when you do the spin to win, you actually would not die to the counter barrier from a shield. If your healer is good to keep you up. But it's easier if you calm to your healer. Like if you go in and you don't even tell your healer that you're going in, and there's like there's different people in your party to heal, your healer likely won't not always be looking at you, so you're just gonna die. So good constant your healing, having a good healer is really beneficial. Dagger crossbow in PvP. A good SNS wand build that takes advantage of the curse bomb set from wand. You mean like a gear build? Right now in T1, like the good gear sets or good gear that increases bombing to be a little like really effective comes in T2. So we don't really have that right now. If you wanted to do something, you could do two-piece mothers, which actually does a noticeable increase in damage in your explosion. I think it gives you like extra 2 to 3k damage. So you do mothers. Other than that, there's not really much you can do to increase your damage. You can do two-piece reapers, which gives you a little bit of an increase because the crit damage bonus is actually added into your explosion damage. It won't do max damage, but it will add the actual percentage, like the 15 or 14% crit damage increase into your explosion damage. I mean, it'll add into your curses, and then that will get factored or calculated into your explosion damage. That's how it really works. But you can do that too. It's a little bit of a difference still compared to two-piece mothers, obviously. But yeah, you can't really do too much. Yeah, and then other than that, like you can play really glass cannon if you wanted to increase your damage a bit more, but it's probably not ideal. You can though, because you can rely more on skills to keep yourself alive. So you can go in with your counter barrier and blessed barrier up and do your explosion combo, then go out when they're on cooldown and just it'll probably all line up where you can just keep doing that to explode and live. You can try that. But yeah, those are some tips to try to make it work in T1. I'm playing wand and bow, but I'm as a wand SNS specifically because wand dagger can explode right now. I'm playing wand and bow level, but I'm a complete loss on what attributes to use for full healing and leveling. Yeah, you can check my if you do exclamation, if you're level 44 first, hit level 50 Voorhees. But after that Voorhees, if you do exclamation point build and go to my max roll, you can see how I set up my attributes and the gear that I recommend going after. That'll give you an idea of sort of how to set up your stats. For PvE, like I said earlier, just put all your points into Dex and Wisdom, and then put the rest into like Strength if your hits like good. And that's all you need to do for PvE. And then for PvP, it just depends. You're trying to reach certain bonuses. So it's 50 strength, 60 strength, or 50 perception, 60 perception, 50 perception for a full heal build because you don't need hit, and 60 perception if you have more offensive abilities. Then 30 dex if you're playing wand, or if you're playing dagger or longbow, because they have crit chance passes you can build on. But the rest of the points, especially if you're a longbow, should go into wisdom for mana regen, because your mana regen starved on longbow, and you need at least 620 base, which you won't really hit until you get like either fully trade mid game or you get your end game gear. But yeah, focus on 50 first. That's the more important thing. Which does more DPS in PvP, SNS or wand and bow. It'll be wand SNS that can do more DPS in PvP because it can actually do AoE DPS in an effective way, whereas wand longbow can't. Because wand longbow's skills are all single target DPS except for flash wave. So you only have one skill compared to like wand SNS, which has multiple skills that are AoE, can group up and create clubs, so they're effective in that way. And they can also do a sleep bomb very easily. So that's like, and deal like decent damage with it. Like they can do like 30 to 40% of someone's health with a successful sleep bomb. Fountain of Light scales and buff duration. Oh, someone already asked that. But no, it doesn't. Also, would you recommend building into evasion or endurance? For wand longbow, I play melee evasion range endurance. Hi, can you show us healer rotations? Do you mean like healing? Like actual healing? Oh, I showed some. I might be reading these late. I know I'm just catching up on chat, so I apologize. I'm like trying to get caught up. But I'm assuming you asked that before I went to go show So you can do the healing touch into nature's blessing combination. You can also do the Fountain of Life to get full stacks of Selfless Soul, or Flash Wave to get full stacks of Selfless Soul, or Nature's Blessing also to get stacks of Selfless Soul, and that'll help boost up your Swift Healing and Clay Salvation before you use them. So they're really strong. Also, something to keep in mind: abilities in this game are not snapshots; they're continuous, right? So if you use healing buffs while the skill is already off, like Fountain of Life, it will still increase the healing of Fountain of Life even though you already casted it. Same things for your consecutive uses of Swift Healing. Just because the game doesn't do snapshots, it does whatever you're doing in the moment. So it's like more continuous. That's how I would describe that. You can also do. Oh, why do I put Deadly Marker here because I was doing something, but I would normally put Blitz here. Did I do anything here with Deadly Marker? No, I didn't. But you can also do Blessed Barrier, reset it, and use it again on someone else or yourself. What I like to do is I like resetting Fountain of Life because you can actually... Fountain of Life stacks, by the way, even from other people in your party. So you have one Fountain of Life, you reset it, and both of them are stacking, as you can see. So I like doing that sometimes when you like need a lot of healing. So that can be helpful. You just live Lord, or you help someone else live Lord, especially if you throw a barrier on them at the same time while that's happening. Really good for live Lording. Putting on the barrier when using the healing touch into Nature's Blessing combo is really good as well. throwing this onto your longbow staff right now because they don't have full T1 build, so their skill damage boost is low. But once everyone starts approaching, or once staff player starts approaching that 500 skill damage boost hard cap, you should be throwing this onto your longbow dagger because it'll increase their damage more than it would a longbow staff or any sort of staff player that has T1 traits and skill damage boost max or close to 500 cap, the hard cap. And yeah, flash wave. I like using flash wave. Flash wave is a skill that I like using when entering the fight because again, it gives you those full stacks of Nature's Blessing when you hit like multiple people in your party. I usually hit all 5. It also helps with the engages, especially hitting on your tank before your tank like ints in and they like go away from you. So that's good to have that like heal on them. And then with those full stacks of Nature's Blessing, you can throw the Fountain on the tank who like rush all the way in the front. Or you can throw a healing touch into Nature's onto the tank or whatever. Or you can throw some heals on the tank. But it just gives you a good start as well. Following up with Invincible Walls also gives some time depending if the engage went a little rocky and they're like counter engaging. So like using that is good to try to like nullify some burst damage. Whether it's like a meteor or like a arc or judgment lightning AoE and stuff like that. That can help. So yeah, and it reduces it makes it so you don't have to waste heals if you already just use the Invisible Wall ahead of time. So you can conserve your heals a bit longer. But there's some stuff you can do. Use Purifying Touch immediately when someone's stunned, and also notifying them in comms when you do. Don't use Purifying Touch doesn't use when someone's knocked down or have like a collision happening to them. So it's always best to use it like immediately when someone's like stunned, so they can like. You use it, you tell them that you're using it so they can immediately roll block and try to get to safety. Or teleport away or use a mobility skill. Yeah, those are some things you can do. They've used Tornado, which is something you can also swap on. Don't use it to ruin the clumps that your raid's making. It's like an easy way to get kicked out of a guild or just get flamed. Use it in your backline to peel for people or peel for yourself. It's like a really effective way to use Tornado. Also using the back line is really good because that's where your range are. So when they see someone tossed in the air in the back, they can easily just blow that person up. That's really good. And yeah, you can swap out Blitz if you want to for something. I usually sometimes do it in small skills only, really, for Deadly Marker, just to blow up people. Or to help my team blow up people. But yeah, those are some things you could do. You can also run different builds. Like I have on my max roll, there's like the more offensive sort of build with the sleep AoE combo and stuff like that. But I prefer this one. The wand for dagger goes crazy. Yeah, it definitely does. Oh wow, that's how late I am reading the chat. Okay, I'm trying to catch up. Because I think you're talking about the Tevin daggers. I talked about Tevin daggers a long time ago. Okay, I'm gonna try to read faster. Can you show PvE setup? I mean, not for dungeons, just for AoE farming setup. Oh, yeah, this is what I use for AoE farming. What I've been using. Again, I'm probably reading that late. But this is what I use for AoE farming. And that skill specializations are like this. It's also on my max roll as well if you wanted to reference it. So Bowand is a preferred PvE healer. Bowand has... I would say when it comes to PvE dungeon healing, Bowand has an edge over all the other healers because of Deadly Marker. And their extra heals when needed, especially in difficult dungeons. If you're running a static or in a guild party, Wand Staff does perfectly fine. But Bow Wand will always have an edge, not because of the heals, because a lot of parties don't need that extra healing, especially when you understand the mechanics of a dungeon. It's because of Deadly Marker that allows the whole party overall to do more damage, whereas Wand Staff only they focus on themselves to provide extra damage to the party. But Bow Wand has a bit of an edge because overall they allow the party of every single person they allow the people in your party, everyone, to do extra damage. So that's where they tend to be a bit more favored in dungeons, because the people in your party probably want to deal more damage themselves than to just have their healer dealing extra damage compared to other healers. It's just higher damage output with Deadly Marker. And Deadly Markers can stack, so if you have a DPS longbow player with Deadly Marker, your Deadly Marker will also stack, so that's something to keep in mind as well. Do you think later, but it's not like a big deal, you can run Wand Staff in PvE dungeons, like it's not mandatory to have a Wand longbow. Do you think later game endgame bow wand would be preferred to having a staff wand in groups due to better healing throughput. Nope, not for the healing throughput. It would be for the deadly marker skills, why they're preferred later on. Yeah, and TD also asked that. Do you know where I can find a good healer guide that shows me the skill rotations I'll need to learn, etc.? Yeah, I have some healer rotations on my Max Roll PvP guides. And I also just went through some rotations as well. Hopefully you're still here, Pigeon, to have seen that. Do you know where I can find a good... Oh, you just asked that. Why do you use heavy armor chests? Why do you use heavy armor chests? I don't have a heavy armor chest. Oh, are you talking about the... So, in this game, Freeze in this game, the material of a gear does not matter at all when you're putting gear together. What matters is... So what matters in this game is the balancing of stats and reaching stat breakpoints. So the material of a gear, whether it's iron, leather, or cloth, will not impact your gameplay at all, right? The stats that the gear has and the traits you're able to get, which are additional stat attributes that you can get from gear, matters the most, because that will allow you to reach stat breakpoints that you need to meet to be effective against certain DPS in the games, for your survivability, also to be effective with your healing and all these other things. So that's what matters in this game. It's not the materials like other traditional games where like healers should be wearing cloth, and paladins should be wearing, iron and stuff like that. That does not matter at all. It's just the stats on gear that matter. Can you show PvE setup? I mean, not for dungeons, just for AoE farming. Oh, I just read that. But yes, this is my AoE farming. What I use for AoE farming. Should move. Did I make a mistake going for the endurance intermediate build over the invasion build? Nope. You didn't make a mistake going for the, so I always say this, and I believe say it on the max roll as well at the top. The melee evasion build is good for servers that are dominated by melee, but they're also good. They're better for small scale and arena fights. So if you're not doing small scale arena like that, or don't care about it in that same way, then the endurance build is going to be really good for you. The T1 endurance build. It also helps with damage sustain, because the thing with the evasion builds, right, is like when a great sword's abilities do go through, right, because it's RNG evasion as well, you can easily still blow up, right? So the good thing about endurance is that the endurance is always being applied no matter what. So it's like more reliable in that sense. Like endurance is always being subtracted against someone's critical hit. So it's like, it's just more, it's effective in the sense that it's always it's constantly being applied. Whereas evasion is just strictly RNG, right? There's nothing more to evasion other than it being an RNG ability that either goes off or doesn't go off. And if it doesn't go off, you get the full hit of someone's attack. Whereas endurance is constantly being applied to reduce someone's critical hit chance. And also, if you have more endurance than someone else's critical hit, another thing that this game has with endurance is called glancing. And glancing is another aspect with endurance. And what it does is, with the more endurance that you have over someone's critical hit, the higher chance that you have to proc glancing. And what glancing does is that it forces a minimal, what do you call it? A minimum base damage hit from someone's weapon. So let's say Juan's minimum base damage is 105. It forces that 105 base damage applicator on any ability that is used when glancing goes off. So like that's the second side of endurance that people need to remember, is that endurance is not just endurance, it's also glancing. There's two things within endurance. So that's something that people need to remember when it comes to endurance, that you do not get with evasion, where evasion is just evasion. Either works or it doesn't work. Which build are you using at the moment? The build I'm using at the moment is melee evasion range endurance. I'm using the melee evasion range endurance build. I'm reading YouTube as well, bad guy. I'm reading everything. I'm just going through the chat. There's like 2 chats that I'm managing at the same time, bad guy. So like, I'm at message 1855, which is your message, and it's 7:43, and there's a lot of other messages I need to catch up with, so I'm just going through them. I'm not like reading recent messages, I'm actually reading every single message. So just take some time, because I don't want to skip anyone. I want to read every single message. So I apologize for the delay in getting to some messages sent earlier. I'm just reading through them. Like, I even stopped. I stopped playing and just reading the chat. So I'm trying to read through everything. What's the healer T1 build you recommend? It depends what you're doing. If you're doing if you're playing small scale or arenas, do a melee evasion build. If you just care about large scale, always being in a party, playing with your guild and stuff like that, endurance builds would benefit you as well. Which does more PvP? DPS wand SNS or wand bow? It'll be wand SNS. Yes, I'm Lombo Cyber Ninja. What's the point of streaming YouTube if you're going to read their comments? Nope. Oh, it's the same guy, bad guy. Yeah, no, bad guy. I'm reading all comments, just getting through them. There's a lot of comments. Sorry about the delay. Do you know Fountain of Life scales with buff duration? No. Fountain of Life does not scale with buff duration. What's your skill rotation for solo farming? Yes, my skill rotation for solo farming is also my maximum if you want to reference it as well. But I normally do, I open up with Touch of Despair, the AoE version. So I group mobs first, Touch of Despair, then I do Fighting Spirit Barrier, Vacuum, Fighting Spirit Barrier, into Brutal Arrow, into Ray of Disaster. Second Touch of Despair, usually the mob would have 3 stacks because of the RNG chance to proc it twice. Then I throw out Decaying Touch, Time for Punishment, or sorry, Time for Touch, Decaying Touch, no, Decaying Touch, Time for Punishment, Karmic Haze, Explode. That's the combo I usually do. Then I use Decisive Bombardment to like clean up at the end. So yeah, that's normally what I do. Abyss currency, how do you get this? I only have 4. The Abyss currency you get from doing weekly scrolls. Do the weekly scrolls, you get Abyss currency. Yeah, no worries, Jubian. My guild is getting none of the resist gear in drops. We have been looking. Oh, thanks for the sub fade, by the way. Appreciate that. Kid you not, my guild is getting none of the resist gear and drops. We have been looking. Oh, really? Well, at least your guild has it set up where the blue gear goes to the guild chest. So that's going to be helpful when those gears hopefully drop. Is another option besides that visor helm seems hard to get copies since there is no fire enchanted event yet. Oh no, they drop from the regular orcs here as well. They don't just drop from the ones from the enchanted event. The visor also drops from what was the mob? The visor also drops from just orc brawlers as well. So just kill the normal orc brawlers and they can drop off of the orc brawlers as well. And that's to a guy and his guitars. That's a cool name. Would you recommend trading blue gear or sit on your ass till you get purple? If the blue gear is stuff you can easily farm from open world dungeons, then yes, I would trade those gear pieces up. Or if they're pieces that you can also just drop from mobs in the open world, when they like the ones like the resistant ones you can get from the MSQ and lithograph, I would trade those up as well. I'm in Ethereum, Odins. I'm just trying to swap to the server my guild is on right now because I was away on holiday. But the server's full, so I'm just trying as I get time. Hey, Nub. Or Yinub. YNN. Hi, ally from F17 is dying so easily and I can't heal him. It's so annoying when doing a healer. Oh, the floor 17 boss? Which one is that one again? I think that one is the shield of... Oh, that one. Yeah, you just have to remember when it starts to do that fury attack that attacks your ally. You just have to block it. If you block that, you can keep your ally alive. Grell. Hey, Deikaru. Hey, Phil. Oh, nice. Yeah, the one stop. Nice. I don't know if I missed it, but Abyss currency, how and the best thing to buy as wand bow evasion belt. Thank you. No, you didn't miss it. The Abyss currency you can get from doing weekly scrolls. So just do your weakling scrolls and you can get Abyss currency. One of the good things to buy with the Abyss currency, depending on what you're doing, you can get your Abyss Conch necklace. If you're running like the endurance build, you can also get what are some of the things you can get? Depends on what you're doing. If you're running like the evasion builds, I think you can get the ring. You can get the Abyss, like the etched alabaster band. So you can get that as well. If you're like running the endurance builds, you can get like the gauntlets. You can get the same things, the conch necks, the ring. Or you can just get stuff and sell it on the marketplace if you don't need anything with your Abyss currency. So you can do that as well and make Lucent. So yeah, you can do a bunch of things. But yeah, for the evasion build, it's just accessories really, because the evasion items you get for free or they come from like co-op dungeons. How do you redeem the weekly reward? Yeah, so when you get the weekly reward like this, you just click it. You click whatever item you want. You click it and then you click the bottom right here. It says like claim reward or whatever. You can do that. That's how you get the weekly reward, Daiguru. Man, I didn't pay attention to my last weekly where I saw a bracer of Primal King, so I grabbed it. Didn't think about looking for something good to sell. Oh yeah. Called solo DPS. Should I start my run with the PvE healer builds or the solo farming build for staff wand? If you're just doing like open world grinding or leveling, do the solo farming. Or sorry, like the open world. If you're doing like contracts or just grinding mobs in the open world or open world dungeon, do solo farming, yeah, for one staff. If you're doing dungeons, do PvE healer, or skill build. If you're running out of mana, it's likely because you just don't have your mana regen up yet. What you can do, Zonea, if you're having mana regen issues, there's a few things you can do. So you can either run the from the Cape of Destruction, you can run this cape, the Supreme Devotion, just to get your mana regen up. You can also run the Regal Ring. Forgot where it comes from here. You can run this one to get your mana up. It gives you like 100 mana, like over 100 mana or something like that regen. So you can run that. In place of your green ring if you're running the staff build, or in place of this green ring, you can run that. You just replace this and swap it out. Especially if your melee evasion is already at like 1400 for mid game. And yeah, those are the main two things. That's where I would go to first to add some mana regen to the build, before swapping out other things. Because when you swap out anything else, especially playing melee evasion, you're swapping out melee evasion, so you have to be careful when you're doing that to not get too low under the breakpoint, which will then make melee evasion less effective for you. Hello, do you know if the 48x passive works on healing? I tested it and it seemed like it didn't. No, it didn't. Oh, I think I already answered that, Darth, though. But let me know if I answered your question earlier, Darth. But yeah, the 40x passive bonus damage does not work on healing at all. Hi, what's the best build for arena? Wand bow. Anything in arena will be melee evasion with dominate. For those who don't know, the rank 1 arena player Matty Huz, a healer running wand staff, and he's using my melee evasion build. Also the skill build as well for arena. So if you're curious what he's doing, that's what he's doing. But you can see is also just very effective melee evasion in arenas, and that's also the same thing on KR. The arena build at max roll. You guess that yourself. Can you go through your gear and how you get it and you got it traded? Yeah. This is what I currently have for my gear. So I've been away since Friday, so I haven't really made changes on my gear for a little bit. But yeah, I just normally, so with my resistance gear, I use the MSQ one and the I use the one from my MSQ and the lithograph to get the 2 traits that I wanted first. And then the 3rd trait I just bought with like Lucent, because I didn't want to really farm for some of these. I was farming for my cape that I didn't get yet. But yeah, I sold things from dungeons or from wherever I got them from in game for Lucent, and then I use that Lucent to trade up some stuff. So like for example, I was lucky and I got the Bloodless belt, so I sold that for 20k Lucent. So that's where I got like a lot of my Lucent, just selling this, and someone bought it. But yeah, other than that, I would just farm the mobs, and like it's also my max roll, but I farm the mobs that drop these pieces to get the traits, the initial trait. Once you have the initial trait for this stuff, any open world dungeon or co-op dungeon that drops like pants, chests, whatever, use the traits that you get from those dungeons, just throw it into your existing gear, because that's also how you level up traits more effectively. So that's what you could do. You can use lower rarity traits to upgrade your gear. It's the lower rarity traits that you get for free. Don't buy them, just what you get for free. You can throw that into your gear for a chance of it succeeding. So that's also really good as well. For these ones, for boss weapons, you're gonna have to use unlock stones. So I'm just waiting to gather up my unlock stones so I can use them to unlock traits for my boss weapons. And then for this one, similarly, you can use I wouldn't use unlock stones. I'll save it for actual gear, but you just farm the same dungeon to get different traits as well. Use tokens as well and stuff like that. You can use a mix of you can use conversion stones. Wait, what's the other way? Trait unlock. Select this. Yeah, it's just unlock stone. But if you get a bad trait on a piece of gear, like you say you get another bonus, a bad trait, you can do a mix of why is it 100 still? That's not right. It shouldn't be 100. But anyways, you can do trait conversion to roll that trait for something good. So you can do stuff like that, and you get trait conversions like every week from your guild shop, and also from portals and mystic portals and globes. So you should be doing your daily mystic portals and globes as well, and from events as well. You can get a lot of conversion stones from there. The helmet you're using, I've had issues finding dupes. Is there another option? Seems hard without the fire enchantment event. Oh, I think I already answered that. Let me know if I already answered that syntax as well. Yeah, let me know if I already answered that syntax, or if you were there when I answered it a little bit ago. But yeah, you can just farm the regular brawler or the regular orc that's always up here. Oh, you left for a while. Sorry, yeah. I'm like trying to catch up on chat because a lot of messages in both chats. But yeah, talking about the helmet. There's orc brawlers. The orc brawlers are always up, so you can kill the orc brawlers. There's no certain spots. They're like everywhere. I do find that I like killing the orc brawlers like sort of right in front of the entrance to the cave. So like here in this area, I find there's like a lot of orc brawlers, but there's a lot of orc brawlers everywhere really. So you don't have to be in a specific spot. I just like going here though. Do you know if Fountain of Light scales with buff duration? No, it doesn't. Let me know if you're here when I explain that as well, Cynical. I got Robber's Bracelet instead of Retains. Is there anything I can do to get Retains? No, you can't, Keggers. Sorry. Yeah, that's one of the things that you can't fix. So so unfortunately. Does anyone know what the drop rates are in open world from items from mobs? No, I do not know, Raz. Sorry I missed your reply, but the endurance build not great to go into over evasion. No, I wouldn't say that necessarily. If you're doing small scale arenas, the melee evasion is just better in those instances. Yeah, that's like the difference I would say there, Valen. Hey, quick question. I've been hearing about resetting Deadly Marker PvP. Do you think this is worth bringing to dungeons? Yep, you can definitely do that, Chef Boy, if you wanted to reset Deadly Marker in dungeons, but I don't find it necessary usually, because Deadly Marker itself reduces its own cooldown. So if you have Deadly Marker and someone else in your party has a Deadly Marker, that's all you need. You don't need to reset it. But also, like, especially towards like T1 gear and people have like proper crit chance, the DPS, you can get your Deadly Marker pretty much like 6 seconds left on cooldown after the duration completes. So keep that in mind. Should I start my run with my PvE healer build or the solo farming build for Staff 1? Should I start my run with the PvE healer build or the solo farming? Do solo farming. Heaventum. What type of endurance do you recommend going if I'm going endurance build? If you're going endurance build, I do melee invasion or melee endurance, range endurance. And this might be because like I played KR a lot since like closed tasks, so I played it for a while. But I find, and I think anyone can learn this as well, it's not hard. It's like just find a mage and practice against them. It's super easy to block with a normal block. All the skills from a staff player, which is sort of comical. Like you can hold block and block a full rotation from a staff player, and then for longbow especially, you can out heal the DPS of a staff player as well, without having melee endurance or magic evasion. So that's just something to keep in mind. So range endurance and melee endurance tend to be a bit more beneficial because it's harder to fully block the damage from those players in the same way you can do from a mage, and it's also hard to fully heal yourself or out heal their DPS in the same way that you can do towards a mage player. Shouldn't feel bad if I'm staff wand healer. No, you should not feel bad if you're staff wand healer. Why would you feel bad? Did you fully trait your helm? Did I fully trait my helm? I did fully trait my helm, yes. Which one is better for PvE and PvP? Wand staff, wand bow. Wand bow has a bit of an edge over wand staff. Unique. You sound young for a Korean war vet. That is funny. I didn't realize the title of the stream sort of comes off like that. That's funny. Not a Korean war vet though. That's funny. Tips on farming your helm. Yeah, if you want to farm the helm, do orc brawlers and go to this spot that I pinned here. There's like a lot of orc brawlers, but you can just like farm them anywhere here. Always farm, if you're doing farming on mobs that are not in open world dungeons, always do that last after your dailies because it could take time, because the RNG drop rates are very low for mobs outside of dungeons compared to mobs inside dungeons. And that's for syntax. Those 13 years of waiting definitely felt like a war. That's funny. I'm new to your channel, but I believe you are the one that I'm trying to use the build you have posted on Questlog. Yeah, possibly. Did you link it? Oh, you did link Questlog. Yeah, I do have my builds on Questlog too, as well. Do you know Fountain of Light skills? Oh yeah. Cynical, are you still here? Double check. If you're here, say something in the chat. I hope you were here when I answered your Fountain of Light question. Do you personally use the PvP endurance builds for PvE? Any issues? Do I personally use the PvP endurance builds for PvE? Any issues? No issues using endurance builds in PvE. What are those equipment skills? How you unlock them? What are those equipment skills? Which equipment skills are you talking about? Sorry, I'm reading this message late, Gypsy. But if you're still here, Gypsy, could you expand on which equipment skills you're talking about? Sorry about that. I like the tip about the basement farming the belt. What about the helmet? Oh yeah, the helmet. Oh yeah, sorry, I'm just reading this message late. But I think syntax is here, so I think I answered syntax already. Yeah, no worries, Cynical. Do you use different masteries in PvP and PvE? No, I don't do that. I don't min-max that way. Can you show your bow staff skills? My bow staff skills. Oh, I don't play bow staff, Phil. Yeah, I don't play bow staff, Phil. But if you go on, I think maybe you're talking about yeah, I don't play bow staff. But if you go on my max roll, you can see my wand staff and wand longbow skills. They're separate builds. For those builds. Yeah, let me know if I misinterpreted your question. Sorry. Can you show your gear? Yeah, I can, Rat. This is my current gear. Which weapon you should mainly hold out is the one. Hold out the longbow, because the longbow gives the best defensive masteries. Your masteries always apply to the weapon they belong to, so there's no reason to ever keep the wand out, because the wand masteries will always apply to wand skills, and they don't help with your survivability. Whereas the longbow masteries mostly all help with your survivability better, and they also give more mana regen. For dungeons or any PvE content. For dungeons, do longbow as well. Yes, Desire opens tomorrow. I'm excited. What would you recommend building stack gear-wise for a bow staff or bow wand? Person wanting mostly PvE. Very, very rarely PvP. I want to be able to swap when needed for either a heal or DPS. So for Priya, what would you recommend building stack gear-wise for a bow staff, bow wand? Person wanting mostly PvE. So if you're playing mostly PvE, I'm actually updating my PvE bow wand staff and wand bow builds, Priya. So I will ping the Discord once those are updated, but I'm planning on having those updated. I'm gonna work on the updates right after the stream. So hopefully by tomorrow evening they should be. I'll ping the Discord with the PvE builds being updated. Where did you say to go in Temple of Sil? Right in yeah. Go to the basement. Go towards the immediately to your right and keep heading right. There's a room that is towards the right. Go into there, and in that first room, there's like two areas. You just rotate those 2 areas. Omen. Hey Eli, welcome back. Thanks, Kiori. I'm a very geared bow wand user right now, but I'm endurance because I'm healing Cannon's group. For Arena, how awful is it going to be set up a staff wand build? It's different gear, Kiori. And sorry for, let me know if I'm pronouncing your name right, but it's different gear. Cioriy. Because wand staff plays endurance, or sorry, that's funny. Wand staff plays evasion, and wand longbow endurance is different. You know what? You can use. I won't forget like how I was on KR. When I first played KR, I played just full like endurance builds because I like started off as wand longbow and I always played wand longbow. But when I made my wand staff, or I made my staff to play wand staff, I used my wand longbow endurance gear, and I felt very tanky. So, I mean that was also T2 gear, so I don't want to compare it to T1, right? But I will say that in my T2 gear, playing full endurance felt not bad as wand staff. Obviously, it sucked when I got CC locked, and I got CC locked often because you're just #1 target for great swords. So that's where it sucked in small scale arena. It just sucked because I didn't have melee evasion, so I was just like CC locked forever and then I'm dead. So that was a shitty thing. And I didn't have the damage sustain that the longbow has, so I was just dead really like. It took a little bit of time, but I would still just not be able to move, so it wasn't fun. So yeah, if you swap to the melee evasion range endurance build on longbow, that could work for wand staff. You could do that, Kiori. Bow is OP in PV against wand because of the shield they get from weaknesses. Yep, that shield helps a lot. It helps mostly against Expo wands, or sorry, Expo daggers, who are running that lightning weakness spam debuff. They can essentially make it to where you don't ever die because they keep proccing your shield that doesn't have a cooldown. But that's changing, by the way, folks who don't know. They're adding a cooldown to Devoted Shield. Like I think next week's update or the week update after that, they're doing another weapon balancing in KR, which is gonna probably hit NA as well. So Devoted Shield's getting a cooldown. So we don't know how long the cooldown is gonna be yet, but just keep that in mind. It's getting nerfed. We're not gonna be as tanky as we are because this is gonna actually have a cooldown. It can't be procced infinitely like it is right now. So wand longbows are gonna be easier to kill because they don't have a shield that's OP and broken. You can play Dagger Wand to pretty well to heal your group as well, Curie. You can definitely do that. To swap to it though, Dagger Wand gear and Wand Staff gear are like interchangeable. So like that's the benefits there. But with Wand Longbow it's not. So that's a shitty thing there. If you want full endurance, that is. For your arena PV, is there anything I can swap out for a bit more DPS? For Wand Longbow, you can put in so you can swap out Blitz. You could swap on Purifying Touch. I wouldn't recommend it because you can actually be more effective with that in small scale to cleanse stuns. Also applies an attack healing touch. But you can swap out Blitz. And you can also swap out Ensnaring Arrow. You can swap out those two for straight beam knock. Is this going to be pay to win loan? There is pay to win in Thorn and Liberty. But you don't have to pay to win to keep up. Ensnaring Arrow over Limit Break. Yeah, because you don't need so to run a limit break build, it takes a lot more points. So the value of limit break is not as valuable, especially without it being level 5. But the value of limit break over what you already have in your kit, it's not necessary to be playing limit break. I did try out a lot of limit break builds, or a couple limit break builds on KR. But I always found what you currently can do without limit break was a lot more valuable than what you sacrifice to take limit break. But yeah, that's something to keep in mind. The problem with doing limit break for purifying touch is that purifying touch doesn't make people immune to CCs afterwards. So if you CC cleanse someone and then they get CC'd again, like all the points you put into limit break and also the long cooldowns for limit break makes it not worth it if someone just immediately gets CCs right afterwards. Using limit break for more healing on flash wave is not necessary. You already heal so much, especially in T1. Also using limit break for healing touch is not necessary as well, with the amount of healing that you have and the combos you can do to increase your healing. So it's not like necessary to take limit break, because of how much points it costs. Especially, it's not worth it compared to what you can do, or what you can get by not taking limit break. That was to Morty. If you're here, I hope you're still here. I'm catching up. On the chat. For one staff at level 50, what should I prioritize on gearing? Do Cave of Destruction first. Hey, quick question. I usually play with 2 friends and they use DPS builds. I've been using SS Wand. Should I go SS Greatsword instead, which will be better long term? And can I still switch to Greatsword now that I'm 30? Yeah, you can swap to anything you want before you hit 50 Cray Angel. So you can swap to anything you want. You could swap to SNS Greatsword instead of from SNS 1 if you wanted to. They both are good long term, so it depends. Like if your group needs a healer, play SS 1. If your group doesn't need a healer, you can play SS Greatsword. Should I use 2 builds, one for dungeons and group PV and one for solo, or just one to do any PV content? You need different builds for both of those different contents, because solo grinding uses different skills than dungeons. So you need 2 different builds. Critical. Danny. I'm having mana issues healing in PvP. Any tips? Yeah, you can swap out some items to help with mana issues, especially early game. So you can put in the you can use the Supreme Devotion Cloak, or you can use the you can use the Regal Jade Band over your green ring if you wanted to help with your mana regen early game, especially. Hi, Leia, loving your YouTube video. Thank you. Long time raid healer and just stated TNL 3 days back, or started TNL 3 back following your one. I have a quick question about rewards. This is Master Advisor in Chapter 6, Jurors of Evasion, which is PvP oriented. Thank you, Skin. Yeah, both endurance builds and evasion builds for Juan Lambo are PvP oriented. If you're doing small skill or arenas, do melee evasion Gladius. And I hope you're still here. Check out my... am I okay? I want your endurance build in PvP max, or should I switch to evasion? It depends what you want to do, Valen. If you're doing small scale arenas, do melee evasion. Does Wand Dagger go range, magic, or melee? Does Wand Dagger go... Oh yeah, Wand Dagger can play range, magic, evasion. Wand Dagger can also play melee evasion, range evasion build, or melee evasion, magic evasion build. I think with the current T1 gear, melee evasion, range evasion build is more realistic, because you can't reach the proper magic evasion breakpoint and the proper melee evasion breakpoint right now with the current gear. So, magic evasion, you want like 1700. It's mainly because of Victoria's energy buff. So you want like, I think even 1800, but like 1700 at least. And then melee evasion also requires 1700. So like getting both of those up there is like not realistic before buffs. And that was to Danky King. Wand and bow or wand and staff for heal? I like wand and bow for healing, Nazarok. More healing throughput. Hi, we don't use tornado and large scale healer. You can use tornado and large scale healer nightmare. So on my Maxwell guide, you can see there's a build with tornado. You can use that in large scale. You just have to be careful with it. It can easily mess up clumps, and your raid will hate you if you mess up clumps. It's best used to peel in the back for your allies or for yourself. What stats path you recommend for Staff Wand? Staff Wand, 50 Strength, 60 Perception are like the 2 key stats you really, really want. 50 Strength for the additional heavy attack, but also just for the max health and higher defenses, which is just good for everyone in general. Because you need to have at least like 15k max health or 14k max health if you're like wand staff to avoid like getting one shot by heavy attack that hits you for like 14k damage or like 12k damage or something like that. And then 60 perception because you take a lot of offensive abilities on staff, so you need high hit. Like 680 to 800 before buffs is good. So you're landing like a lot of your CC and DPS abilities if you take any. Are you going melee endurance or evasion? I'm going evasion. It's low key. Oh, low key. Hey, sorry if you answered this already. How do you deal with tagging yourself in PvP, especially in GVG? I find it really annoying that as healer I have to get close enough to the enemies to auto attack once for it. Oh, do you mean like putting yourself into combat? Yes. So if you want to put yourself into combat, there's a couple ways you can do that, Tsunami. You either tag a mob that's nearby. And yes, you can tag an enemy. I believe you can also heal someone that's in combat. So if you heal someone that's already in combat, Tsunami, that should put you in combat as well. He said current melee evasion, range endurance. Yes, thank you, Grell. Will wand crossbow ever become a thing? Wand crossbow is a thing, but it's only a thing in small skill in arenas. Booty trap. What is your opinion on wand dagger for PvE and PvP? My opinion on wand dagger for PvE and PvP is that they're both really good for both content. PvE wand longbow is more desired because of the deadly marker ability, and their ability to support more like newbie or early game sort of healing in dungeons. Wand dagger in PvP is really good. It's just a different role. Wand dagger has the best backdoor or stealth AoE sleeps. So they can create huge plays for the raid. They also have good high burst healing because of the Aquarius dagger that also increases their healing as well. Not by a lot anymore, but it's still by a noticeable amount. But yeah, and they have really good survivability. So wand dagger is a fun high APM sort of play style. Bow dagger or greatsword dagger. If you want to choose between the two, it depends. If you want to be a ranged player, obviously bow dagger. If you like melee, greatsword dagger. Greatsword dagger. If you like small scale in arenas, do greatsword dagger. They dominate in small scale in arenas. If you love large scale PvP and like killing like 10 people with one skill, do bow dagger. What builds are you using in PvP right now, like GVG and Arena? Do I need to change much between those with only 3 skills preloads? It seems weird. Yeah, if I run arenas, I'm going to have to, like, unfortunately, I'm going to have to, like, tweak my full support build or any of these builds to go to my Arena build. They should be giving us more skill pages, but we don't have that yet. Because on KR, we have, like, there's a way to get more than 3, but we don't have that ability right now on NA. But I agree, we should have more skill pages. It doesn't make sense that they limit us to 3 as a base. Here for the one-stat build. Great job. Yeah, thanks, Nell. Is it better to farm PvP equipments rather than PvE equipments? If you're gonna do any sort of PvP in this game, prioritize the PvP. And because you can use PvP equipment in PvE in T1 PvE perfectly fine. And I hope I answered you both, Jimbo and I am, and I hope you're both still here. I'm like catching up in chat. Better to use 1 trait epic or 3 trait blue bis. It's better to use 3 trait blue bis. Unique. Hi, can you show build for farming shadow crypt, please? I use the AoE solo farm build, Deja Vu max, which is also my max roll if I were to farm crypt, and that was also what I was using in the video when I was solo farming crypt. I use a mix of armors to reach the certain stat breakpoints that you need to reach epouvantail. The type of gear, the type of armor you wear does not matter in this game. It's not like other traditional MMOs. It's you're mixing gear to reach the proper stat breakpoints, and that's how gearing in this game works. So like wearing heavy, wearing light, wearing leather doesn't matter as much as reaching stat breakpoints. Defenses matter to an extent. They matter more if you're running endurance. They matter to an extent if you're running evasions. I'm sorry if this has been asked a million times, but how viable is it to run a 3rd weapon dagger on a staff wand support for staff dagger? Very viable. If you're playing staff wand because they run evasion, you can definitely run dagger as your swap. Since you're a wand longbow main, which is your favorite build and why? From when do you have a max roll? Yeah, I actually main both wand staff wand longbow. On KR I had both builds and I played them for a majority of the game. So those are like the 2 that I'm most knowledged in and most experienced in. So my confidence is high in both those builds. When it comes to wand dagger, wand SNS, I only played them in like all forms of PvP and PvE, just to get to know what they do, and also just to conduct tests. But I have friends in the Discords who actually main those, and you can definitely ask them questions as well. But when it comes to my Juan Lombo builds, I like playing my full support in PvP. And I like playing melee evasion, range endurance, because I like doing arenas in small scale, although I haven't had much time to do arenas on NA. But yeah, I normally run melee evasion, range endurance. I'm doing good, Phil. I hope you're doing good as well. I think I already answered that as well. I'm catching up pretty well. I'm like almost at the more recent messages in the chat. I'm glad you're enjoying that build. What cloak are you using and where do you get it? The cloak that I'm using right now is a hit cloak that I got from Shadow Crypt, but I will be swapping this to the melee evasion cloak that I get from the meat trends. Once I do my dailies and stuff, I'm gonna go farm meat trends afterwards. Can you explain how world boss drops work? I have yet to do that. Yeah, so this is how world boss drops work, Razkaz. So healing, damage, and yeah, healing and damage are the main things that impact your party's ability to get world drop boss loot. So the way it works, you can picture it this way. Imagine that the world boss has a meter, right? Every single party, right, is competing on that meter to get to the highest point to qualify the most for world drops for boss loot. So it's not just the individual person's healing and DPS output that matter to qualify for boss loot or to increase your chances of getting boss loot. It's the whole party, because your party's contribution is what determines, like every person in your party, the contribution that you put towards killing a boss is grouped together to increase your chances of getting boss loot. So that's how that works. So everyone in your party, your healing, your DPS, obviously DPS equates to more contributions because you can DPS more than you can heal. That all contributes to you getting boss loot. So it's the party, it's not the individual. Just keep that in mind. Yeah, so I think I answered your question there, Razkaz. Why is your gear recommendation for Juan Bo PvP for Master Quest Log is different? Which one is the recommended one for global? Why is your gear recommendation for Juan Bo for PvP? It's not different, Alum. It's just what I'm able to get. Like if my gear is different from my max roll at all, it's because I just haven't gotten what I have in my max roll yet. Because I'm not swiping in this game to like get everything immediately, Alum. I'm just playing. And I also haven't played in like 3 days because I was on holiday. So I haven't made any changes to my current gear, but if things are different, it's just because I don't have what's in my max roll yet. But I will eventually. So yeah, I'm using what's in my max roll. I'm not using anything like different. Alum. Alright, I have to figure out how to block that. That's indeed my problem. Oh yeah. Thanks for your video on Chris Bullshit, man. I'm still trying to using it now. I can't hit 20k like you yet. I'm still only on 10k, but I'm trying to figure out how to increase my soldier. Yeah, no worries, no worries. So it's been possible to find a tank. Was thinking of going SNS1 so I can do both. Yeah, you can definitely do that, Jirai. If you learn how to do both, it's definitely going to be very beneficial for you. Yeah, no worries, One. I have to go to sleep now. Thanks a lot for all you're doing. See you. Yeah, see you, Grell. Thanks for stopping by. Does Juan Dagger Healer get gate kept? No, I don't think Juan Dagger Healer did get gate kept on KR sometimes, but on NA, I don't think they're gonna get gate kept because people know how to actually gear a Juan Dagger player and how to play them. There's a lot more guides, right, to help you out to be like an effective Juan Dagger. So Juan Dagger Healer should not get gate kept because there should be good examples of Juan Dagger Healer and experiences with Juan Dagger Healer in NA compared to like the start of KR where people are just like, get this Juan Dagger person out of my party. But now it should be better because people know how to actually heal on Juan Dagger in dungeons because there's like guides or people who just like are giving good tips about it. So there's gonna be less bad players who make a bad impression of Juan Dagger Healer, if you know what I mean. I'm hearing something. Oh, whoops. That was Siri. It's talking to me. Eli, I have bad luck both my hero armor resistance rolled. Eli, I had bad luck. Both of my heroic armor roll range endurance. What I do, I only have 20 traits on, so I can. Yeah, hold on to them. Don't worry, just hold on to them and re-roll them as you can. I would wear it as base. All evasion armor can be worn at base because the base stat of that evasion armor, the base stats of the evasion armor are really, really good. Sorry, the base stats are really, really good to be worn without traits. So I'd wear the melee evasion gear because it's going to get you to a good point in melee evasion to where it can be effective once you start adding them together. So that purple armor specifically, just put that on. It's fine. I know it depends on condition, but from your opinion, what is the more superior for wand bow? Melee evasion ranger. I wouldn't say like one's overall superior than the other. Because a full traded endurance build, this is the thing also with endurance. Endurance builds are most effective when you have all the traits, right? So that's the thing about endurance build. So once you have all the traits of endurance build, they are more tankier than an evasion build because endurance is always applied, especially when glancing is applied to reduce damage, and also synergizes well with your damage mitigation passives and abilities. So endurance builds tend to feel more tankier in large scale and even small scale arenas. The problem with it though is that you're taking all the CC because you're not evading anything. So that's where the annoyance comes in. So if you can't do anything, yes, you're surviving, but then like people around you are dying because you're just CC'd. But it's a really good way to live Lord. Like you just live Lord so well and it's so hard to kill you. But the evasion build helps you evade the CC that really stops you the most, which is the stuns from Greatsword and SNS. So yeah, that's like the things I consider, and I also like arenas and small scale, so I run the evasion build with the range endurance. Hey Bulky, thanks for subscribing, appreciate that. But yeah, so that's my opinion on the two. Can I see your chest again? Syntax says. Yes, you can see my chest again. This is what I have on the chest right now. I am on the turn. Wait, I left for a while. So yeah. As a wand bow healer is done for me to focus on melee endurance. No, it's not. The thing about endurance though is just you need to have the traits to reach the proper endurance breakpoints, Justin. Those breakpoints right now at T1, you want to have around like 1200 melee endurance and 1k range endurance. Those are generally the breakpoints that you want to reach. So like 1k 860 endurance what you have at base, and then with your buff you can easily hit the 1200 over 1200 range melee endurance and then over 1k range endurance with your bow passive, which is Disorder Sanctuary. So you synergize with that really well. Are you from EU or USA? Hannibal, I am from neither. I'm Canadian. I had bad luck. Both of my heroic armor resistance rolled. Oh, I already answered that. Syntax, let me know if you're here, Syntax, when I answered that heroic armor question. Hello, can you please tell me what to put in terms of skill points on and what skills to level up? I play Staff 1 on level 21. Yeah, reach 50 first. That is your most important thing to do. You can just level up your fireball or your fire bombs ability and your chain lightning ability, as well as your arc lightning ability or judgment lightning ability. Those are the only three the DPS abilities you need to spam while leveling, and you're perfectly fine if you can focus on your PvP or PvE skill builds, depending on which one you want to run. And that's for Retsu from YouTube. Excuse me. I'm not sure what to do now. Do I just merge the new range endurance and use it, or wait till I get 100 stones? Yeah, when it comes to the armor Syntax, just use the armor until you can start rolling with the stones. Oh, but I see, like you're talking about the purple armor. So I wouldn't prioritize what do you call it? So like you use a 100. If you don't have boss gear or anything like that, you can roll the chest. That's fine, especially if you're not like swiping for traits. If you do have boss gear, save it for the boss weapon. If not, yeah, just wait until you get 100 and just re-roll against Syntax. But you can wear the chest at base because it has good melee evasion and max health that will benefit you even without good traits. Are you using keyboards for your group in PvP, or is clicking the names a way to heal? I use keyboard for my group, Tim. I was doing a pure support healer at staff wand. Should I just switch to wand greatsword now? Oh, you don't want to play wand bow. Okay, so that's a good point to make there, Darth. If you do not like wand bow, then don't play wand bow. If you like the gameplay of wand greatsword, which is an off-meta build that's like sort of rising in popularity on KR before I left and I came to play global, play wand greatsword. It's a really good build. It's more effective. Like, think about wand greatsword, get your max health up and get some of your defense traits there to where they need to be, because in order to do the most important part of wand greatsword, which is the blood devotion sort of thing capability that you have in your kit, you need high max health. So you usually just do blessed barrier, put a fountain over you, blood devotion, and you can absorb all the damage, majority of damage from everyone in your party for quite a while, like I think 9-10 seconds with buff duration. It's insane for helping by providing survivability for your party. And then you can also do AoE, stuns and CCs. If you get like a really good, if you get Tevin Greatsword, you also do a lot of damage. So Wand Greatsword is really fun. Just some things you need to, some gear requirements you need to meet ahead of time, right? I'm doing good, Robust. Hey, Robust. How's it going? How's it going? What server are you playing any? By the way, Robust, or are you playing a different region? What bow masteries do you prioritize? I prioritize oh sorry, so yeah, so if you're just starting out, do the middle row for wand first, go up to 6, and then you start doing on your top, you're working on your top row. For longbow, do the middle part, right, up to 6, and then start working on your top row. That's just for early game specifically. Did you get your weapons from the co-op bosses? The weapons I have right now, yeah, I got the bow from co-op bosses, and I got my wand from my guild. My guild gave me that for free. Can you use a health crit head from Death's Abyss with melee evasion trait instead? The Death's Abyss helmet? I wouldn't. I'd use the melee evasion one, especially mid-game, because you need as much melee evasion, at least to hit 1400, 1500 melee evasion mid-game for it to be effective, before you start swapping things out for other stuff. And that was to Remordio. Oh, sorry, that was to Nick. So hopefully you saw that, Nick. Do you have PV stat points? Yes, for PvE Rusty, everything into Dex and Wisdom, and then you start putting the rest into Strength once you reach the 20 points into Dex and Wiz. Unless you're staff wand, right? Then you do wand. No. Syntax for. Are you talking about? I guess you're talking about which weapon to have out. If you're running the support build, have the staff out. If you're running the DPS hybrid build for staff wand, have the wand out. Are you still in Chernobog server? No, I'm not, Isabella. I'm swapping to Amos. I'm waiting for the ability to swap servers. My guild's there, and they swapped there when I was on holiday, so I sort of missed the opportunity to swap. So I'm trying to get there, but Amos is always full, so that's like the problem, unfortunately. Damn. But yeah, they're always full, so I'm gonna get there eventually. I'm just gonna keep trying. Is this game fun, chat? Yeah, I like the game, Lone. I think it's really fun. I've been playing since the close test on Care, so I've been playing for quite a while. And I haven't lost interest yet. I think it's pretty fun. Eli, what do you think about the glided internal bracelet option? The glided internal bracelet? What bracelet is that? The glided internal wristlet bracelet option. Are you still here, Syntax? What bracelet is that? No, it's not a gilded. I thought you misspelled. Wait, I heard a bit going on. Does wand staff hold out staff main? Hey, Injured. No, wand staff. You hold out staff if you're playing the support build. Hold out wand if you're playing the hybrid build. Hey, Roughbin. Oh, the Malachar one. Which one is that one that you're talking about? Oh, the Gilded Infernal Wristlet. I wouldn't run this. This bracelet's not gonna help you much. It's not that good. If you get it, you can level it up to like 6 for hit if you're lacking hit before you get your end game stuff. So like it's like one of those pieces you can run. I mean, but if that requires you to take out the Beast bracelet and you lose a stat bonus, like 50 stat bonus or 60 stat bonus, I wouldn't run that. So it depends. Like, what are you sacrificing in order to run that bracelet? But it's always going to be a temporary bracelet. That will never be a end game build bracelet. Would you have advice on Greatsword Dagger or Crossbow Dagger for PvP more oriented arena mid scale? I think Greatsword Dagger dominates arenas in small scale. Damare. Can I see right now some PvP like arena or open world? Yeah. Well, I'm doing my dailies and I'm just catching up with chat. Moscardone. But if you go to my clips on my channel, I do have some public clips of PvP. If you want to watch some of those on Juan Lambo. Oh, I can maybe link him in the chat. Hold on. Video producer? Yeah, it should be this one. And I think I also have some clips of me doing dungeons as well, early game dungeons that I'm gonna post on YouTube afterwards. I have one clip where I did a dungeon without a tank with early game gear. And then another clip of just healing a dungeon early game. So I have some clips like that as well. For PvP, I think this is one. Is this one? This is one. Is this one? Hold on. I'm gonna link two. Wait, I don't know how to. I have these. Duh. Oh, is that what just happened? Reply. So I have. Oh, whoops. Okay, well, that did not work how I wanted it to work. So I have this one. Oh, that's a Discord. Okay, well, that's not what I wanted to link. Hold on. Why is it closing after I try to share a link? What? That doesn't make any sense. It's not even copying the link. Okay. Yeah, it's not even copying the link. Wait, this is annoying. Hold on. Share. Copy to clipboard. Okay, I just can't read, apparently. Okay, here. So here's one. And here's one. I'm gonna post this to YouTube as well. So here's one. And here is one as well. Okay, let me go back to do you recommend melee evasion range endurance? Yes, if you're doing small scale, I definitely do. Rigs. PvP trinket, the stun blink out with dagger. Oh wait. Yeah, PvP trinket is very helpful to get out of stuns. I'm sure you answered, but the most popular video on YouTube right now is the one by Grobs on healing and gear skill set. Is the difference major to the one linked on the Maxwell? Thanks. I haven't seen that video, Grobs. I haven't seen Grob's healer video or the gear he's recommending. Stevie. What's the best tank and how should I build it? Yeah, so one of the stronger tanks is Wand SNS. It's just a Live Lord, and then Greatsword SNS are the other really strong tank. They're both really strong. They both do different things. Greatsword SNS more of like a bruiser, so does a lot of damage, gets a lot of kills. Wand SNS is more of a Live Lord, creates clumps, CCs as well. But it's like more the Live Lord aspect of it that's unique. Hey Vama. Oh, I got my weapons leveled just from doing resistance contracts. I just use the tiers from resistance contracts to level my weapons. You also get some, I believe, from farming open world dungeon mobs. But yeah. Marks are getting nerfed too, right? I don't remember but deadly markers getting more nerf, Roughbane. Possibly. I might have missed that. For someone so confused to pick endurance or melee evasion, what would you say to make them more confident to pick one? Or maybe what is better in the long term? Oh, that's a good point. Both melee evasion and range endurance builds good for long term. T2 gear and T2 Talendeer gear, both versions of T2 gear, have options to make them viable and really good and stronger. Same thing for endurance builds. Both T2 Talendeer and pre-T2 Talendeer have options to make them viable and stronger. Even triple endurance is a lot more viable and stronger in T2 gear as well with the 4-piece Holy Ghost set. So I know it doesn't help make a choice, but it's just the truth that they both become really strong, become stronger with T2 gear. Yeah, so it really just comes to the play, like the content that you're enjoying the most. Yeah, if you want to see my healing configuration at Buvantil, you can check out my max roll if you're talking about like the skill builds. If you want my HUD, it's in the Healer Discord in the announcements. It should be pinned. You can download my HUD there if you want it. And the specializations are also on my max roll as well at Buvantil. Depending on the build that you want to look at, they're all there. Yeah. Also for Stolik Podakowi as well. Let me know if you can see it. If you can't, I can try to pull it up as well. Hey mate, would you have advice, Grace or Dagger Expo? Oh, I think I already answered that. Let me know if I answered that, Damar. If you were here when I answered it. Hey person. Time equals cash as a fader rule until you can actually complete as a if you have best time. Yes, exactly, Roughbane. I want to ask about trait transferring. Can we not just build cheap traits on blues and then transfer to purple for blessings? You can do that as well, Riggs. That's definitely something you can do. In T1, you can switch to whatever. Yes. Hello, I found your streaming of videos. Thanks, Ross. Can you show the build you're currently using for co-op dungeons? Yes, I'm currently using this for co-op dungeons when I run with friends, which is just more of the offensive abilities. If I run with pugs, I'll put in healing touch. If we're running like dungeons that have like stuns that people easily get stuck in, I'll run purify. And that's also that's the early game PvE dungeon build, which I have on my PvE build for max roll. Is melee endurance and range endurance bad to arenas and PvP? They're not necessarily bad. Like it'll help with living, but it's just that it doesn't help with how you can get hyper focus in small scale in arenas, Isabella. So then it makes it so you can't kill, right? When you're like you're an easy target because it's 3v3, especially in arenas. So as an easy target, if you can easily get locked down in terms of just like being CC'd constantly, not being able to heal, that's more so the issue, which is what greatswords will do. So that's why melee evasion becomes a lot stronger in arenas and small scale, because they miss a lot more and they miss their CC, they miss their burst damage, allowing you to still do things when they miss their CC, or just live the burst damage, especially like early game. So yeah, those are like the benefits or the differences. Can you maybe explain to me what the immune CC skill trait does for staff skill inner piece? Sounds obvious when I'm not. Yeah. So Roughbane, the immune ability for the staff, what it actually does, it changed a while ago, but I didn't have to do that. So what immune to CC does, it gives you one stack. It's only one stack now. It used to be like 3 or something like that, but it's only one stack to immune a stun, petrification, bind, silence, or sleep. Once you immune that, you no longer have immunity, so you should be cautious. What I like to do is, as soon as someone tries to CC me and I immune the first CC, I do a roll block immediately and try to get to safety, because they're going to probably follow up with another CC to try to get the guaranteed CC off of you afterwards. So that's what that does. It doesn't immune the entire duration of it. That would be way too OP if it did. It just immunes the first CC. One streamer said to me that at late game healers are not so necessary for PvP. Is that true? Razil. It in late game PvE and dungeons, I'm assuming they might also mean that if you run like a wand SNS can fill the role of a healer and a tank, so you don't need like a dedicated healer. So you can do that. In T1 dungeons late game, yes, if everyone's fully traded in T1 dungeons late game in terms of DPS, and you know the mechanics, if you don't get caught by any of the mechanics, you also don't necessarily need a healer for T1 dungeons late games. When everyone's like fully geared or over geared. But that's not going to be the case really, because they're releasing 2 T2 dungeons next month. So by the time it's next month, we're going to have the harder dungeons, which you absolutely need healers for. So it's not going to be similar to KR. You're always going to need a healer for the dungeons, the higher level dungeons. I wish TL had 6v6 arenas. Yeah, they will soon, Patrick. The idea was for them to add in 6v6 arenas and a battleground sort of form of content, which they've spoken about constantly or quite often. So they're adding those in soon. I think the battlegrounds is coming first. It should be this year. Hello, man. I have a question to streamer. Can ask me if you want to change spec 100% with armor, etc. It's better to grind as long as you get it or create a new character. If you want to change spec, if you want to change it to like melee evasion, creating a new character might be helpful just to get those like the main story quest pieces, and the lithograph stuff. You can also just grind for it, but yeah, I would say just make a new character if you want to swap to melee evasion. It'll be easier than grinding for every single piece that you didn't get from the master story quest. Main story quest. I thought with dagger you're kind of forced into range magic evasion because of the perk. Yeah, so the range magic evasion builds for one dagger is definitely really strong. Something you can run. You don't have to run double range magic evasion. You can run melee evasion, range evasion, or melee evasion, magic evasion. Or sorry, melee evasion, range evasion is the only one that really works right now in T1. But you can run the double range magic. And it synergizes well with your passive. CD reduction buff for party or staff. On staff, not recommended. No, you should run the victorious energy for your survivability. Being alive is more important than being dead. Zykin. So the victorious energy buff, which contributes a lot to your survivability, is more important. Oh, I thought there was riftstones today. We're like, no, I'm missing it. Sorry. Let's see if I can get into Amos. Please, please, please. Yeah, no worries, Tsunami. Damn. How come one staff goes for range evasion instead of endurance? Yeah, one staff just goes for range evasion because it synergizes well with Victoria's energy buff. Or Billion, but you can also run the range, like you can run the same exact build that you run on Juan Lombo, the melee evasion range endurance build on one staff. You can do that as well. On some servers, it might feel a little better because depending on how the crossbows are building on your server, if they're building high hit, then the endurance would probably be a bit more beneficial. If they're not, then the evasion with your Victorious energy buff will feel good. Should feel good. Now let's do Warbellion. Can you show your weapon mastery? Yeah, sure. This is what I have for my weapon mastery right now. Zippy. So just that. The middle rolls first to give more benefits. Immediately. Oh man, I have a question. Oh, I think I already answered that, right, Nico? Yeah, I did. Let me know if you're here when I answer that, Nico. Hey there, I've been playing for a bit and gearing is so confusing early on. I'm not even level 50, and I don't know if I'm messing up with my greens. Any recommendation for small skill? Yeah, if you're playing small skill, run the melee evasion builds. If you're not even level 50, don't even worry about it. Tezzies, you're good. Just make sure you're running make sure you're running the melee evasion build if you're going to focus on small scale. Make sure you take the proper gear from the MSQ that has melee evasion on it. Take anything from the MSQ rewards that has melee evasion on it, and you won't have to worry about messing up. Can you drop a link to what your end game build will be? Yeah, Cyrus, I can definitely do that. So my end game gear or end game builds I have on my my max roll. So for one staff and one lombo. Oops. Here you go. So those are, you can find my builds there for endgame. Excuse me. Eli, so don't upgrade the endurance. Though with the other one, I guess get to 100 stones and reroll trait. Yeah, just reroll. You don't need you can use if you got syntax, if you got range endurance on one of them, use a range endurance, because the range endurance, if you're a wand longbow, is a trait you need. So put range endurance on one on the piece. You can use that. Eli, is there a way to counter silence as wand bow? The way to counter silence as wand bow is to block. Other than that, using the eventually when we get the precious purification stone, when we can start getting those, you know, you have to get the abyssal aggregates, which you get from open world dungeons. Once you can make this is like one of your main ways to counter the silence. Debuff duration also counters silence as well. Can you explain all the ways to increase the damage of the curse explosion combo? Yeah, sure, G. So you can increase the damage of the curse explosion combo by it being nighttime. You get the increased damage from divine and devotion of emptiness. Well, everything that's in the combo for the curse explosion combo increases the damage. So whatever you see in my video or on my max roll, my PvE guide for the curse explosion combo, follow that. All that increases the damage. In terms of things that are not like specifically mentioned in the video, would be 2-piece Mother Nature's increases the damage. Also, if you're doing a 1v1 and you're trying to do PvP, right? 1v1 Unlucky Clock increases the damage by a lot. 5 seconds of all curses is also added to the multiplicator for the curse explosion damage. What else? 2-piece Reapers increases the damage of curse explosion because crit damage actually increases the damage of dots when they crit. So even though they don't do max damage, it will still add the crit damage bonus to the dot damage, which also increases the curse explosion damage. What else? I can't really think of anything right now. But everything else is like a part of the combo. So like those are all things that increase your curse explosion damage. Having 3 stacks full of corruption also increases your curse explosion damage. Oh no, it doesn't. It doesn't. I'm thinking of it. This one doesn't. Ignore that. But yeah, everything else that's a part of the curse explosion combo, or things I just mentioned, will increase the damage of curse explosion. Anything else that I'm missing? If you have burns, if you're a wand staff player, your burns will also increase the damage of curse explosion. So any sort of increase or amplifier to burn damage will increase the damage of curse explosion. And yeah, those are like some of the things that that aren't in the video that will specifically increase explosion damage. Jay, I only have a question to. Oh, I already answered that. Nico, let me know if you're still Nico and you heard my answer to your question. Is your wand good with buff duration trait? Yeah, buff duration is helpful. Buff duration increases the duration of any sort of buff in the game. So increases Blessed Barrier, stealth as well, and it's increased with buff duration. Enchanting times increase with buff duration. These ones, Selfless Soul, Saint's Oath, Full of Corruption, all of that's increased by buff duration. The buff you get from blocking with bow, like roll block, is increased with buff duration. Your hots are increased with buff duration, so healing touch, flash wave, nature's blessings increased by buff duration as well. The crit buff from decisive sniping is also increased by buff duration. And forgetting things. Those are the main things I can think of right now that increase the walls increased by buff duration. Like, yeah, anything that's just like a buff is increased by buff duration. Like an actual buff. Is your wand good with? I have the same wand, but I got yeah. Wand buff duration is good. Hey Eli, I just want to say thanks for answering our question. I want to know, in your opinion, in combination with wand to be a healer, what second weapon would you recommend to still be able to deal damage as well as heal? Yeah, if you want to. Sorry. Yeah, if you want to damage and heal, do wand staff, Cray Angel. So yeah, hope you're still here. Do wand staff if you want to damage and heal. Heal, I'm sure if you answered, but the most popular video on YouTube. Oh, yeah, I think you're still here, Stevie, right? I think I answered. Let me know if you're here, Stevie, when I answered your question. I haven't watched Grob's video, so I don't know what he was recommending people to do. But yes, I haven't seen his video. In action combat, is action combat fine for healer because classic feels horrid to me? That's funny. I don't think. Hey there. I don't think action combat feels that good. If I'm being honest with you, unfortunately, when it comes to healer, I've tried it before. I think it's okay in PvE. I mean, it can work if you're just healing your party. If you're only healing your party, either action combat could work. But if you heal outside your party, which a lot of healers do, including myself, it feels really bad. Like, I think that's like the major difference. Other than that, it could work. What should be prioritizing to buy from the guild shop? Buy the conversion stones from the guild shop, Riggs. And the mana potions. Mana potions and conversion stones. Buy those two first. Is Greatsword Wand actually viable? Yep. If you know how to use it, Rob, and you have proper gear for it, it's actually viable. It is not a meme. There's a lot of tests, especially on a lot of tests that were done with it on KRs, and especially on the more competitive servers in competitive wars, and they've done really good things to prove that it's a viable build. So it's growing out of off meta, if that makes sense. Hello, man. I have a question. If you want to change, is it better to grind long or is it? Oh, I think I answered your question already, Nico. Let me know if you're still in, Nico. And if you're here when I answered it. Fireball Barrage or Serial Fire Bombs? I like not even Serial Fire Bombs, Retsu. What's better is, or what can be better, depending on what you're doing. If you want to be like more offensive, right? Run. If you want to be more offensive as a wand staff, run Focus Firebomb. Focus Firebomb is like a broken, overtuned ability. Like without even DPS gear, you can crit people, like actual players, for like 5 to 6k as a wand staff. So you do a lot of damage, which is insane without even having DPS gear. So I'd say that, not even like any of the other options you listed. Fireball Barrage is good for mana drain. So in arenas, Fireball Barrage is really good to really like ruin the other healer or anyone really, because regaining mana when you're getting spammed with Fireball Barrage just feels terrible, because it can take away up to 2,000 of your mana, which is crazy. And the cooldown is like 26 seconds. Oh, thanks for the sub, Riggs. I really appreciate that. What's a good third weapon I'm playing? SNS 1 daggers is looking fun. If you're SNS 1, you want to play a different weapon. If you built evasion on SNS 1, you can play daggers or staff as your third. If you played endurance, you could play longbow. And that would be an easy swap. Actually love my character more than Eli. I need to touch grass. That's funny. Yeah, I didn't whale on NA capped, at least not yet. So I got I guess the only thing I whaled for was buying the early access pack. But yeah, I got lucky and I got a belt of bloodlust from my weekly rewards, and I sold it for 20k Lucent, because there are actual whales on the random servers we've been swapping to, and they spend a lot on this belt, because this belt only drops from a boss that's not even out yet. And it's a really good belt. It's like the best belt that a lot of people can have. So people are like wailing on it. So if you get it, you're really lucky. You make a lot of Lucent. Then I just sold a bunch of other things worth Lucent. I was following your staff wand guide. I do find wand longbow interesting too. What's the core difference in those, or what is better to so to say? Yeah, if you're following the staff wand guide, if you go to the announcements in the healer Discord, I did list the benefits of every single healer build. So all the 4 meta builds and all the 2 off meta builds. So this gives a really good picture on what each of them do, and where each of them excel. So definitely recommend reading over that, Corey. But I think the key differences between Wand Lombo and Wand Staff is Wand Staff is really good if you want to play more of like a hybrid offensive sort of playstyle as a healer. Wand Staff is your best way to do that. Wand Lombo is the best thing to play if you want to play more of a pure healer, but like the best healing throughput, the best quantity of heals. So it relates more to a traditional sort of cleric or priest that you see in other games. You play Wand Lombo if that's like more of your interest, but you don't have a good offensive abilities really, so you don't really take any really at all if you play the full healer build. But there are options to play like more like CC sort of offensive heavy, so you'll take Sleep Spread as Wand Lombo. You can do that. Tornado, so you can do like those there's those options for you, but Wand Staff is a better option in terms of like DPS offensive. So people who like to kill and heal, you just have less healing in your kit is a problem. Which question, Nico? Let me know if you're still here, Nico. I think I answered your question, but just let me know if you're here when I answered it. Do you guys stay in Amos or are you guys going to change? I think we're going to stay on Amos, Isabella, from what I understand. I don't think we're going to be swapping again. So I think we're going to actually stay on Amos. It's pretty cool. When should I switch to purple weapon and gear? Do I need to trade my blues first? Switch to purple weapon. So if the purple gear that you get is something that you can farm from open world dungeons, swap to it because you'll get a lot of drops to easily trade it up. If the purple gear is something that gives you melee evasion or good stats like melee evasion, swap to it because leveling that up to 9 would allow you to reach the melee evasion stat breakpoint that you really need to meet. So swap to those pieces as well. Oh, if the trade is worth 1,400 loose in syntax, definitely sell it. Hope you're still here. Sorry, just catching up. I just caught up with your message, but yeah, definitely sell it if it's also 1,400. I'm 50 now. My CP is 2015. Doing mostly PV. I'm running Bowan. Currently, I won 20 points in Dex and 20 into Wisdom, and then I put the rest to Strength. Is that correct? Yes, for PVE. That is correct. Could you hover over your items really quick? I'd love to see. I can peruse and watch back. So quick is enough. Thank you so much. Yeah, I could do that, Dinah. So I have like these. Like my stuff isn't really traded because I haven't been able to play too much. But I trade as much as I can. And this is what I've been PvPing with as well. So I put some PvP clips in the chat, and you can see how I am healing, surviving with this type of gear. Yeah. Oh, and I'll open up my P menu. I have 1,500 melee evasion right now and 800 range endurance right now as well. Oh, hey Kim. Oh, that's cool. Your daughter has the same name as me. Mine's pronounced Eli though. I'm assuming your daughter's pronounced Ellie. I think it's a popular way to spell Ellie in EU is by spelling it ELI. I found that out a while ago. Interesting. How you built your mastery for Bow Wand? Yeah, for the masteries, for starting off, just go into the middle row 6 first for both of them. Gives you the most benefits that you need right away. Is it better to go melee evasion and range endurance till end game? Yeah, I'm gonna run melee evasion and range endurance for the entire time I'm playing the NA Hasper, because I like small scale in arenas a lot. How much hit am I looking to get right now? So if you are playing more of an offensive build syntax, a hit that you want before buffs, if you're Wand Staff, is 680 to 800. With Wand Staff buff, that will bring you to 1,000 or close to 1,000, so you can get a lot of your CC and offensive abilities off within like the 18 seconds to 20 seconds that buff is that buff lasts with buff duration. So that's something to keep in mind. If you're Wand Lombo, try to reach like within the 700s of your hit. So I have a hit variant build as well on max row for endurance. When should I swap to purple weapons and gear? Do I need to trade my blues first? Yeah, Winter, you can swap to purple gear if the purple gear that you're swapping to is something you can farm from open world. Swap to that, you can trade it up easily. Or if it's something that has like melee evasion on it, so you can reach your melee evasion breakpoint and just enhance it. Yeah, no worries, Hentacle. Hello sir, can you show the specialization skills, either active skills or passive skills for a healer when grinding solo and open world things? Yeah. Hey Jossie. Yeah, if you go to my max wheel, you can see it in a lot more detail. So I definitely recommend doing that. Just go to this link. Um, go to this link. And then once you're there, just filter it for my one Lombo and one staff builds. And when grinding solo, yeah, the solo build that I use for open world dungeons or anything grinding solo is this one. It's also on the max roll, the solo AOE DPS build. It's also the one that I used in the video when I was showing the solo AOE DPS capabilities of a wand in Shadow Crypt. Is it true that healers are not necessarily for PvE endgame? Heard that as a streamer. Yeah, that's true to an extent, Rosal. Wand and SNS can do healing and tanking in a dungeon, especially late game. But it's going to be different because we're getting T2 dungeons next month. So by the time people can actually solo or do dungeons without a healer in T1 dungeons, the T2 dungeons are out, and you absolutely need healers for T2 dungeons no matter what. I could link the quest log build perhaps if you wouldn't mind checking it. Thanks. Yeah, you can link this the quest log build, Stevie. Feel free. I can pull it up. Thanks for the sub, Lemoyne. I really appreciate that. Thank you. What do you think of bow staff range and magic endurance build? Bow staff magic endurance can work. I know a couple of bow staff who run range magic endurance, so that can work. You can do that, Splurge. You're just more vulnerable to melee, which sucks because you're just gonna fall over. You can run a melee evasion range endurance build on bow staff as well, which is similar to the one that I have for wand staff. You can do that if you don't want to be an easy target to greatswords, which you normally are. Oh, thanks, Loki. I did forget that you're Lemoyne. Why is your Twitch Lemoyne and not Loki? What masteries are you using for wand staff or wand bow? Yep, for wand bow, go middle first to 6, and you go longbow middle first, and then you do the top row. Do the top row for bow up to perception, and then you do movement speed 1. Hey, thanks, Loki. Loki gifted 5 subs to some folks. What a good guy. Loki is one of the best greatsword SNS players in the game. I play with him on KR since like the launch. He's really knowledge and good with greatsword SNS. Oh, hey, Ralok. I can check my DMs. We made yeah, we did made a build. It's the one on my max roll, like the first one. Oh, you said that earlier today. You need this. Also, you're here. Let's go. Oh, doesn't. I'm trying to. Wasn't crazy. Wait, yeah, it does. Oh, I took it out. Why did I take it out? I don't remember why I took it out. Yeah, I think I took it out for some reason. I don't remember why I did that. But there was one. You do replace Purifying Touch with Tornado, and then you remove one of the range increases, and then you can do Tornado with the first build. It was like that before. I forgot why I took it out. Oh, I think I remember why. Yeah, I think I remember why I did that. Because if you wanted to fit Sleep and Tornado in the same build, you would have to remove the range from Swift Healing, and I didn't really want to do that. So that's why I just took Purifying Touch instead and put cooldown on it. I remember that. Oh, I don't need not that. I don't need the one with melee evasion, Rylock. Thanks for checking though. Anything with endurance though, and the mana regen, I do need those, please. If it drops in guild. But not melee evasion. You can sell that. Litho it and sell it. I think it sells for a lot if you litho it right now. Do you ever try to make builds around stun resistance? No. If you're gonna make a build around the resistance, Alma or Amala. I'm assuming that's how you pronounce it. If you're gonna make a build around resistance, Alama. Alamala. I'm assuming the X's mean A's. If you're gonna, I'm gonna say Alex. Alex. If you're gonna make build around resistance, Alex, do collision. That's gonna benefit you more than some resistance. Collision resistance helps against knockdowns, prones, pulls, and knockups and knockbacks. And those are the major things that great swords have, that SNS have, and that bows cast that can really mess you up as well. Collision resistance would give you more value than a stun resistance build. No worries, Epouvantail. You get the melee endurance, range endurance build actually has a collision resistance variant, by the way. If you take collision resistance traits in the bracers and the belt in T1, so the Toucan's belt, I forgot what it's called now, but the melee endurance belt and the beast bracers, if you take collision resistance there, and then you take the collision resistance cape, that also gives you extra melee defense. You can get a really good collision resistance build with that. You take the collision resistance food on top of that, and then you also take Great Song, which gives you extra collision resistance as well. All of that together will make you reach about 700 collision resistance, or over 700 collision resistance, which is very effective. And you would start resisting a lot of the knockdowns, pulls, knockups, knockbacks, all that stuff. Does every curse do more damage? Like on spells, it says it curses them, but is it different curse than as the base one? Yes, every skill does different curse damage, Project. If I understand that correctly. Catching up. Thanks, sir. You got this. Thanks, Jossie. Is there any way to save flag the PvP? Is this an issue in sieges? I have a problem staying flagged in more bosses. Yeah. The best way to stay flagged in PvP, obviously hitting people, hitting a mob or hitting a boss, flags you. But also healing someone that's in PvP, like someone that's already in PvP and they're not like in non-PvP anymore, should flag you as well, if I remember that correctly. I'm usually always flagged, so I'm pretty sure that still works. I don't think that changed. Eli, do we counter silence as wand bow? The only way you can counter silence as wand longbow is by blocking or debuff duration, and using the cleanse stone, which most people don't have yet. But that's like probably the better ways to counter silence as wand longbow. The actual real counter to that, the healer that has real counter to silence is wand staff, obviously, because they can reduce silence by 2 seconds, making it 2 seconds. Debuff duration stacked on top of that, you can bring silence down to like 1.4 seconds, 1.4, 1.5. Yeah, people will definitely need healers always. It's slow, don't worry. Endurance or evasion on armors, depends what you're doing. TBE, if you're running small scale arenas a lot, do evasions. If you're not, you can run endurance. Endurance is a lot more effective when you have full traits of endurance, with high defenses and high max health. So it may take a little bit until you feel super effective with it, but it's still really good, in large scale especially. How's Wand Dagger? Wand Dagger is really good. It's a different kind of playstyle. Can we take out flash duration if to feel range? Probably fine, right? You can take out the flash wave duration tripod. That also is increased by your buff duration is a problem, so that's extra 5 seconds on flash wave, Rylock. So you're removing 5 seconds on flash wave, which can heal for like 2k a tick. So that's my only hesitancy with doing that. It's a lot of healing you're removing. But yeah, if you have to, you can. So you're removing like about 10k more healing. How's Wand Dagger? Wand Dagger is really good. Wand Dagger plays a specific role as well. They excel at doing like good backdoor or flank AoE sleeps. They also have really strong burst healing because of their Laquarius Dagger. It's not as strong as it used to be, but it's still like a nice cute amount of like extra healing when they burst heal. They crit heal a lot too, similar to Wand Longbow, because they both, Wand Longbow and Wand Daggers, both have crit chance increase passive that increases crit healing chance. And they also have really amazing escape, so they have really good I won't call it live lord capabilities, but they have really good survivability capabilities because they have like multiple stealths that they can proc. They have really like they have a skill that forces people any sort of ranged projectile to miss on them, and then they can also reset their stealth with that same skill, smoke screen, and proccing misses with it. You also have good high evasions as well. um, yeah, sorry, maybe I was a little fast showing stuff. Let me know you want to see rain. But I don't know what I was showing. What are they showing? This? Yeah, so weapon mastery, I did the middle row. I think you might be talking about the mastery when I showed it, right? I was a little fast. But the middle mastery, you do up to 6, and then you do the top row. Up to perception, stop here, and you just do 1 in movement speed. For wand, you do up to 6 middle, starting, and you just do the whole top row. One thing to remember about masteries: the masteries will always apply to the weapon they belong to, regardless if in the back of your is in your second, regardless if your offhand or your main hand. So because of that, you always keep out the weapon that gives you the best defensive masteries out. Or sorry, you always prioritize keeping the weapon out that gives you the best defensive masteries. And in this case, it's Lombo. It has the better defensive masteries than Wand. So you want to keep the Lombo out for your survivability. And the wand masteries will always apply to all your wand abilities, so you don't have to worry about it not applying. Or you're on one staff syntax and sell it, or you can litho the armor and sell the armor. You don't need. Well, you can keep it. You can do melee evasion range endurance build on that if you want syntax. Follow the wand Lombo melee evasion range endurance build. I want to know, how do I know what to sell? What you can do, exclamation point, how to make loosened rigs, and that guide has like some pretty good tips on pretty much how do you know what to sell. There's a lot of things you can sell for loosened. The best tip to understand what to sell is just go to the auction house and just look what things are already selling for. Scroll over the item and see what they have sold for recently. If you open it up, you can see what multiple things have sold for recently in case different prices sold, and that's how you can tell what sells. And what you should sell. I guess the only other thing you can take out is Nature's Blessing cooldown reduction trait. I have to drop for some hurricane prep. I'll DM you. Oh yeah, no worries, Marlock. Also stay safe as well. But I'll look at my DMs. Sorry. Uh, I want to know, how do I know what to... Oh, sorry. What's that? Let me show if like if my storage, is full of gear, but not sure if I should keep or sell. Oh yeah, definitely look at that guide or that article. Eli, can you wear 2 of the same rings at the same time? No, you can't wear 2 of the same rings, TBE. Yeah, no worries, Isabella. I'm not saying, so I don't want range endurance. You can run the melee evasion range endurance build on one staff syntax. It can be really effective, especially if your server has crossbows building a lot of hit, like 1k. It can be helpful when your victorious energy buff is on cooldown. Can you show the bow skill specialization in your current spec? Thanks. Yeah, you can. I think the spec I had out was the solo farming one. This is what I take for it. It's also on my max roll for PvE, EDVH, if you want to reference it. Just open that up and you can look at it more specifically in detail. Yeah, you can definitely join it, Perdana. It's a public Discord. The healer Discord for Throne and Liberty is public. Everyone's welcome to join. Just do ~ Discord and the link for it will show up. If you feel that to do Battleground, the endurance build would be better to surviving. The endurance build for Battleground would have some issues in terms of not being able to evade CC, like you're just taking everything, right? So that's where the issue is, and that's why I recommend melee evasion for arenas and small scale fights. Is so you're not constantly locked in CC for like your entire time playing this game. In those specific fighting, like those specific sort of fight, like small scale and arena where it's easy to be targeted, right? In large scale where it's harder to be targeted, endurance builds shine more when you take all that like AoE damage and residual damage and all that stuff. Because you're not like an easy target, right? You're just taking all the AoE damage or people trying to rush or like get you in the back, but then you have allies to help you out, so it's just a lot more beneficial. You're just a lot more tankier as well, so it helps you just tank those nukes better. Whereas with the melee evasion build, if a melee attack does go through the evasion, you're taking the full hit of that attack because you don't have endurance to reduce it or like high defenses either compared to the endurance builds, so you're just taking a bigger attack if it goes through your evasion. But in arenas and small scales, it's okay because you're fighting 3 people. It's a limited amount of people, so there's less chances of those attacks going through because there's not like 6 people trying to hit you at the same time and or stuff like that. Yeah, and also like Madiha, who's my guildie, who's rank 1 arenas as a wand staff healer, running the evasion builds as well, and also using the wand staff skill builds that I have as well. He's rank 1 using that stuff, so like it's like just a good example to reference that. Those builds work really well because you have a wand staff healer that's beating everyone else in the game on NA and winning a lot of his fights. How do you spread your stats out in hard to kill? How do you spread your stats out? Mostly Wiz, I assume, and some into dex strength. No, in PvP, you should be reaching certain stat bonuses is how you spread your stats. You're aiming for 50 strength or 60 strength, or you're aiming for 50 perception, 60 perception, 60 if you're running more offensive abilities because you need that hit, 50 if you're not, you just like the full support builds, you just need the extra range increase, and then you put the rest into wisdom for mana regen. If you can hit 30 dex, depending on the build you're running, hit the 30 dex for the extra crit. If not, put the rest in mana regen, wisdom for mana regen. You should prioritize that, especially as wand lombo specifically. Wand staff, you don't really need to do that as much because you have inner peace, which recovers your mana by a lot. PvE, dump everything into dex and wisdom, and then dump 20 into dex and wisdom, and then the rest into strength. Would you have advice for SNS Greatsword or Greatsword Dagger PvP more into arena mid skill? Greatsword Dagger is better, or no. Both of them are really good for a small scale in arena if you're comparing those two. The benefits of SNS Greatsword is you can be a little bit more live lordy, or not live lordy, but you can be a lot more tankier in the small scale in arenas, whereas Greatsword Dagger, if they get CC'd, they can die really fast because they're squishier than an SNS Greatsword. So keep that in mind. If you become really good with a Greatsword Dagger, though, they can do a lot more damage than SNS Greatsword. Why do I use bow instead of staff? I use bow instead of staff because I like the playstyle of bow better than staff. That's pretty much it. Healer, where can I download your UI? Yeah, the UI, you can download it in the Healer Discord. Go to announcements, and it's pinned. You can download it there. Hey, Notorious. Quick question for you. I just got my first Greatsword Epic drop, Magna's Provoke, but the Fury is the better variant, I think. Is it still worth me transferring my +9 blue to the one I got? Yeah, if you got an epic weapon, you should transfer to the epic weapon because the base damage of that epic weapon will be better. More damage on players, more damage on mobs, and everything like that. So you should transfer it if you have an epic weapon. In terms of you having the correct weapon, it depends. Both weapons are preferred by people. If you get the Magna Duke, it's a really good skill, or it's a good weapon. It helps with survivability. If you so you can run that if you're like an SNS Greatsword. If you're a Greatsword Dagger, I think they run this one instead. More damage, DPS focus. The good thing about Provoke, so you get an additional skill that can apply Provoke. You can apply it more often because Valiant Brawl has a lower cooldown. When people are provoked, they cannot target anyone but you. So that means they cannot use buffs on themselves. They can't use single target heals on themselves either. They can't target anyone. So it can completely mess people up, especially healers, because they can't do anything in terms of healing themselves or healing other people. When they're provoked, they can only use AoE heals, so they're limited. It's a really good CC as well. They can't even cleanse themselves because the cleanse is a single target ability, so you can't even cleanse. Longbow healers can't even cleanse themselves of the provoke CC. What's the difference between going Greaves of the Infernal Hero in the healer build? Oh, it's just because the better option is like are pants that come from an arc boss, but I'm not like I will never put arc boss gear into my builds, if that makes sense, because it's unrealistic to expect majority of the player base to get their hands on arc boss gear. Arc boss gear is extremely hard to get because arc boss gear first of all spawn once a week, and they're also just super contested. Not everyone's gonna get it. When it comes to arc boss weapons, like I think in the first like 4 months that arc bosses have been out, like on each server, probably only like 10 to 15 people had arc boss weapons. Like in terms of like each arc boss weapons, it's probably like even less than that. Like probably about 10 people had each arc boss weapon or less. Like it was very little out of like the thousands of people on the server. And then even just non-arc boss weapons, like just arc boss gear, even less than that, because like sometimes the gear just doesn't even drop, so you have to wait a whole week to try again, right, Kona? So I'm not going to include any arc boss gear ever in gear equipment. It just makes no sense, and it's really unfair to people, and I probably get flamed for it, so I would not do that. So the other option is just Infernal Herald pants. You take that because it allows you to get melee range endurance again, but also mana regen, which is extremely important on one Lombo. You want at least a minimum of 620 mana regen on one Lombo before any buffs, or else you're going to go out of mana quite often and you're not going to be able to heal. You're going to feel useless when you're out of mana constantly. What stats for traits would you recommend, and when we start building it, from green gear or blue? Yeah, that's all on my Maxwell Project X. So it'll be easier if you just like it definitely would be easier if you open that up and you can reference it and look at it in more detail. So I'm just gonna link it really quickly. So yeah, definitely check that out. It'll be easier just to go through that and then ask any questions that you may have on it as well. Oh, where was I? Where was I? But generally, like if you're going endurance, you obviously do melee, range, endurance traits. If you're going evasions, melee, evasion, range, endurance traits. If you're going staff, it's just double evasion. If you're Lombo, you want to prioritize mana regen traits because you need mana regen, max health traits, and on weapons, if you're rolling full support, you do not need hit because you don't have hit abilities or abilities that require hit, so you can do crit, heavy attack, and max health, for example. If you're running more offensive abilities, you do hit, heavy attack, and max health. And Accessories are usually standard or just skill damage boosts or skill damage resistance, debuff duration or buff duration, and max health or mana regen. If you're staff, you just do max mana for most things because you don't need mana regen normally for staff towards endgame. You could take mana regen, nothing's stopping you. But yeah. Yes, I have HUD settings. You can go into the Discord and you go into the announcements and you look at the pinned messages, and I have my HUD files there. You can download those. You think you can update your Maxwell guide to include weapon mastery? My Maxwell guide does have weapon mastery notorious. If you go to the skill embeds on the top right of the skill embeds, there's going to be something that says weapon mastery, and you can click those and it'll open up a new window that shows the weapon masteries. They're a little small, so it's easy to miss. Is it worth to build 3 weapons at the same time? I wouldn't do that. I would do your 2 weapons first, and then once you get your 2 weapons to +9, start enhancing a 3rd weapon. Don't trade it. Don't worry about trading it. Just enhance it to 9, and then fully trade your first 2 weapons, and then working on your 3rd weapon for trading. So that way you can still use that 3rd weapon because it's enhanced to 9 for some stuff. You're just missing traits. You like your guys are great. Yeah, thanks Kizzy. Or thanks KY. Appreciate that. Oh, you didn't hear. Nuke, sorry. I just got up to your message, Nuke. Can you ask your question again, Nuke? And I'll look for it in I'll look for you to ask it again and I'll answer it again. Can you change Curse Explosion from general ground to general so it does not drop at my feet? Curse Explosion shouldn't drop at your feet. You should be able to aim Curse Explosion. Check your settings because you might have your settings incorrect. So like you want to make sure that for your settings you have you want to make sure you have toggle aim skills on, and then that will make it so you can free cast your AoE and it doesn't like clip to anything. You want to make sure you have that on. Just hit level 50 wand and longbow. What should my next move be? So lost at the moment. Yeah, if you just hit level 50 in your wand longbow, just do Cave of Destruction first. Aim for the Liquarius one, the bracers, and the cape is a good early game cape. And then after that, open world dungeons. If you're evasion, run Temple Silabith, get your belt. If not, you can run Shadow Crypt if you're endurance for longbow and try to just make Lucent off of the stuff you get as drops. You're waiting for Sanctum Desire. You can wait for Sanctum Desire. It opens up tomorrow, and that's going to have more drops for both builds. Cerodoma Island opens up the next day, and that's going to have more drops for both builds, so you can wait for those as well. And yeah, and then like open world mobs, once you've done all your stuff, open world mobs, you can grind Mitrans for the cape, orc brawlers for the helmet. Yeah, you can do all that kind of stuff. But start off with Cave of Destruction so you don't feel overwhelmed. Start off there and then work from there. Bill's the Bully. It's a funny name. Like it. How hard is it to switch one weapon, for example, staff to bow? To swap weapons, it depends. Like if you're running the melee endurance range evasion. Sorry, I'm swapping that around. Getting delirious. If you're running the melee evasion range endurance build, you can swap between anything really. You can do if you run the melee evasion range endurance build, you can play wand longbow. You can use it on wand staff. It would work. So just key emphasis on it would work. Not saying it's the best, but it would work. And you can use it on one SNS if you wanted to as well. It would work. Not saying it's the best, but it would work. But yeah, so you can use that build. It's sort of like universal, because the melee evasion breakpoint that you reach without any melee evasion buff is good. It's great. So you can reach the breakpoint for melee evasion just from gear alone. So melee evasion works on anyone, and then range endurance just works on like anyone as well, because range endurance always applies. It's just also better on longbow, of course, because longbow has an endurance passive that synergizes with endurance stats. But because the fact that endurance always applies, and it's close enough to what crit chance people have at mid game and early T1, it can be effective for anyone as well right now. So if you run that kind of build, it's not hard to swap Nick Stream. But if you do get more towards T1 endgame, and you're not running those builds, usually Wand SNS and Wand Lombo builds are interchangeable, and Wand Staff and Wand Dagger builds are interchangeable. Can you show that AoE build you were running before and skill menu? Yes, can I show the AoE build? Yes, this is the AoE build that I ran. It's also on my max roll as well, Frankie. Do exclamation point builds on Twitch, and you should be able to see the link for those and reference it. But these are the skill specializations as well for the solo AoE build. So this is the staff stuff that I have. You can screenshot it. 3, 2, 1. It's the Lombo stuff. Skill specialization. You can screenshot that as well. Eli, can you explain Dark Explosion versus Curse Explosion to me? I can't seem to figure it out just by description. I see you're using Dark Explosion. I don't use Dark Explosion anything but for like dungeons. I think it's only really good for dungeon bosses. It's not really good for anything else. But the way Dark Explosion works is that whenever you use Explosion and you have Dark Explosion, it does not consume the curse stacks. So any curse stacks that you have on the boss, any burn stacks you have on the boss if you're a staff player, poison stacks if you're playing Wand Crossbow, they will not be consumed when you use this skill. So they will continue ticking on the boss once you curse Explosion. Yes, it's half, 50%, but the reason why it works in dungeons is because you're spamming Deadly Marker and you usually have another person in your party with Deadly Marker, so you get the cooldown of Curse Explosion back, which is 13 seconds, in like 2 seconds. So you can just continue spamming and spamming and spamming and spamming Curse Explosion every like 3 or 4 seconds. And it's just insane damage when you're able to do that, right? But that's only like viable in a dungeon when you can like set that up. So that's why Dark Explosion is taken in dungeons, because you can spam it like every 3 to 4 seconds. And you're spamming it because you have max packs of Touch of Despair. You have your Decaying Touch up there as well, usually at like a higher number. But at least it's on the boss. And then you have burn stacks or whatever. So you're just spamming this at high damage over and over and over again. And when Decaying Touch off cooldown, use this first, and then spam it again, spam it again, spam it again, spam it again. Using Deadly Marker to just continuously lower the cooldown, synergizing with someone else's Deadly Marker, because you usually have multiple in a party, because it's like multiple people use Lombos. But yeah, that is the difference between Dark Explosion and normal Curse Explosion. Could you show your abilities? My abilities? Abilities. Yeah, it depends what you want to look at. If you want to look at my solo AoE, I just showed it. I mean, that's what I had on when you asked that question. So that's that. These are my skill specializations for Wand. This is for Lombo. Sorry, that's like fast. For Wand is this. And also you can do exclamation point builds in chat, and you can open up my max roll and you can see these as well. This is for Wand, and this is for Lombo. Yeah, I thank you very much for your effort and time and patience. I bet you are a pretty human being. That's fine. That's not so funny. Thanks, Bahamut. I appreciate that. That's kind. Yeah, no worries. I like to say I have a lot of patience. It takes a lot to annoy me. I don't really get annoyed. And even if I get annoyed, it lasts for like a second. I'm annoyingly optimistic. When it comes to basic things. Oh yeah, and also thanks, Class, for the subscription. I really appreciate that. Sorry, I'm like 3 minutes late on that. But yeah, thanks, Class, on the subscription. I really appreciate that. Thanks for being here as well. And it feels like we need so many presets for solo PvE support and different skills of PvP. How can we even work with all of those with only 3 quick slots? I know Kubi. Yes, I agree with you, Kubi. I agree. On KR we had 6, but there was like something you had to buy to get 6. I think they're changing on NA because they specifically noted when the game first launched that they weren't going to put that thing on a KR that you can buy to get 6 slots on NA, because it didn't like mesh well with their monetization sort of stance that they wanted to take when it on NA. So I think they're going to find a way to give us extra skill slots possibly without having to swipe for them. And they just are figuring that out with NCSoft. But yeah, we should be getting the ability to have 6 pages, which is really helpful. 6 pages of skills builds and 6 pages of gear builds. Eventually. Keyword eventually, unfortunately. What time do we keep what items do we keep from drops and what do we sell? I'm struggling with this the most. Yeah, the items that you keep from drops and what you sell. If you do exclamation point how to make loosen, I think is the command. There's a guide for that, Riggs. Or an article, sorry, not a guide, an article on that tells you like good things to sell. Like good things to sell, the way I do it personally, because I don't remember all that myself, is I go in the auction house. Whenever I'm looking to sell something, I go in the auction house, right? And then I look at the items itself to see what they sell for and how much they sold for in the past. It tells you at the bottom left, latest trade price, right? So that lets you know like, oh, that's something that I can maybe sell because it sold for this much. Another thing I do is I open up the search criteria menu. I select find trait. I type in the trait that I want to see how much it sells for. So say it's melee evasion on something. I select either it's a weapon, armor, or accessories. Maybe it's an armor piece, right? I click apply. Then I go look. I do two things. First, I look in general what melee evasion is selling for at the lowest, and it's 280 for a helmet. For a helmet, right? It's 280. The second thing I do is I find a specific piece of gear and I look what that trait for that specific gear is selling at for the lowest. So let's say I have like this helmet right here, Visor of the Infernal Herald, right? And I want to see what at the lowest, how much the Visor of Infernal Herald is selling for, right? It's selling for 410 at its lowest, and it's actually selling, as you can see here, right? Latest trade price selling 378 sold. So it's selling at 410 around there. So what I do is, if it's selling at that much, I would sell it immediately for 410, right? Because it sells more than just the lowest cost of a melee evasion trait, right? If the item had a trait that just did not sell, right? So you scrolled over this and you saw it was like ×2, right? And it was like maybe 200 lucent or whatever, or like maybe it was even more than this, right? It sold twice for 280 lucent, but this item has been in the game forever and it only sold twice. That tells me that this item probably doesn't sell. Some people bought it by accident or whatever. And what I should do is I should sell the trait for the lowest amount that trait sells for in the item slot. So that's what I would do here. So that's how we sort of figure out how much things sell for and what to sell. I'll just use the market auction house to just help me figure that out. Because I can't remember everything as well. Is evasion hit worth it in PvE? Evasion is worth it in PvE. You don't need a lot of hit in PvE. You need up to 500 hit in PvE for like T2 stuff. For T1 stuff, you need like around 400 or like 400. Like you don't need a lot to not miss. What is the hardest healer combo? The hardest healer combo is probably Wand Dagger. Has like the higher sort of skill ceiling. To play that effectively, specifically, not just to play it, but to play it effectively, is Wand Dagger. Also, can you export your UI settings and share at some point? Yeah, Riggs. If you go into my Discord and you go into announcements and you go into the pinned messages, Riggs, you'll see the UI settings pinned there for download. How is your full DPS build coming along? Well, I just got home a little while ago, Grims, and I just started the stream right away. So I haven't worked on putting the full DPS build into the quest log, but I will do that and upload it onto Maxwell and pin the healer Discord as well. I'm following your PV guide on Maxwell, and I just got the epic cape from COD. The trade is selling 400 lucent, so I was wondering how much lucent does it become more worth to sell now and buy back later. Yeah, sell it. Anything right now selling for lucent is selling for more than what it would sell in like a month from now, Krista. So just sell things. If you don't really need it right away, you can just sell it. That cape sells for like, depending on the trait you got, the trait prices would, depending on what it is, like skill damage boost would drop to like around 200, and like the mana regen and debuff duration would be around like, mana regen would be under 100, and then debuff duration between like 100 to 200 as well. They drop really, really drastically. Especially when people start moving on. Healing people in PvP doesn't make you flagged. Oh, you just did it? Oh, okay. So maybe they changed it for NA. So yeah, unfortunately, you gotta hit people, which is annoying. That was an old patch though. So I wonder, I think they should probably update us on the KR side. Or I don't remember if they changed it on KR as well. I haven't been on KR since NA launch. I haven't. So I'm forgetting things. I'm mixing global and KR setups, but yeah, it doesn't work currently on NAIC. Hi Isabella. Mazani, different from the other Isabella, but hello. Yeah, what's up? How do you manage your presets? I find having only 3 ways too little for when I try to do the content. Yeah, the way I set it up is I have my full support build, I have my dungeons build, and I have my solo AoE PvE build. That is how I set it up. I changed the solo AoE PvE build to my solo boss PvE build when I do my secret dungeons as well. 8 hours. Let's do this. So yeah, that's how. So I usually use 4. I alternate between 4. Yes, Shadow. Evasion is worth it in PvE. Hit is not necessary once you hit like 500 for T2s and 400 for T1s. How should I go around setting up quick slots for PvP and PvE? It feels like we need more than 3 with... Yeah, I would do... oh, sorry, I just read that. You have a build for Greatsword 1. You made it sound pretty good for PvE. It seems like it would be decent for small scale and large scale. I don't have the build in quest log anymore. I think I deleted it when I was like cleaning up my quest log. I can put it back in to quest log and share that in the healer Discord. Just have to remind myself. How am I gonna remind myself? I will I know I'm gonna remind myself. I'll just make a note. Hold on. Wand skill build. Okay, there we go. Sorry. How difficult is to level a 3rd weapon? It can be sort of difficult. Depends on what you're trying to do, right? So, I need to check that. Oh, Osriel's out right now. Osriel open? Oh, Osriel is open. I need to get on my server. I'm missing content. Man. I also thought they're gonna release or increase the server sizes of servers. Well, still can't get on it. I guess the only other thing you could take out is... Oh, yeah, sorry. I was talking to Rylock separately. I switched my... Oh, sorry. To level a 3rd weapon, you can... Once you enhance both your weapons to +9, enhance the 3rd weapon to 9, and you can at least use that 3rd weapon for certain content, even though it's untraded. But trade your first 2 weapons first. Andrew. I switched my build... Excuse me. I switched my build from staff wand to bow wand, and I missed my dervish burst damage from staff skills. Yeah. Yeah, you would. So, Gypsy, you need hit. You need around 680 to 700 hit base for wand staff. Besides that, make sure you're using the Victorious Energy buff. When you have your Victorious Energy buff procced, you shouldn't miss anything. So, yeah. Make sure you... when you pop Victorious Energy buff, you have all your cooldowns ready, so you can unload, and you should be able to do it twice, or multiple times, depending on certain skills. That'll give you your hit back. Besides that, you want like a base of 680, 700. Use hit food. Is there a full healer support build for wand bow in the Discord? There's links to it, Angelic. If you go to my max roll, you'll see the full healer support build, so you can reference that as well. If you do exclamation point builds. When is it viable to start leveling a 3rd weapon mastery? Any recommendations on a 3rd or... yeah, that's a good question. I'd get your... So, yeah, that's a little more rough, right? Because the weapon mastery actually takes resources away from another weapon. So, if you're going to swap longbow, if you're playing longbow, swap all these skills in the middle to the top, right? That way you have perception. Or sorry, a better way to say that is, I swap, maybe if you're doing longbow, it's hard. Mm, I swap at level 13. Yeah, I swap at level 13. At least get the mana regen because you need that. So swap then. If you want to swap sooner because you don't want to wait that long, swap at 10. At level 10, you can swap and start doing masteries for another weapon if you're doing Lombo. And that's to Prophet. Does evasion hit provide any benefits in PvE? Yeah, evasion does hit, doesn't to extent. You want about 500 T2, 400 around there for T1. Quick question, where do you get the lithograph for certain purple crafts? Game doesn't tell you where to obtain. Lithographs, you can't get lithographs from just content anymore other than trading metals in for special resistance gear, Agua. So the when it comes to lithographs, the way those people are making lithographs is that you turn items into lithographs. So players are turning items into lithograph. You know, crafting this, like this, what it's called, like the blank lithograph, the precious blank lithograph. Players are making this and they're crafting items into lithographs and they're selling that on the market. That's how you get lithographs. Yeah, I'm updating my PvE build endless. How is your but there's a message there that also states that. How is your full damage PvP 1 build coming along? Wait. Yeah, hey Grims. Oh, I think I answered that, Grims, and you saw that. But yeah, I will be adding that build into the max roll later. Yeah, I'm not updating like staff wand gear, like don't I'm just adding a full DPS wand staff build because some people were asking. So I took it out. I used to have that in the Maxwell guide, and then I took it out. I forgot what the conversation was on that a while ago, but I can put it back in because I don't think anyone would contest me on that anymore. But yeah, 15 mil Lucent. Yeah, I got 15,000 Lucent, and I got 15,000 Lucent. I haven't swiped in this game. All I did is I was lucky and I got the Bloodlust belt, and I sold it for 20k Lucent. People are whales. So I sold that and I benefited off of the whales, and I sold a bunch of things. You should always sell things. Just sell things, guys. When you get things, just sell them if they sell for Lucent. Check the market. If they sell for Lucent, sell it, because a lot of those things are just going to be worth nothing in like a month. So sell it, make the Lucent you can now, and then you have a lot of Lucent to use to gear up later on. That's what a lot of people are doing, and they're being even better than me, and they have a lot of Lucent. But yeah, make your Lucent now, and you can save that Lucent to gear up for the entire time you're playing this game. For at least majority of the time you're playing this game, really. But Battlegrounds, it wouldn't be bigger fights like 12v12 or something. Yeah, the Battlegrounds, I think they're like, there's gonna be 12v12s. I think it was 12v12 or 16v16s, but I think the Battlegrounds are more than that. I'm pretty sure they're adding. No, what they mentioned in the dev note on the Korean website, Isabella, is that they're adding in a battleground that's like 50v50. Like it allows for a guild versus guild sort of size combat. So it allows you to do that on demand, rather than waiting for rift zones and wound zones, and allowing people who don't participate in those to participate in something in a larger scale. Use just leveling as one staff versus using one bow. Yep, you can do that, Flag. It'll be quicker. What do you think best combo DPS with staff? The best combo DPS with staff would be bow. Longbow staff has the best damage output for ZVZs. Small skill, staff dagger is a little better because there's more added survivability that you don't get with longbow staff. How do you use 1 to 6 for your group buys? No, 1 to 6 as in like 1 to 6 on my keyboard. I just press 1 to 6 on my keyboard to heal my group, Tim. Yeah, the VOD will save, Yuri. The VOD will save. Any suggestion on how to set up quick slots? Can't seem to fit PvE, PvP solo into 3 slots because of different PvP modes. Yeah, I do PvP, dungeon, and solo AoE PvE. And then I swap my solo AoE PvE to my solo boss build, right? So that's what I do. If you can't fit, if you have 3 different PvP modes, you just have to unfortunately bite the bullet and pick one, Haku. You gotta pick one. Yeah, because like your PvP builds will likely share like a lot of the same skills at the very least, and probably same specializations a lot, at least for some of the staff support abilities or the wand support abilities. So I would just swap the PvP builds depending on whatever PvP mode you're doing. But I'd keep the dungeon and the solo AoE, so you don't have to completely redo an entire skill build. You know what I mean? So I think about it that way, if that's helpful. Yeah, the VOD will save Gatito. Yeah, definitely save. Working on that melee evasion, range, endurance, longbow setup, and having a lot of trouble getting the cloak. Is it just that hard to get? Yeah, it's just a little hard to get that Wakanda. It is hard to. Oh, hey Marlon. Huh, thanks for the raid. That scared me. That sound scares me. How was your stream? Also, you rating me, Morland, reminded me of that DM you sent me yesterday. I will look at that. I was on my holiday. That's why I didn't reply right away. But you just reminded me about it. So now that I'm home, I'm going to look at that. Oh, did you? Lucky, lucky. What'd you get? Did you get something that you can sell for Lucent? What's the name of the one that makes Clay Salvation have a hot, and when does that come out if you haven't yet? Yeah, that's the Overture one. That comes out with T2 content, but we wouldn't have it next month when T2 dungeons are released, because they're gonna be locking some of the T2 content. So I doubt they're gonna let us make. Well, you never know, but I doubt they're gonna let us make T2 weapons next month. That's gonna be really early. But if they do, that's really cool. But for 100%, we're not getting T2 armor because it specifically said that T2 gear will not be available with the T2 dungeons. But we can possibly get the T1 accessories in the T2 dungeons. So that's something to keep in mind as well. That's coming next month. I think I replied to you, Grims. Let me know if you were here when I replied to you. Hi, how can you add more presets for builds? Is it only 3? Yes, it's only 3 right now, Yoda. Unfortunately. Sorry about that. Do you build more max mana or mana regen? As Juan Lombo, you want a minimum of 620 mana regen before buffs. That will help you with running out of mana too fast. So have 620 before buffs, and you're good. So on Juan Lombo, you prioritize the mana regen. On staff, you can prioritize max mana if you would like to, but mana regen won't hurt you either. Almost caught up with chat. Like I feel like I've been trying to catch up with chat for the past like 2 hours. It's sort of funny. But that's the point of what I named this stream. I named the stream FAQ. Yeah, so that's the point of the stream, is to answer questions. Or today's stream at least was to answer questions. If you already answered this, but how hard is it to level a third weapon? It's hard to trade a third weapon. It's not hard to level a third weapon, Andrew. Hey Eli, is this a PvE only enjoyer? Which tab in your Maxwell guide should I focus? Yeah, go to the PvE guide, Steven. If you are a PvE enjoyer only, go to the PvE guide and use those guides. I'm updating them as well tonight after the stream for the gear, so you can just stay tuned for that. But there is a message letting folks know that the gear is not updated in the PvE builds, but I'm updating that tonight now that I'm home. Is a guide from Nymphalis on Maxwell good to follow or for SNS1, or would you recommend something else since he doesn't use the curse combo AoE skills? Yeah, it depends on what you want to do, Raz. If you want to play like a curse explosion DPS kind of wand SNS player, it's different gear than what's on the Maxwell. I'll definitely say that. Like 2-piece Mother Nature is a really good idea. Also 2-piece Reapers can increase the damage of your explosions because the crit damage actually adds into the multiplicator of the curse explosion. But obviously it's unrealistic to think that a healer is gonna get 2-piece Reapers over DPS. So definitely would not like expect or say that you should expect that, right? But yeah, it'll be different gear though regardless. These are the ones I actually need. My cooldowns. But yeah, hopefully I answer that. I'm gonna move this chat over here so I can see it. Oh no, this doesn't help me. Nothing. Heli is a guide from... Oh, sorry, I already read that. Should I upgrade the purple armor I got at the end of the story? Yes, if you're playing a melee evasion build, that will be your main armor until like T1 endgame, Felipe. Do you have a link about the healer build? Yes, if you do, exclamation point... oh, sorry, you're on YouTube. I haven't set up my commands for YouTube. I don't even know if you can set up commands for YouTube. I'm going to have to figure that out. But it's my first time double streaming, so I didn't really set much up. I just wanted to see if it worked, Alexander. But, here. There is that. Definitely look that over. And filter for, sorry, my Wand Staff and Wand Longbow builds. Is your master build still current? Yes, my PvP builds are current. Zepsen. For Longbow Wand, do you build more max mana or mana regen? You build more mana regen. You do not build max mana because you need a minimum of 620 mana regen, or else you're going to go out of mana, or you're going to run out of mana very fast. And you're going to really hate healing if you're going to be out of mana constantly. And you're not able to heal. So you want to make sure that you have the minimum amount of max of mana regen that's required, which is 620 before buffs, because when you add in the potion, that gives you 75 mana regen, and you add in the mana regen food, that gives you like 35. You will have really good mana regen, like over 700, which is really, really good. It's a really good spot to be in. It's there, forgot. Zombies. Everything is the other map. Okay. Don't want to get behind on chat. The question is, Longbow Wand, what epic chest piece to get from main story quest? Hold on. Oops, I'm moving my stream by accident. So if you're Longbow Wand, if you're running the melee evasion range endurance build, get the purple chest from MSQ chapter 10. If you're running Wand Staff, get the purple chest as well. If you're running just in double endurance build on Wand Longbow, you can get the top chest, but you should just get the evasion chest anyways, just in case you want to swap down the line, right? Just prepare for what... You never know what might happen and what your interest might be later on, right? So just prepare ahead for that. Hi, how can you add more presets for builds? Is it only 3? Yes, it's only 3 right now, Yoda, unfortunately. When is it worth it to start putting mastery points into a third weapon? Is it better to keep trying to get the main weapon to 16? You can stop at 10. You can go to 10 Prophic, and then you can start doing the third. Yeah, thanks, class. Appreciate that. Will this video be saved later? Yes, it will be saved. It will be saved, Chamois. Can I build your PvP build and run dungeons and solo AoE with it? No. You definitely should be using... You should not be using a PvP build in dungeons or solo AoE. It'll be extremely slow in solo AoE. But it also won't be as effective in dungeons. Like, yes, you'll have your healing, but you should also be including your DPS skills if you can do DPS skills. Or you should be having Deadly Marker at least, which is not in the PvP build. So you'd use the different builds, Marat. Why can't I target myself and use Swift Healing when I'm in a party? You have to set it up that way. So there's 2 ways that you can target yourself very easily. Have gameplay, go to controls, set up, where is it? Use this, turn this on, auto use non-targeted beneficial skills on self. Go to shortcuts, set up a keybind for cancel friendly target. That way, when you're in a party, you can immediately press this button, cancel friendly target, which is like num6. I rebinded it to my mouse, that's why it's like weird buttons. So you press this button, and immediately when you use a buff or a healing ability, it would automatically use on yourself because you have this option turned on. What you can do also alternatively, if you have extra buttons, go to shortcuts. You go under here, use skill on self. You can set up specific keybinds to use specific healing and support abilities on yourself. So those are things you can do. That's to Elvion. Why not reset Deadly on YouTube? Why not reset Deadly Market with Blitz for dungeons? You can do that, Chef Boy. It's not necessary. A lot of times you have multiple longbows in your party, right? So the thing to remember about Deadly Marker is that it resets not only the cooldown of the any ability from any player in your party, it reduces the cooldown of itself as well. So if you had your deadly marker, right, and you had the deadly marker from another player together, you can have deadly marker back instantly, because deadly markers also stack. So oftentimes it's not necessary to reset deadly marker or take blitz in a dungeon, because you have multiple long goals in your party usually. And DPS usually do take deadly marker as well. Why can't I target my... Oh, I already heard that. Get into trouble managing mana in dungeons. Any suggestions? Yes. If you're getting into trouble managing mana in dungeons, be a bit more conservative with your mana use. Stop using DPS abilities if you have your DPS skills on. Just auto attack. Nature's Blessing off cooldown. Use heals when needed. Use the DPS skills when you can. But you could do that. Or there are some mana regen items you can use that aren't in like the builds. You can use the Cave of Destruction Supreme Devotion Cloak as like an early thing. And you can also use the Regal Ring Jade Band as well, and you replace that with your green ring if you're running the melee evasion build if you need more mana. Mana regen. Hey, can I build your PvP build for Maxwell and run... Oh, I already answered that. Let me know if you're here when I answer that, Zep. What do you plan to replace your current necklace with? Slaughters. Because I'm running the melee evasion build, melee evasion rangers build. I'm gonna replace it with the Slaughters necklace, which is like one of the best, probably the best melee evasion necklace right now in T1. I wonder if one ever sold before. But it's the Slaughters of Decimation necklace. This one right here. Melee evasion and strength is 6 strength at +9, and then it's like 100 something melee evasion. It's also max health in the traits as well. Hey, do you have an early-ish game healer build? I do. Yeah, sorry, Vibes. I didn't set up my my commands on YouTube. I don't know if you can even set up commands on YouTube. It's like my first time double streaming. Everyone's been asking me about... Oh, sorry, just looking at your message, Marlon. Everyone's been asking me about Staff Wand as a healer. What do you think? To me, as a non-healer, Bow Wand seems better in every scenario. Yeah, when it comes to Staff Wand and Bow Wand, there's definitely benefits between the two. Like, I like to say that each healer build, each meta healer build, has things that it does better than the other. Like, I'll say so the differences between Long Bow Wand and Wand Staff is... So let's start off with Wand Staff. Wand Staff has, you know, the best hybrid playstyle. So if you want to play like a hybrid playstyle, if you're one of those people who like to kill and heal, Wand Staff will be your go-to for that. And you can be effective in ZVZ by doing that, because you have instant cast AoE abilities that can actually do a lot of damage, because like Staff is a bit overtuned with their DPS abilities. So there's that, if that's like sort of your playstyle. They have the better AoE CC, so you have like a lot of AoE binds, especially Icy Mire, which reduces melee evasion by people hit by it. So like it's really good for setting up kills and clumps for your raid. Super effective in war maps that have good chokes. So your CC is a lot more effective, or also in Siege, when you go to the trying to go through Siege doors, you can catch so many people in those chokes, like really helping out your raid. You have really better mana sustain, so that's more of like an early game thing when you're trying to get better mana sustain on Longbow. Wand Staff just has better mana sustain out the gate, so they don't really suffer too much from going out of mana too often. They have a max health passive, so that just helps with some survivability. They have a skill damage boost passive that increases your healing. They have a silence duration reduction passive as well, so they have less issues against silence, especially early game. So they reduce silence by half, and then debuff duration decreases it even further. So you can decrease silence on staff to like 1.4 to 1.5 seconds at end game, which is really good. So that helps with their own survivability. Can reach the highest amount of melee evasion as well with Victoria's energy buff, and can reach a lot of hit as well. So they don't have to necessarily build a lot of hit. They can just rely on the Victoria's energy buff for survivability and to get off a lot of their CC within the duration that is up. So that's like 18 seconds, 20 seconds with like proper buff duration at end game. They have, if you run the Meteor healing reduction specialization, which DPS wouldn't run, healers can have the points to do that. So they can apply a 60% healing reduction AoE attack with Meteor, which is also super effective, because 60% healing reduction feels like absolute trash. So like it really nerfs your healing by a lot, and also just people's ability to self-heal as well. So paladins or wherever you launch that Meteor. If you run the pull ability, that's really good for supporting too. You just have to be smart with it. Most of the time, people don't know how to use pull, and you just annoy your party members. So you have to be careful with that. And you also have mobility with smoke screens, so that just helps with like repositioning on the battlefield and stuff like that. So that's like my summary of Wand Staff. Wand Lombo has the most heals, so they have the best healing throughput, the most quantity of heals. They have the stronger heals as well, because they have like healing combinations that they can pull off that no other healing build can. You can use Lombo skills while silenced, which is also cool too. So you can actually block while silenced. So that's your defense to silence. So Wand Staff has the healing or the silence passive, but Wand Lombo can actually use their block while silenced. So you can still block damage while silenced. If you get a perfect block, that's even better. You can also use like Ensnare, Tornado, all that stuff you can use while silenced as well. You can't use some of your like healing abilities because it counts as magic, but at least you can use a lot of skills to help you with survivability while silenced, so that's good. You get right now a 3k shield that has no cooldown, devoted shield. Right now it's gonna get nerfed very soon in like a week or two to have a cooldown, but at the moment it's still broken. So this one applies off cooldown because it has no cooldown. So this constantly applies whenever you're weakened. That's why Wand Lombos mainly are super tanky and unkillable, is because this shield people proc it constantly and there's no cooldown on it. You can build the highest amounts of endurance as well on Wand Lombo, which is good for endurance builds or like the melee evasion and range endurance build. You also provide mana sustain to your party with Nature's Blessing. You can reset abilities, so you can do something like this that I like to do at times, where you can do a double Fountain of Life on yourself or other allies, so it stacks as well. So you do one Fountain of Life, you reset it, and you can do another one, and it stacks like that. And it's really nice. And you can do this on yourself or allies for just like a really nice burst sort of sustain and when it's needed. You can also reset other things. Like you can reset Flash Wave, you can reset Tornado if you wanted to. You can reset Clay Salvation, which is also good with the T2 wand. And what else? You have high crit hit as well, naturally, because Sniper Sense actually works on healing for people who don't know. So Sniper Sense also increases your crit chance if you're targeting an ally. The crit chance increase actually works. We tested this before on KR as well. I filmed it and then I deleted all the footage when I was trying to clear space to download NA. But I'll probably have to like refilm it again because I wanted to make a video out of that. And yeah, so like I think those are the main differences between Wand Lombo and Wand Staff. I think in general, when it comes to just being a healer, like an actual pure healer, support healer, Wand Lombo is definitely the best there, I would say. When it comes to wanting to play like a hybrid playstyle or providing like utility and setting up kills for your raid, Wand Staff would be better in that sense. But in terms of traditional healer, just healing, supporting your party, keeping them alive, being relied on to keep your party alive, Wand Lombo would be the better option there. That's how I would like summarize it in like a long explanation. But yeah. Hey, I have made a bow wand and I am completely torn between evasion and endurance. What are you prioritizing? I'm running the melee evasion range endurance build, Dogman. Wand Lombo is hard in PvP. I just get stun locked. Yeah, it depends on what you're running. If you're running like melee evasion range endurance build, if you're running the melee evasion range endurance build and you're reaching the proper melee evasion breaks, like at 1500 melee evasion right now, in the current point in the game, I'm evading like majority of the greatswords that I come across. And then when you reach 1700, you're just evading them even more. When you run the evasion food, people eventually start making that, you evade them even more. But yeah, you just have to reach the proper breakpoints. Melee evasion breakpoints is 1700. I'm talking about T1 here. 1700 melee evasion. Range evasion is 1600. Magic evasion is like 1700, 1800. People are running victorious a lot on your server. For endurance, it's 1200 melee endurance, which you reach with Lombo with your endurance buff. And then 1000 range endurance, which you reach as well with Lombo with your endurance buff, well over. Magic is also like 800 to 1000 as well. So similar to range endurance. Yeah, those are like breakpoints you have to keep in mind that you want to meet when gearing. Hey, I just got the Cave of Destruction wand. Do I invest into it before anything else? Also, should I upgrade it? Yes. Invest into it. You should enhance it to 9 for sure. Enhance the Cave Destruction wand to 9. If you think you're gonna get the Excavator wand, you don't have to enhance it. Like if you're gonna get the Excavator wand from your guild, wait for that. Once you get it from your guild, then completely just immediately transfer over to Excavator wand. It's already good without even traits. Just get it to 9. Sorry, just get it to 9 and then use it. It's like really, really good. But yeah. So it just depends on what's happening with your guild, Felipe. But if not, use the Liquirius wand and invest in it. But you should upgrade your... Sorry, I read the second part of your question just now. You should upgrade your armor first. Yes, so get your evasions if you're running evasions, or get your endurances if you're running endurances up on your armor first, so you can help with survive. You increase your survivability before you invest into your wand traits. Surviving is more important than a few traits that aren't gonna do all too much in terms of like your overall experience, or improving your overall experience on your in PvP for your build. Hila, I made a bow wand and I'm completely torn between evasion and endurance. What are you prioritizing? I am doing melee evasion and range endurance on my wand Lombo because I play a lot of arena and small skill, so that just has a more of an edge in those types of combat styles or PvP in those PvP content. Les Grossman. The updated PvP build is great. I was wondering, where's a few epic pieces would you suggest to farm especially? Crit for Blue Cloak, then transfer for the epic one first. Thanks for the great content. Oh yeah, thank you. Actually, my team members on the Maxwell team helped with updating that as well, which is really appreciative of that while I was away. But would you suggest to farm especially crit for the Blue Cloak, then transfer for the epic one first? Depends. What are you talking about? The wand staff or the wand Lombo one? I'm like reading this late as well, so I'll what I will say is, if you get the cloak, which is likely you'll get the cloak quite quickly, yes, transfer into that cloak. So transfer into that Supreme Devotion cloak if you get the cloak right away. Just transfer it right into it. It's going to benefit you a lot in PvE. Nivu. What's the link for Discord? Oh, and also the people asking about updating the PvE guides. The gear is updated thanks to the help of my team, or my team members, or teammates. So the gear is updated. I would probably just, like, I'm not like gonna change anything drastic because they put in the builds that the endgame builds that I made before I went away. So that's updated. I probably will just add in the like tweaks to my skill builds. That's it. So don't worry about I'm not drastically changing the gear builds. Sorry about that. I should have clarified that earlier when I was talking about it. The updated sorry, the link for the Discord. Yes, I have the link for the Discord. I will put in right now into YouTube. Just a second. I forgot what the vanity link is for the Discord. I think it's I'm gonna look it up. The vanity link for the Discord is oh, it like disappeared. Oh, no wonder. It should be Healers TNL. There. Ah, these put in an authorization code for this. Hold on. Authenticator. Oh, I think it's in my settings. Second. It's 370682. Confirm. Okay. Okay. So the link is discord.gg/healerstnl. I created a vanity link for it now. Discord.gg/healerstnl. There. That is the link to it, Avid. Can you show your dungeon build again? Yeah, I can definitely pull that up, Kyle. This is my dungeon build. It's also on my Maxwell. If you do exclamation point builds and go to my PvE builds, it's also there as well. Eli, did you have any weapon mastery priority for both weapons? Yes. Yeah, King, if you go into the Maxwell builds, on the top right of the skill embeds, you'll see the mastery icons. You can open those up and you can look at the mastery priority. If you're talking about like sort of what to put in points in first, I do the middle trees of longbow and wand first because they give you the most benefits right away. So do longbow up until 6, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, up into Gale Arrowhead. Right, after you do that, go to the top row. Same thing for wand. Go up into the middle, get the skill heal. Once you get that, go into the top row. One thing to remember about masteries, for those who didn't hear me before, masteries always apply to the weapons that masteries will always apply to the weapon they belong to, no matter if it's in your offhand or your main hand. So that's one thing to keep in mind. So because of that, all the wand masteries will always apply to all of the wand skills, regardless if you have it in your main hand or your offhand. So you want to have the weapon out that gives you the best survivability, or improves your survivability the most. In this case, with wand and longbow, it's longbow. Longbow has the best passives to increase your survivability more than wand, and that's why you keep longbow out, because the wand masteries will always apply to the wand skills, so you don't have to worry about it never applying. It always will, always benefit them. So you want to keep the longbow out because it gives you the most benefits and survivability when it's out. Eli, I just got the Cave of Destruction wand. Do I invest in it before anything else? Yes, do your purple armor first, Felipe. Outro, Felipe. Has the buff CC bot build been super effective for you before in large scale, or is it meant to be a small scale? Yeah, it's been super with T2 gear is better, Hillpaw, in terms of once you get the black what's it called? The black something staff. Forgot what it's called. But there's a T2 staff that makes it so your frost smokescreen can bind people, so it actually CCs people now, or it has bind as well as a slow. So you put the specialization on the tripod or specialization that allows you to cast smokescreen at range, and then in combination with that staff, you now have an AOE bind ability, right? So that allows you to cast that ability and just bind people from a distance, which is super effective. And how it works is even better, is that because that frost smokescreen lingers on the ground, right? When people walk into it, they're also binded, right? So it doesn't have to be your immediate cast Hillpaw. It can also be them walking into the smokescreen and they're binded, right? So that build, the buff CC bot, becomes a lot super effective when you get that T2 staff. But I put it in there just ahead of time because it was good on KR. Yeah, and you can still use it now. Like, it's still a good build now. It's not a bad build at all. It just becomes super effective with that staff. Because then you just have so much CC and buffs, and it's just like, yeah, your CC bot, the emphasis on the CC bot of your build becomes a lot more prevalent when that staff comes out. Longbow wand, do you build more max mana or mana regen? Wand longbow, you build mana regen, Jesty. But it's like the queue of arena is not for the battlegrounds. But it's like the queue as arena or not for the battlegrounds. Yeah, it's gonna be queuing like arena, Isabella. What's the best way to farm Lucent? The best way to farm Lucent is selling good traits, farming open world dungeons, and selling the lithographs of good gear from those dungeons and the traits as well, Gordkeen. Also cooking. Cooking's a good way to farm Lucent. That's like something I don't think people want me to say. But cooking is also a really good way to farm Lucent if you put the time into that. Are the blues suggested in the Maxwell guide a noticeable improvement over just using random blues as a stopgap? In PvP, yes, Devil, because the blues in the Maxwell guide, especially the melee evasion one, actually aid in your survivability by a lot because the base stats have melee evasion on it. So those will be a noticeable improvements. So is it just stupid hard to get for drop rate? Yeah, it's a little hard, Wakanda, with those mobs, but they will drop. Like, you can get lucky too and get multiple within an hour. I know it's a pretty weird, shitty drop rate, but they do drop. Thank you for the content. I just got the Cave of Destruction 1. Do I invest in it to be deserved? Purple armor, outro Felipe. Purple armor. With Bellander release, do you know if she free roams? I did some research, but I have no idea of how to find her. Don't see her on the calendar. Yeah, Beaxer. Once Bellander initially spawns, and we kill her or whatever, she also can be found in the desert. So the cool thing about the arc bosses always roam. I don't think always is a good idea to say, but most of the day they're roaming. You can find them roaming. So in the Moonlight Desert, you'll find Bellandir just like digging under the ground and going all around the Moonlight Desert. And if you follow her, she drops these carapaces that over time, if you collect enough, you can turn them into the carapace that you need to craft arc boss weapons. Now, I'm going to be realistic to you, and I'm not going to say follow Bellandir to do this, because it'll take you a long time to collect enough pieces to actually craft boss gear by doing this. But what I would recommend you do, which I don't know if this would ruin the market of these by saying this on stream, but I already started. So you can sell these on the marketplace, especially early game, for a lot. Like on KR early game, they were selling for I think they sold for like 600 lucent each, 600 to 800 lucent each on the server we were on. So you can collect those carapaces and you get like multiple sometimes, and you can sell it for 600, 800 lucent. On NA right now, if it's dropping, if I can imagine on NA they sell for a lot more because there's like more whales on NA. So yeah, if you want to make fun like easy lucent, find Bellandir digging around, collect her carapaces and sell it. Tevin, what he does, or what whatever Tevin is. What Tevin does is Tevin roams ruins of terrain, and it drops the pieces as well. So you'll find Tevin roaming. It's a lot more of a larger path that Tevin follows. But when he drops the pieces, you can pick those up as well. Similar, it works the same way as Bellandir's carapaces. You can combine them, or I would just sell them for the lucent that they're probably going to sell a lot for. If they're on, if you can see it on the market. Yeah, here, these Queen Bellandir carapace fragments. The fragments are what you eventually can sell when you can find Bellandir roaming around and collect her stuff. Or you can save it and be that person that just keeps collecting it. And like maybe in a month you might collect enough to make a weapon. I'm pretty sure it's gonna be longer than a month, but I personally never actually tried to craft a Bellandir weapon by collecting all that stuff. Neither do I know anyone who has. But maybe it might take a month or it might take longer. I don't know. Depends how much on average you can get a day, and you can probably figure that out really quickly. I just never tested it myself on how much I can actually get in a day. I usually see it like sometimes when the event goes on in the desert and it's like PvP and people go there, or the guild PvP, you'll see her around there as well during the event, and you can just collect her pieces. She also drops, which is cool, she drops for that event as well in huge quantities. Like she could drop 100 of the drops that you use for Moonlight Desert, and you just pick them up and you turn them in. Same thing for Tevin. He drops like 100 of the drops that you use for this event in Ruins of Terrain, and you can turn those into. So it's pretty cool that how they integrated those roaming arc bosses into the events and just general content. But she hasn't spawned yet. So you have to wait for her to spawn. Not a question, but I've been following the Maxwell guide and have been blessed. Appreciate all that. Yeah, thanks, Mosh. I appreciate that. Also, thanks for the sub outro, Felipe. I really appreciate that as well. Thank you. That was 26 minutes ago. Sorry, I missed that. Did you say you're updating Wanbo PV gear or staff bond? No, I'm not updating the gear builds, Taney. I'm just gonna clarify that. My teammates helped out while I was away, and they updated the gear builds with some of the builds that I made. And then they also added in some good ones as well. But I will be just like tweaking the skill builds just a little bit. What stats should I spend my points on for wand staff build? You mean like your masteries? So the wand will be the same. You do 6 into the middle first, and then you do the upper tree line. Staff, it would be excuse me, depending on what you're doing. If you're playing a support build for staff, right? You do because staff is out when you play support build, you do the first upper line, right? Do all of that all the way up. Do all that way up to what is it, melee defense, and then you go into the middle. Sorry, no, whoops. You do that up until mana regen, stop, and you go into the middle, up to the cooldown speeds. You get the cooldown speeds here. If you're doing hybrid, because you have wand out, do attribute up to 3, and then do what is it called? Destroy up to 6, and then you do the rest of attribute and hit magic damage dealt. The updated PvP build is great. Eli was wondering where there's a few pieces would you suggest to farm, especially crit for blue cloak and transfer to epic, and thanks pretty good. The great content. Yeah, no worries, Newfoom. Yeah, swap into that cloak immediately once you get it. Is wand staff for endgame PvE healing, or will wand lombo be needed? They both can be used for endgame PvE healing, but wand lombo is better in PvE Linda because of the deadly marker buff and the ability for them to carry a party that's just learning mechanics. Wand lombo can carry better than wand staff. For the PvP build, how much mana regen do you need? For the wand lombo, you need you want 620 mana regen. I'm really struggling to level up at the same pace as other people. Staff wand viable at the end of the game. Yes, staff wand is very viable at end game. Next beast. If you're leveling with staff wand, level fire bombs, chain lightning, and judgment lightning up to epic. You can level that up to epic 1, and those will help with speeding up your leveling experience. Which stats increase endurance and evasion? The stats that increase evasion is dexterity by very little amounts. You should not be depending on dexterity to increase your evasion. It's not worth it. And nothing increases endurance in terms of stats. Can we reset weapon mastery? Let me say put my wand mastery. Yes, you can absolutely reset weapon mastery. What you do is you would you click this arrow beside each of the weapon mastery skills. Click the one at the beginning if you want to reset everything. But you click those and it will reset it for you for the cost of soul lamp. So it's like doesn't cost anything. It's very cheap. It's like pennies. Would it be worth to use the purple pants like Breaches of Executioner that I randomly picked up, whereas my blue trousers of resistance, even if the purple pants is not this? Breaches of Executioner. It's a new name, so I'm not familiar with that name because I'm familiar with the old names. Breaches of Executioner. I would sell it. What are you doing? Does this sell? It does sell. Why don't you sell it? If you got the Breaches of the Executioner, it sells for a lot of lucent. Why don't you sell it if you don't need it? If it sells, I don't know, because the traits aren't selling for a lot. I actually don't know. But it's 4 pieces have sold. Maybe that was when it first came out. The lithograph sells for... Yeah, and the lithograph's selling a lot. Sell it. Sell it, because the lithograph's selling for 1,194. Just make it into a lithograph and sell it. Make lucent off of it. That's so weird. But yeah, I would sell it. Because the raw, like the drop, people want the drop. So you can actually sell it for a lot of lucent. Why not? You don't need them. Might as well make lucent off of it, right? Does not free roam Bellinger spawns like a field boss? Nope, Bellinger does. Oh, I say that. I said that later, Coral. But yeah, I think they were talking about the roaming arc bosses. That happened like afterwards, after like the first spawn. There's also an article on Maxroll that talks about the roaming bosses as well. Or the arc boss. If you open the arc boss article on Maxroll that teaches you the mechanics of all the arc bosses, of the 2 arc bosses, definitely recommend reading those. If you don't know how the mechanics work for Bellinger and Tevent, read that article because it like talks about them in like some good detail. I made that article myself, so definitely look at that. And at the bottom of it, I talk about the roaming arc boss as well with some pictures as well, so you can definitely check that out. Oh, any reason why wand and hey Coral, what's up? Any reason why wand Lombo Maxwell build uses Regal Jade over Platinum Skull Ring? Yeah, just because Kuhaku mana regen is an extreme issue for wand Lombo. If you have anywhere lower than 620, you will be just pissed about how often you run out of mana. Especially in PvP when there's intense fights and you're like healing off a cooldown constantly, and you have low mana regen, you just will hate it. So you really need mana regen on a wand Lombo. Because you do not have like an inner piece like wand staff does that regens your mana by a lot. But yeah, that's why that's there. Oh, and thank you for the sub, JK. I really appreciate that, and thanks for being here. See, I saw that one sooner than I saw the last one. Paying attention. I'm paying attention. I haven't looked into it too much, but is there a way to cycle through healing targets using scroll wheeler buttons for cycling up and down? No, there isn't a way, Mosh. But that would be cool. I think it would be cool if they would add that in. But no, that is not an option right now. You can't cycle through healing targets right now. with your scroll wheel. You also can't tab. I know on arcades when I played that they had like a tab for friendly targets, but they don't have that here either. Level 50 stuck with green blue gear. How do I progress? I hope they add that actually though. I did like the arcade's ability to tab through friendly targets. Thought that was super convenient. Hopefully they add that. And on that note, let's see if I can transfer into the server that I want to transfer into. We'll see. Let's see if I'm lucky. Am I lucky? Am I lucky? No. I have to refresh. Click it. Then let's see. Let's see. No. Okay. That's cool. Still waiting. Level 50 stuck with green blue gear. How do I progress? Yeah, if you're level 50 with green blue gear, do open world dungeons to get the purple gear that drops from there. Sanctum of Desire is opening tomorrow. Sardoma is opening the following day. A lot of gear for both builds from both those dungeons. So you can work towards those. Also go to work towards your co-op dungeon gear, which you can do from completing the co-op dungeons that have your gear. Besides that, depending on what you are, if you are the melee evasion builds, put on the melee evasion armor you got from your chapter 10 master sword MSQ. And yeah, just like cycle through those things, and once you get your pieces, or as you get your pieces, just put them on. Hello there. Do you know how to get or make precious lithograph blueprints? Yeah, if you want to make the precious lithographs and make things into lithographs, so like for example, here's the armor one. The ink you get from the contract merchant. The Stalons, what you do is you get these from open world dungeons. So they would drop the Stalons and all the different kinds of gems. They'll drop in open world dungeons. You can also, depending on how much the thing you're selling is for Lucent, it is also sometimes worth it just to buy this with Lucent, the 5 you need with Lucent, and then make the lithograph and sell the item, and you should be getting your Lucent cost back, while also making way more Lucent than what you spent to make that lithograph or to buy those gems. I think my question got skipped. As a PvP player, are the blues suggested in the mid-game max roll? Want staff guide, a significant improvement over just using random blues. I think as a PvP player, are the blues suggested in the mid-game max roll? Want staff guide, a significant improvement over... Oh no, I answered that, Devil. I think I just answered it late. Or maybe you didn't hear it. But I did say that the when it comes to the oh, I think I thought you were asking for PvP, but if you're asking for PvE, I think that's I just misanswered it, so sorry about that. But if you're asking for PvE, the blue gear is not necessarily like a gigantic improvement. So if you wanted to run just random things while working towards your epics, you can do that. Do you have what's going to be important if you're playing? Oh yeah, you're one staff, so yeah, you can run like I was about to mention, like if you're one Lombo, the mana regen gear would be important, but if you're one staff, like you're fine. You can just run what you want and work towards your epics. Do you have a guide for one staff? Yes, I do have a guide for one staff, Nicholas. If you go, it's all on my max roll, so it's convenient for folks just to reference whenever they want to. But Nicholas, if you go to my max roll and filter for my one staff, one Lombo guides, they're all up there, so you can check those out. Eli, how your gear looks like? Yeah, my current gear right now, hymns, looks like this. I've been away for like the past like 3 days on holiday, so I just came back today and I started up the stream. But this is my current gear. Some things are different because I just haven't gotten the items that I would get in my builds. So like these are not the pants that I would be using. This is not the cape I would be using. I would change those out. And then I'm working towards my epic gear. This is what I have. I got the wand from my guild for free. I got the bow from a dungeon on my first run. I got lucky on that. Then I have like my gear here, my normal gear. I have 1500 melee evasion right now and 800 range endurance right now. And I'm very hard to kill, even with just this gear. Oh, I should catch up on this. But I'm very hard to kill even with just that gear. Also just weaving in like abilities to help with survivability, of course, as well. Yeah, I don't know. I think I was about to say something, but I just blanked. Oh yeah, and the Lucid that I have, just folks know, I did not swipe for the Lucid that I have. I want to emphasize that so people don't think like, oh, he's only like doing X Y Z because he's swiping and has this gear. Nope, I'm not swiping. I just got lucky, and I got the Bloodlust belt for my weekly, and I sold it for 20k Lucent. So that's where like most of my Lucent came from, and I just sold some stuff that I got as dropped. I made into lithographs, and I sold them, or I sold good traits that were selling. I definitely would want to do a better job than I am right now with making Lucent, but I just getting back. Like I have 4,500 dungeon tokens. Like that's how long it's been that I haven't like been able to play as much in the past couple of days because I went on holiday and I was just big busy. But I have a lot more free time now, so I'm definitely going to be catching up and yeah, playing with my static more so they're not annoyed that I'm MIA. So you're recommending melee evasion and range endurance. If you play small scale or arenas protocol, you will enjoy melee evasion and range endurance better. Hi Eli, I'm building your build of melee evasion and range endurance. I'm almost there. I have in the arenas. I'm almost killable, but my problem is I'm running out of mana because I don't die. Yeah, we're Toski. I was just talking about that as well. If you're having thanks for being another example that melee evasion and range endurance is really really effective in small scale arenas, which is what the build excels. For all the folks who don't know as well, Maddie's running my melee evasion wand staff build as well. He's a healer. He's a #1 rank as a healer. He's in my guild as well. He's also running the arena skill build. So if you're wondering what he's running, that's what he's running. So the build is pretty effective in what it's supposed to be effective in, which is arenas and small scale. You can run the melee evasion range endurance build on wand staff as well, by the way. And it can be effective sometimes when you're facing like a crossbow who's stacking hit instead of like other stuff. So you can run the melee evasion range endurance build from longbow on one staff. But to Wartovsky's question, because you're running out of mana a lot, what you can do is you can use the Supreme Devotion Cloak, or you can use the Regal Jade Band and take off the green ring. You can use this one instead, and it should give you over like 100 additional mana regen. It will be super helpful. Or the Supreme Cloak, which will also give you a lot of mana regen as well. So you can swap both. I would prioritize swapping those two, either or. Not saying both because you're gonna drop your melee evasion way too low, but just one of them, and it will fix your mana regen issues. It should bring you like close to 700 before buffs, and then with buffs it should bring you over 700 or like close to 800 or at 800 with the mana potion and the food buff. Something to also keep in mind, Wartovsky, in arenas, you can actually use, I don't know why I said it like that, but in arenas, you can use the, my voice is cracking, hold on. In arenas, you can use utility food. So you can use utility food in arena, it will work, it will not disappear. You use it before you go into the arena. So what I recommend you do, Wartovsky, you should use the mana regen food. Not this one, this max mana regen. There's one that's actually mana regen, and this one 35. Use this mana regen food as well. Use a cheaper one, which is like green ones or like white ones even. You can use those as well in arenas. They won't disappear when you enter the arena. Will you still consider one staff as a viable pick when choosing between them? Yeah, absolutely. I still think wand staff is a viable pick when choosing between them for sure. They just have their own strengths, Jaquin. But it won't be as often as field. Oh, I'm just reading a chat. So I'm getting stunned a lot. I wish I should move off the triple evasion build and go melee evasion. Yeah, if you are experiencing that gravy, you should just move over for sure. Hi, thanks for all your videos. Yeah, no worries, Vin. Are you playing on Korea? I stopped playing on Korea after I'm on global launch. I paused Korea, so I'm probably gonna play Korea for new content, because the gear I have is pretty ahead, so I can like enjoy like pretty much any content. But right now I did pause Korea so I can focus more on NA. Can you always reset the weapon points investments? Yes, you can always reset the weapon points investments. Oglu, Oglumcans, Oglu. Say Augie. Can you show your gear? Yeah, I can show my gear at Asian Games. That's what I'm running right now. The wand I got from my guild for free. Do you think you could play Wand Lambo more aggressive and be competitive 1v1 situation? It's a little awkward, Vin. Or 1v1. Yeah, you can do 1v1 Wand Lambo. I have a 1v1 build on my max roll as well that I use to troll. And I say troll in the sense that like it's funny because it can kill people. I use that in events when I want to just do my own thing and have some fun. But yeah, you can use that or like a variant of that, and you can be fine in 1v1. In your Master Guide, you're going to the top line in wands, though. Yep, in the Master Guide, there is the top lines of wands, though, booty trap. But like I said, you do that. Like you do wand middle, and you do wand top. Booty trap. Wand middle, and then wand top. I don't know if the max roll, the max roll masteries just show the whole masteries though, so it doesn't really show what I went first. In terms of like the PvP build. Yeah, so if you go to the PvP build and go to skill builds, and you go click on the weapon mastery on the top right of the skill embed, it just shows all of it. It doesn't really show what I go in first. So I could put a note as well if that's helpful. Yeah, I can add that note in somewhere. Not sure where it's appropriate to do that so it doesn't get missed. Maybe I can put it under the skill embeds. Or no, that's not a good place. Maybe under like, you can put it somewhere. Yeah, I don't really know what I go in first, but I can do that. I know that'll probably be helpful. Yeah, sorry about that. Yeah, no worries, Helpa. And no worries, Isabella. What stats increase? Oh, I already answered that, Fatty. So the Fadi, the stats that increase endurance is nothing. No stats increase endurance. In terms of like the 4 attributes. The stats that increase evasion is dexterity, but it's not worth pouring into dexterity just to increase your dex because it only increases it by 2 per point, which is not worth it to full send dexterity just for that. So to the point about the CC bot for T2, do you just recommend the support or hybrid more in T1? I recommend either. If you want to be someone who like secures kills and you like that sort of like DPS support sort of role, you can do the hybrid build. If you do not, and you just like CCing and creating clumps and all that sort of really good benefits for your raid, do support. Even for PvP and PvE. Uh-oh. Samuel, can you ask your question again? Sorry. Or like what were you replying to? So I think you said that when I answered a question a while ago. So can you ask that again? And then I can respond. Sorry about that. Are the masteries you're showing on your guides on Master? I noticed you had 7 points into weapons in your leveling guides. Yeah, the full guides on max roll are gonna differ a bit from the leveling guides in terms of what points are allocated into, because when you're leveling, you're just focusing on doing damage, so the focus is on just damage. Whereas with like the PvP guides, it's a specific focus, right? You're not focusing on damage, you're focusing on whatever the build you're playing is doing. Oh yeah, sorry, the max rolls I'm showing in game are on my max roll in the PvP guides. Just open up the PvP builds, and you'll see them there. It's Nay. Eli, where can I find staff wand guide? Yes, the staff wand guide is on my max roll. If you do !point builds Zembron, it will pop up in the chat. If I got my Bisp boots with Bisp trait, should I keep or sell it as a trait or lithograph in global? If you got your Bisp boots with Bisp traits, ooh, that's a good call. That's a good question. Depends how much Lucent they sell for. They sell for over. If you can lithograph it and sell it for over like 4K, 5K Lucent coin, I'd sell it. No, who am I kidding? If you can sell it for over like. Wait, where'd you get it from though? If I got my Bisp boots with Bisp trait, should I keep? Corn, can you tell me what boots you got? Because I can tell you if it's worth selling or not right now. Would you use melee evasion or endurance for 2 PvP builds you posted? I use melee evasion and range endurance on my Wand Lambo because I like playing arenas in small scale. So that's why I use that build. For Wand Staff, it's just really one. For Wand Staff, you can use the melee evasion range endurance Lambo build on that too. It's helpful if there's a lot of crossbows running high hits on your server. Hello, for staff 1, do you spec into evasion or endurance? For staff 1, you should be prioritizing evasion first, because it synergizes with your victorious energy buff, so you can reach the highest amounts of melee evasion on staff 1 because of the staff victorious energy buff. Also high amounts of hit, which are really great to get your CC and stuff off, or burst abilities if you're running hybrid. So you can either do full evasion or you can do melee evasion, range endurance as well. Hello, I saw in the last video in a comment you said we could use Expo Wand for PvE just to farm while keeping Wand Bow, or did I? Yeah, you can do that. You can definitely do that, Carlos. You can level up an Expo and use that to farm as well. Yeah, no worries, Devil. Does party size affect drops at all on open world? Party size don't necessarily affect drops, but what they do is when you're in a party, parties technically increase your drop chances, right? And that's because the chance of getting gear from every mob while in a party is the same, right? So because of that, having more people in your party just helps with getting drops, more drops. You kill more mobs, you get the same chances of getting drops from that mob as long as you hit the mob, or not even, you don't even have to hit the mob. Like someone in your party just has to hit the mob, you can get a drop. Right, so parties increase your chances of drops because more people increases the range of mobs you can hit, which then increases your chance of getting drops. That was like a weird way to answer that, but I hope that made sense. Parties are good for grinding. That's a simplified way of putting it. It's Loki. Do you have a setting tips to improve targeting for PvP and PvE? I have a settings video. I have an updated settings video that I kept it more general. The new one I just posted on my channel. That also reminds me I have to like retitle the old one as outdated. But the new one I posted on my channel is updated. And you can check that out. It helps just improve like your overall experience of the game. So like, because some of the default settings are a little awkward, I like to say. So there's some specific things you can do, especially for healing, to make it feel a lot more smoother. What's priority from contract coin merchant? Oh, hey, Cannon. I think I saw Cannon follow. And thanks for the follows, folks. What's priority for do you have a setting tips to improve? What's priority from contract coin merchant? Yes, from the contract coin merchant, there's like a couple things that are pretty good for contract coin merchant. The mystic keys, you should be getting your mystic keys every day, right? So make sure you never miss out on your mystic keys. Mystic keys are good. Do your mystic keys, get your mystic globes or mystic portals. They give you a lot of really good freebies. So definitely do that. You just reminded me to get mine. Thank you. Another good thing is getting your extraction stones. If you want to sell things on the auction house, don't like just buy out the extraction stones. Buy things as you need them when it comes to extraction stones. So if you get a drop and you want to sell a trait, buy what you need in order to extract that trait and then sell it, right? Same thing with enchanted ink. If you get a drop and you want to make it into a lithograph to sell for lucent, buy the 25 you need. I mean, honestly, you can just probably buy all 50. It's probably worth it. So just buy the 50 you need. Don't keep on doing this every week, because you're probably gonna reach a point where you have too many and just wasted a lot of contract points. Just buy like have 50 in your storage, keep that 50 until the 50 depletes, and then buy like another 50. You could do like that, because you never know how lucky you're gonna get. You might get like a bunch of items that sell for like thousands and thousands of lucent. So you can take advantage of that. Make your lucent while you can, while prices are really high. You know what I mean? I just saw your message, Loki. I'm trying to swap servers. It won't. It's maximum transfers reach. I feel like to try like in like weird hours. I don't know. But I'm trying. Trying to get my content. How's the PvP on Amos, Loki? Who's healing the party since I'm not even there? Is it T1? Or do you guys have like another? You guys replace me. You guys replace me. Would you use melee evasion or endurance from 2 PvP builds you posted? Wand Bow. I like the melee evasion range endurance build. That's what I'm currently building. Ray 7, because I like playing a lot more small content and PvE or small content and arenas as well. Do you prefer playing Juan Lambo over Staff? If yes, why? I like playing both. On KR, I had builds for both. I really enjoyed the playstyles of both. It was just dependent on what I was feeling. I like Juan Lambo a little more because I like the amount of extra healing Juan Lambo has. I like the for example, the like Juan Lambo has a really good ability where you can like do this in combination with Nature's Blessing, and it like fully heals your HP bar by like insane amount. So it's really good for damage sustain. That's only with 1 tick of healing touch, by the way. With the more stacks of healing touch that you have, the more that actually heals. So it can heal up to 24,000 health from 3 stacks of healing touch in combination with Nature's Blessing. You can keep 2 stacks of healing touch at least on 2 different people. And then your healing touch from Purifying Touch also counts, so you can do that same sort of heal on 3 people. So it's really good for damage sustain. Like I can tank myself, which as a Juan Lambo, I can tank like 7 to 8 people with proper endgame gear, even with T2 gear. When doing that sort of combination, it's super hard to kill me when you do that. As Juan Lambo and tops, especially with Blessed Berry and stuff like that combined in there, so some other things. For other people in your party, you can help them sustain a lot of like damage as well, or like Greatsword combo if you use that on them and throw a Blessed Barrier on them as well, or Invincible Wall or other like those things. But yeah, there's like a lot of, you're more capable with keeping people alive as a Juan Lambo if you use your skills correctly than any other like healing build. Juan SNS is also a really good one that can help with keeping people alive, but they do it in a unique way. They do it by peeling, because Juan SNS has a lot more peels compared to other healer builds. So by peeling for your allies, you can help keep them alive instead of just like boosting them with a bunch of heals and stuff to keep them alive. So there's like a difference. For what question that was that I answered that way. But yeah. What is the weekly? The weekly are weekly scrolls. So every Sundries merchant, every week you should be going to your Sundries merchants and like wherever they are. Any Sundries merchant really doesn't really matter anymore. And buy the weekly scrolls that are being sold by these merchants. Should always be buying those weekly scrolls sold by these merchants, and doing those weekly quests. The weekly scrolls that I was talking about earlier are the ones that are for the open world dungeons. So do those weekly scrolls. And then there's also weekly scrolls for the Tatos Tower, which is like a separate thing. But those also really give like some nice mats that you should be making sure to get every week as well. So yeah, do those weekly scrolls, get your weekly scrolls. They're important. Do you run an endurance build on one? Let's go. Right now, I will run the same build I have now on large scale. I don't have a separate build right now, so I would run the melee evasion range endurance build in large scale. I am sort of slowly building my melee endurance range endurance build, but I don't have the pieces or anything upgraded on that right now. I picked Heroic Tunic of the resistance set of armor. The resistance, do you think it's worth changing it? Yes, definitely worth changing it. The melee evasion and max health from the heroic armor is really good. I wanted to know something. People are able to put gear directly on the market. How can they do that? I'm always forced to put them in litho. Yeah, so there's 2 ways to put gear directly on the market, M16. If you craft a piece of gear from a lithograph, right, and it becomes a great success, any sort of great success craft can be immediately put on the market as the gear itself. So you can tell something's a great success because it has this border, right? You see this border right here? This like brown sort of border around an item. That means this item was a great success craft, and that way, that's why these people can lift it on the market. So that's one way you can put something on the market. Wow, that sold for 12,800. That's crazy. Oh my gosh, it sold from 6,000 to 12,800. This comes from a co-op dungeon. But yeah, so like people just bought the lithograph version of these pieces, and then they crafted and they got a great success and they put it on the market. So that's how people are putting these items on the market. You can also just sell the lithograph and it sells for a lot probably too. This is my first day playing, so I have no idea what I'm doing, but I was having a lot of fun playing Dagger Wand while leveling 2. Is that a thing? Yeah, Wand Dagger is a thing. They do some unique stuff. They have like really good backdoor AoE sleeps or flanking sleeps. They have good survivability because they have like they have a couple of stealths. They have the ability to reset stealth with the smokescreen combination. They have the smokescreen that also nullifies all range damage being thrown at them. They have some really good options, or they have some really good unique aspects to the build, to their build. That makes it fun. It's also just a fun playstyle for a lot of people. People like the mobility. It's really mobile. But yeah. So it's a different way of playing the game as a support. When is the max damage and support? I use support specifically. I don't say healer because they excel more with their support capabilities than they do with like healing a party. They can obviously heal a party. Like there's people who in my guild who play Wand Dagger main and they can heal a party obviously, but where they shine the most is in their support capabilities, which is like, you know, they're really good AoE sleep plays, or their ability to help people with survivability with their smoke screen, or just keeping themselves alive, so you always have like a healer around as well, and that kind of stuff. Yo, when is the max damage PvP build coming? Yeah, maybe after my stream, Grim. I'm not gonna do it on stream because that's gonna. I'm trying to catch up with chat first for the past like 3 hours. But this is a Q&A anyway, so this is like sort of what this is meant for. In your leveling guide, you're going to top first. Yeah, my leveling guide, you go top because... Oh, so that's what you're talking about. Yeah, Booty. So in the leveling guide, I go top first because you're trying to do as much damage while leveling, right? So that's why you focus on the leveling tree lines in the leveling builds, because you want to do as much damage as possible. But once you hit 50, you can just easily reset it. Oh, there's so many people. I want to group ups. But once you hit 50, you can easily reset it in the ways mentioned before. Just reset it. It costs a little bit of loose solent. It's okay. Solent's always something you can get back very easily. It's like pennies, also the cost. So you just reset it once you hit 50, and you go your actual mastery tree lines that you want to go. Do you have any idea where to get wine from? IRL? No, I'm kidding. Wine, you get wine from the Sundries. I think the Sundries merchant sells wine. Someone can correct me if I'm wrong there. Sorry if I'm wrong. But I'm pretty sure the Sundries merchant sells wine. Go to the Sundries merchant and buy the wine. Also, on top of that, if you're going to be getting into cooking or think you're going to get into cooking eventually, buy all the daily foods from the Sundries merchant that you are able to purchase. Definitely do that. Oops, I wasn't paying attention. Oh, I have the wrong build on. Okay, there we go. Thanks a lot. Have a great stream. Yeah, no worries, Vin. How do you target allies during PvP? I have people in my party. I have keybinds for my party members. I have 1 to 6 for my party members. So I press those buttons to target my allies in PvP. Outside of my party, I click. I'm a clicker. I would love if the game added like an option like Arcade has, where you can like set up your tabs to scroll through. You can set up your tabs to scroll through your allies, but unfortunately that's not an option right now. But hopefully it's something that they add in, because it just makes sense. You know what I mean? So hopefully that's something they just add in. For the staffs you have 2 Umbra and Talus. Is that a preference pick, or what are the pros cons? Yeah, it's more of like a preference pick, Hillpaw, but I can go through the pros cons. So Umbra Master Staff, where that is really good. Umbra Master Staff is a stat stick. So it has some of the it has like it's the staff that allows you to reach like 60 perception, 60 strength, for example, right, which are breakpoints or like staff bonuses that are really, really good. Talus staff just helps with survivability a bit more, especially against great swords and SNS, but particularly against great swords. So it's really just a preference, what you want, what you feel better with. You feel better with Talus staff because you need that extra survivability against great swords, or do you feel like you're good against great swords and your evasion, maybe you feel comfortable with your evasion and you feel good with your blocks and you feel good with your positioning or your skill uses and all that stuff to help you live, and you find that you want the Umbermancer's stat stick instead. You can definitely just go that instead. Yeah, it's up to you. What you prefer. Do you have to be level 50 to wear purple gear? No, you do not have to be level 50 to wear purple gear. Wait, is that true? Yeah, that is true. Is that true? Yeah, it is true. You don't have to be level 50 to wear purple gear. Are there websites that we can get guide for the mechanics in the game? Example, dungeon. And yes, Maxwell has guides on. I actually make these with the help of my teammate Yane. Maxwell has guides for all of the co-op dungeons in the game, and all of the field bosses in the game, and all of the arc bosses in the game. So if you go to the maxwell.gg website, go to Throne of Liberty, there's really, really helpful guides for all of the content in the game, just so it can help you learn it. It's also super helpful for some bosses that people constantly mess up, like Koazan. Please learn the mechanics of Koazan. But if you have fun trolling your server, then you can definitely just troll. Koazan's like a boss that you can easily troll people with. Or sorry, Malakar. I'm thinking Malakar. Malakar is a boss that you can easily troll people with if you just don't do the mechanic properly. But yeah, you can find those on Maxwell. Arc bosses, definitely want to learn the mechanics for arc bosses, so you can find those guides that that I made with my teammate Yane on Maxwell. No worries, Fadi. Or Fadi. The best boots I got are Ebon Roar Sabatons. The trait goes for 500, list goes for 1k. Oh, just wear the Ebon, Corin. I would wear it, especially if they sell for that much. Just definitely wear it. Just use it, because those boots are going to be helpful. Like leveling those boots up even without like a good trait is going to be beneficial to your melee evasion stacking. So just wear it for sure. Wait, what the hell? Okay. Oh, he like dodged back. Thanks. What about large scale PvP? Large scale PvP endurance tends to be a bit better, because large scale PvP as a healer, especially if you're a backline healer, you're getting hit mostly by AoEs. So the endurance can help you a bit more there. You can still use the evasion build. You just have to be careful with your positioning, of course. Be more mindful with your positioning. Yeah, be more mindful with your positioning is all. You use the melee evasion range endurance build. Can I use the same build as Wand Staff or two Wand Bow? Yes, you can use a melee evasion range endurance build on Wand Staff if you wanted to. Warbellion. Got it. Warbellion. Hela, I wanted to know something. People are able to put gear directly on the market. How can they do that? I'm always forced to put them in litho. Thanks, Matt. Yeah, people are putting gear on the market because they're making it into a lithograph. If you go into craft armor down here into the armor materials, you can craft these things called precious blank lithograph. You use these to make any item you get, even from co-op dungeons, in terms of armor, specifically armor, into lithograph. You cannot make dungeon weapons into lithograph. The game won't let you. Just keep that in mind. Hey, I have been studying your builds for a while now. Oh, hey, Zezzy. Welcome. Oh, thanks for the subscription, Punk. I really appreciate that. I saw that also early. See, I'm getting better. But yeah, I appreciate that. Thanks for being here. Oh, I just saw Loki's message again. Your guides on Maxwell are great. I tweaked it a bit from a playstyle overall. Your guide is amazing. Yeah, thanks, Rain. No problem. Yeah, if anything, I would just my goal is for the guys to be at least good bases for people to make what they want to do in the game. But with the explanations that I include in my guides, and like the bit of like sort of the base, you can use it like a template to do your own thing that fits your own playstyle, which is also one of the main intentions with those guides. Saves you time from figuring out things, especially tests, because I completed a lot of tests already in this game, just so you know exactly what things do, especially things that aren't explained in skill descriptions or stats. Just helpful to know, so you can understand why something isn't working. Maybe because I'm not reaching this certain breakpoint that is required apparently, because this is how evasion and hit works, and I didn't know that at the time. Yeah, so that's the point of the guides. Not to tell people what to do, but just to help people feel less lost in a game that has so much hidden information for no reason, really. That's like such a typical like Korean MMO thing, just a lot of hidden information. I'm wondering whether you are still stacking endurance. Yeah, I stack range endurance, but I also have melee evasion, Zezzy. As wand dagger, is the point of PvP to sleep bomb people? You can sleep bomb as a wand dagger as well. That's just a different kind of build. You're a DPS. You're not a healer anymore. If you're a wand dagger bomber, you should be playing as a DPS because that's how the build is best played. Oh yeah, you change your username, Loki. That's actually much better. I can see you. I'm catching up with the chat, Loki. I've been trying to catch up the chat the last like 3 hours. I'm actually almost there. I'm like at 22:54 with messages, and it's 11:08. So I'm actually about to just catch up, which is gonna feel really good. Hey Murat, what is the best accessories for wand bow build? The best accessories for the wand bow build. So if you go exclamation point build unique, you'll be able to see what I actually recommend for mid game and end game builds for wand longbow. Generally, off the top of my head, if I remember correctly, if you're playing wand, if you're playing melee evasion, range endurance, you go Slaughter's Necklace. They're calling it something else right now. Decimation Collar. Beast Bracers. Dimension Ring, Sapphire Dimension Ring. You can go the green melee evasion ring, or you can go the Regal Ring for more mana regen. And then also the blue melee evasion belt, which is called Belt of Combat Prowess. So those are like the best accessories. If you're going endurance, similar stuff. You just swap the necklace for Conqueror's Necklace, and you swap you can keep Regal Ring as well for mana regen, or you can go the Abyssal Ring. The Abyssal Ring is also pretty good too, and you can run that as well for mana regen, helping you with mana regen. And the belt, you do the Toucan's belt, which I forgot what they're calling here now, but they call the belt on NA Flame Rot, the Flame Rot bindings. But yeah, where is he heading? Reading from the chat. Oh yeah, I'm reading from a few messages back. I'm just catching up, Zezzy. I'm almost caught up. I'm trying to catch up for the past 3 hours, but I'm doing good now. I'm almost caught up fully. Can you show skill mastery for PvP setup? Yeah, the skill mastery for wait, this is my skill mastery for PvP setup. So there's what I have right now, Nguyen, is I'm building my PvP mastery. I'm not building my PvE mastery right now. I'm building my PvP mastery because that's like my main focus right now. So yeah, it'll be the same thing on my max roll, or the same thing that I have here as well that I just showed. I think how much of a percent is it to do a great success when you craft gear like this? Oh, really low. I don't even think they even revealed what the percentage chance is. But Singularity, a chance of great success, I want to say is like 5%. That's probably generous. Probably like even like 1 to 3% chance of a great success. It's very low. RNG, really. You can honestly feel like a 50-50, depending on how lucky you are, right? Like the best thing about RNG, I guess. I've been building your full engines, building what people keep telling me. Melee evasion is the way to go, and now I'm a bit sad that I messed up. So the thing about, you didn't mess up necessarily, Zezzy. The thing about endurance is best when you have the full traits of endurance, like the full stats of endurance, right? So that's like the thing with endurance always. So once you get the full stats of endurance, you're gonna feel super tanky. But melee evasion, you can feel the benefits of it immediately, because it's harder for people to stack up hits, especially early game. So you're like sort of stacking up your melee evasion, and people are stacking up their hit at sort of the same time. But it also feels better in small scale and arena, like I've said. I also say that in the build as well, on the website. So yeah, that's why I like small scale and arena a lot too. So I build melee evasion range endurance on my longbow. I've been farming Night Slayer's cape for days now from each end. They just is there really no alternative epic grade cape I can use? Hate potential, not right now. It comes out in T2 dungeons, so next month. Actually no, we're not getting T2 armor. I don't know if they're going to include the cape, because the cape is a T21 cape. So what the devs specifically said about the T2 dungeons coming out in November next month, or what AGS said, is that it will not have T2 gear, right? But the capes and the accessories in the T2 dungeons are all T1 gear. So I'm thinking that those T2 dungeons will have the T1 capes and accessories, but they just won't have the armor. So if that's the case, there's a way better melee evasion cape that's purple and epic in the T2 dungeons that you would be swapping to. Everyone will swap to. But yeah, right now, unfortunately, Meatrans is your better bet. If you have, though, I will say, if you have the melee evasion of all your other stuff, you could just not run that cape and run this cape instead. You can run Supreme Devotion cape instead and just sacrifice the melee evasion from that cape and you'll be fine. Because you still be around like 1600, 1800. So you'd be fine. You could do that. That's my tip there. So you don't have to pull your eyes out farming Mitrins. Which I've been also trying to do. I haven't gotten my cape drop either. Oh, sorry, Alpha. I'll control my ums. I do my ums when I'm like scrolling through chat or when I'm trying to like reorient myself. But I'll stop umming. Sorry. I just did it again. I just did it again. Hold on. I think now that I got called out on my ums, I'm like doing it more unintentionally, but just because I feel a little embarrassed. But okay, wait, I have to stop. And let's use ands. Oh shit. Okay, well, I'll try. Thanks for taking the time to answer everyone's questions. Yeah, no worries, Raz. Friendly reminder about the ranged magic evasion build on Max Pro, please. Frig. Okay. Now I'm more aware of my ums. A friendly reminder about the ranged evasion build on Max Roll, please. The silence is me trying not to really hard. Fuck. Yes, okay, you wanted me to add that to Max Roll, yeah. I'll add that to my notes so I don't forget. I will add that build back. For one staff. Fuck. I should like, there should be a bot that like automatically mutes you the moment you to say What keys do you use to move? WASD. If you use ornate coins to buy the pouches, you can get lucky and be level 1 with purples. If you use ornate coins to buy the pouches, you can get lucky in level 1. Yeah, you can definitely do that, No Wolf. As a staff bow, is Tublix Umbra a solid way to build PvP and PvE, or do I need Carnix? As a staff bow. Oh, staff bow, sorry. Is a solid way to build PvP and PvE. Yes, you can use Tublix in PvE and PvP. You can also use Umbra as well. There's no problems using Umbra in PvE. Carnix is helpful to increase your range, because range also increases your crit chance with Sniper's passive. I just saw your message, Joppy, because I just glanced at the other side of my screen. I am reading Twitch chat. I'm just catching up. I'm catching up. It's like I don't miss a single message. I want to read every single message that's sent on Twitch and YouTube. So I'm just catching up. So it seems like I'm not reading Twitch chat, but then when I reach your question, you'll see that I'm actually reading Twitch chat. I'm just reading messages that are like, right now I'm at 23:06 and it's 11:17. So I'm reading messages that are 10 minutes behind. But I will reach your question eventually. But I will read it. I promise I'll read it. I'm reading everyone's messages. Now I feel so awkward saying it's like now it's bothering me. As the staff. But so you don't need a Carnix mic to answer your question. Are traits random on gear? As instead of 3 possible, it could be. You don't need. You Carnix will be helpful, and you should get a Carnix. but you don't. It's not mandatory in order to be successful in your build. Right now is what I'm trying to say. Are traits random on gear? As in, instead of 3 possible, it could be any trait. I have health regen on my purple resistance. Traits are random. Yes, when you get a gear piece or you get a drop, the trait is random on what you get. There's a certain amount of traits that a piece can get. So if you open up your inventory or whatever, click on a piece of gear, there's an option that says trait list. Click trait list, and it shows you exactly the traits that that piece of equipment can get. Is that what you're asking, Omen? Hi, do you have Juan Lombo open dungeon build? Yes, I do. If you go to my Maxwell reel, and I'll link it to you because I don't have my command set up on YouTube. So I'm going to link it to you right now. If you go here, filter it for my Juan Staff Juan Lombo builds, and you will find, you'll find my, and go to the PvE variants of it, you will find the open world dungeon builds, which is the solo AoE DPS. Use the solo AoE DPS builds in the open world dungeons. Just deal as much damage as possible is what your goal should be. Not much healing should be needed. If you need extra healing, you can swap out Vortex for Clay Salvation, and you can do that. But if you're in a party, you don't really need Vortex. You could just go Clay Salvation, Swift Healing. Use that for healing if needed. If no one needs healing in your party because you're just killing mobs so fast, keep everything the same. I was starting a new character as a healer like yours. You think is better wand at first hand or bow? Use bow on your first hand beast hunters. That's because bow gives you the better masteries for survivability. When it comes to masteries, you have to remember masteries always apply to the weapons they belong to. So what that means is because wand doesn't have any defensive masteries that are better than longbow, and the wand masteries will always apply to the wand skills. That means the wand masteries are always benefiting your heals, your curses, and everything like that. So you do not need to have that in your hand, your main hand. What you should have is your longbow, because your longbow has multiple good masteries that help with your survivability. And it has better mana regen as well. So you should be keeping that in your main hand. Hey Grim, what's up? What's up? I'm doing good. I'm doing good. Just catching up with chat. For the last couple bit, but it's an FAQ kind of stream, so it's okay. This is what's supposed to happen. Is the Staff Wand PvP and PvE updated to global release? Yes, it is, Fling. It is now. The gear is updated. I'm gonna make some tweaks on the skill builds probably, but for the most part they're all the same. Like I'm not changing. The tweaks on the skill builds would be the oh wait, I think I already updated it. Hold on, I'm just remembering it. Let me just go look at my PvE build really quickly. Skill builds, early game healer PvE, late game healer PvE. Yeah, the wand staff is good, and my wand lombo PvE I also updated that as well before. Yeah, so I'm actually it's good. It's updated. I don't have to update this anymore. I was gonna update the PvP builds for the Juan Lombo arena build. I was gonna add in the alternative sections of the Juan Lombo build some of the more offensive abilities that I take in arena when I want to use more offensive abilities. I know some folks were asking about that, so I'll add that into the Maxwell. Is the Safwan PvP and PvE updated to global release? Oh, I just answered that. Can you show your gear? Yes, I can show my gear, Kite. Once I get to like a safer area. Let me kill these two. Pretty pile of bones. Oh, it's down this way. Can you show your gear? Yes. Sorry. While I'm auto walking, I'll show it there. That's what I'm currently running. I've been away for a little bit on holiday, so I just came back, and this is what I had when I left. But the pants are different and the cape are different. They're not what I want to wear, but it's just what I have right now, so that's why I'm wearing it. I don't know what I'm following your PvP guide for the gear, but using the PvP skills sometimes. Yeah, no worries, Reigns. That's thank you, and that's exactly what you should be doing. If you're PvEing, you should be using the PvE builds. It's okay if you're PvEing a lot and you just find yourself using the PvE builds. It's better to be prepared than not be prepared, right? In case you want it to PvP at some point. So it's okay that you're using the PvP. You're building PvP gear first, even though you're PvEing more. Do I have a community guild for my followers, Refo? I don't have a community guild. I'm currently in the guild Ethereum. That's like my main guild. But I don't have a guild for my for followers, but I do have a Discord for everyone. So I have a Healers TNL Discord. Definitely recommend joining that refo. Do !! Discord and the link will pop up. 100% recommend joining that. It's a really good space, good community of healers, which is really cool because, you know, good to be around other healers who like healing and don't mind talking about healing, you know. So definitely join that. Do ! Builds. The bot will link the Discord link. Or sorry, ! Discord, and the bot should link the Discord link. It's the bot not linking the Discord link. I just saw. I looked at my left screen and I see some people trying to do the command, but the command's not. Is the command working? Exclamation point. Oh, sorry. Wait, no. Sorry, the command is healer Discord. ! Healer Discord. Should I change that to Discord or is healer Discord fine? I wonder if it's being specific like that is necessary or not. Let me know. I don't even know if that matters. But yeah, let me know. Can you explain the curse bomb combo order? Yeah, I can explain the curse bomb combo order. So when you do curse bomb combo rotation, maybe I should explain by doing. So let me just get a bunch more of these plus. 7 more to do. 7 more to do. But yeah, so generally you want to do open up with your touch of despair, your AoE touch of despair. Open up with that first. You want to then use fighting spirit into ray of disaster. I'm just talking about wand skill specifically because I'm not sure what your offhand is. So touch of despair, fighting spirit, ray of disaster, touch of despair again into decaying touch, into time for punishment, into spread, into explosion. Usually you'd have 3 stacks on the mob already because of the increased chance of double procking touch of despair. So that's generally the combo that you would follow. So you can see how I do it here. Because I'm Lombo, there's like some things that are different. So I use some Lombo skills and I weave that into the rotation. And then you see I spread here and then I blow everything up. That is the combo that I just explained. And then I usually finish with like decisive sniping, bombardment, whatever. And my gear's not even crazy. Like, it's just this. I was doing the same thing with green and blue gears. You can do the same thing if you're green and blue gears as well. Blocking is super important because blocking reduces the cooldowns of all your curse abilities, so please keep that in mind. What that means is it reduces the cooldowns also of your Karmic K spread as well. That's included in that. So make sure you always block when there's the opportunity to block. Doesn't matter if it's a perfect block or not a perfect block or whatever. I'm just gonna set up. But doesn't matter if it's a perfect block or not. It will reduce the cooldowns of your abilities. That's why leveling up Curse Chaotic Shield is really good for PvE especially. Can you? Oh yeah. I just offhand heal on one dagger. Yeah, you can do that. Highlight. Can you show skill spec for PvP? Yeah, skill spec for PvP. I also had that on my Maxwell Duunion So you can check that out. But for PvP, if you do exclamation point builds, sorry, let me link that for you, Dunian, because you're in YouTube. You're on YouTube. So if you visit that link, Dunian, and then go to my skill sections, my skill build sections, you can see these skill specializations there. But I can show it like right after this. Just a second. Can you still earn more stat points after max level? Can I still earn more stat points after max level? Stat points? Do you mean like mastery levels? No, when you max your mastery, that's it. You can't increase your mastery further when you max your mastery. You can increase the bar a bit more, but you can't. That's pretty much it. But yeah. Do you and if you mean like I see what you mean. When you reach level 50, can you increase your stat points? No, you do not get any more stat points once you reach 50. You just stay at 49. When they increase the level cap with Talendir, you get more stat points. But right now it caps at the 49 you get from 1 to 50 or 2 to 50. Or yes, 2 to 50. Is it better to build into PvP or PvE first? If you're doing any sort of PvP content reigns, do the PvP builds. 100% do the PvP builds because you can use PvP gear in PvE just fine. PvE gear is more of a thing like for challenge modes and trying to like, you know, get super high on the rankings. If you want to be like that sort of competitive in PvE, then do the PvE builds, but that kind of content right now is not out. It comes with T2 dungeons. So just do PvP content if you do any sort of PvP right now. Is it better to build in... Oh, I just read that, sorry. Hi, Eli. Do you recommend completing trading and blue armor on leveling the blue armor to blue and transferring to purple? It depends. If the purple armor that you're getting is something that you can easily farm from open world dungeons, meaning you can get lots of it and trade it up quite easily, do the purple armor first. Don't worry about trading up the blue armor for that slot. If the blue armor is something you can grind in open world dungeons, similarly, you can grind in open world dungeons, and the purple armor equivalent is something you get from co-op dungeons, for example, or a field boss or whatever, do the blue armor first and trade that up because it'll be a lot easier. So that's sort of how you should decide. So whatever you can get multiples of and trade up easily is what you should prioritize in getting. Oh, I'm doing bow and wand. I just started killing the 50 level Reaper to try to get the purple bow, focusing on healing in the boss. Any tips just reaching 50? Yeah, if you run, hey Joppy, if you go to my Wand Lombo PvE build on Max Row, use the early game PvE build, which is what I have right here as well, so I can show that. This one right here, it's gonna collect this. Use this build right here. Oh, sorry, not this one. If you look at the Max Row, it'll show you more specifically what is on there. But it has like healing touch on there as well as the barrier shield. So if you use this build that's on the max roll in the early game PvE, this could help you if you're just learning the game. And then you take like the vitality on Nature's Blessing, you can get that really strong heal. But you can do that as you're just learning and healing parties. That way you can heal successfully while making mistakes. Also, just learning the mechanics of the dungeon. So search up a YouTube video as well and just learn the mechanics of the dungeon. So as long as you're not making mistakes, it's okay if your party members make mistakes, because then you'll have less pressure as well. So you don't have to worry about yourself making mistakes and your party members making mistakes and trying to keep them alive, if you know what I mean. Thank you very much for your answer. Yeah, no worries, Singularity. Any way to stop abilities from snapping to targets in classics such as Flash Wave, Yes, you can. What you want to do is to set up your settings properly. I have a settings video as well. You should take a look at that. Make sure you have like updated settings. But what I do to is have your settings set up like this. Have toggle aim skills on and turn off these bottom two. Toggle aim skills makes it so any sort of AoE cast ability, you can free target where you want to cast it and it won't snap to anyone. Hello, I'm doing bow and wand. I just started killing the... Oh, I just read that, Joppy. Let me know if you're here for when I answer that, Joppy. Sorry, I made you come to Twitch. I'm a little delayed answering questions. Can you show the new settings? Because when I watch your video, some settings has changed. Well, make sure you watch the newest video, Mario. I have 2 settings video on my channel. One's older. I need to change the title of that to say outdated, so sorry about that. But there's a newer one as well. So make sure you watch that one. But the settings should be the same. It's the same stuff on the first page. Wait, so endurance is the best if I actually stack all the trait slots? Endurance is strong if you actually stack all the trait slots, Zezzy. I wouldn't say it's like the best in everything, but it's very strong, and it feels a lot stronger when you stack all the trait slots. But like, again, you have to stack all the trait slots, so that's like the thing you have to consider. Hey, I'm finding the no damage arena build feeling kind of... Oh yeah, just answered. Hey, Chef Boy. So yeah, if you the no damage arena build, what you can do to add more damage into it as well is you can swap in so the way that you use a no damage arena build, though, I should probably explain, is you should be setting up using your CC to set up the kills for your party, always sleeping the healer, right? And then using your ensnaring arrow to set up kills, using enchanting time, or sorry, time for punishment, as well, to make it easier to kill targets. But what you can do is you can swap in strafing and Zephyr's knock for ensnaring arrow. You can take off ensnaring arrow and put in strafing, and you can also take off purifying touch and put in knock, or sorry, take off purifying touch and put in strafing, and take off knock for ensnaring arrow. And you can do that. You just lose purifying touch, but you can do that as well for the build to add a bit more damage into it. Okay, I hear you, XX. Been reading the guide on healer with Bowan. Is the gear on NA? Yes, it is. All the guides on Maxroll are updated for NA specifically. Can you show the new optimal settings for one staff healer? Because I was watching your video, and the settings should be the same for Khan. Make sure you just watch the more recent one, because there's 2. There's one that I need to definitely state that is outdated, and there's one that's newer and updated. Just make sure you're using the right one, you know? Oh, that's a heavy attack chance. Okay, saw that. Almost there. You should do this. Nice. Almost there. I can get a trade on my exhibitor one. Hi, dude. Can you show the new settings? Because when you watch your, yeah, it should be. Make sure you watch the newest video. Let me know which video you watch though. You can see what's going on. Is nerfs better than evasion for longbow PvP? Evasion is better for small scale and arenas. Endurance is better. I want to be careful when I use better, but endurance is super strong when you fully trade it, especially on large scale. Oh, and someone answered. Thank you. That's helpful, actually. Can you demonstrate solo PvE rotation, please? I did, Rain. When I demonstrated, when I was killing mobs just now, Rain, were you there? Let me know. Or RA7N. Let me know if you're there when you saw me. If not, I'm about to do it again anyways. Sapo evasion, you don't... Oh, let me put Discord on streamer mode so you guys don't hear the boom kind of sounds. It's going to be annoying. Here we go. Turn it on. There you go. There we go. Okay. How do you have so much health? I have health from strength. I have health from traits as well. I have some trait healths. I don't have it on this yet, but I have it on my helmet. Yeah, that's how I have health from traits and strength. You should be putting points into strength. That's one of your main stats. Like your main stat, really. And then perception to 50, 60. If you run a more offensive sort of build, rest into wisdom for mana regen. Gear. If you do estimation point builds, Moza, that's the gear that I have and the gear that I'm following. It's on my own build. The gear that I have right now in the game is this. The pants and cape are not what I want for my mid-game builds. I just don't have the pants that I need right now, or the cape. So that's what I have right now, just temporary stuff. I would use a devotion purple cape if you get that from Cave of Destruction. It's good for mana regen, especially as a longbow. You need so much mana regen. I am farming like this. How far behind is Staff Wand versus Staff Longbow? In what way? In terms of healing, Staff Wand, no one compares to Staff Longbow in terms of healing. In terms of, like, let's say, for example, when it comes to the CC capabilities of both, Staff Wand is better because Staff Wand has like the best like AoE CC. You can create really good plays and setups for your guild to capitalize on. So you can help really turn the tides of battle with the kind of CC that you can put out and the stuff that you can take as a support compared to like a DPS staff player. So that's like a key difference there. If you're wondering, like, you know. Sorry, one sec. Let me just get this. Here, we go to food crate. But yeah, there's just different strengths and weaknesses. If you go into the Discord, Blow Pop, go into announcements, go into the pins, the pin messages, you'll see I did a full summary of all the 4 meta healer builds, as well as the off meta builds. And you can see I listed all the strengths of each and the uniqueness of each of them. So definitely give that a read and you can understand sort of where each of them excel. Yeah, and it can help you choose if you're still trying to choose. Yeah, I want endurance, but most of my DPS gear doesn't offer melee endurance. I see what you mean. Oh, friend, can you show the new settings? Yeah, let me know, Mario, if you saw that new video. As well as you, for Ken. Melee and range endurance trait works right with healer, or is evasion better, or just endgame? Melee and range endurance traits works right with healer. It depends on what you're doing, King Sumalan. So if you're doing a lot of small skill in arena, run melee evasion, range endurance build. It'll feel better. If you are if you only care about large scale, that's like what you do in terms of your PvP content for the most part. Endurance will feel really good when you get all the traits traded out. The high defense, the high max health, and the high endurance just makes you extremely hard to kill with the endurance build. But you just need the endurances to reach the breakpoints. It's okay to go melee evasion, range endurance. Yes, it's definitely okay. That's the main way that's the only way you should be building evasion on Longbow. You should not be doing range evasion on Longbow. You'll never reach in T1 the range evasion breakpoint that you need to actually have effective range evasion against people who know how to build. Or not know how to build, but people who are especially building like any sort of hit. So yes, you run range endurance because that's what you can actually stack very well when it comes to the gear available in T1 right now. for Juan Lombo specifically, because we don't have range endurance buffs. You got to keep that in mind. Dagger does, staff does, we do not. So there's no reason for us to run range evasion when we can only reach at most like 1.2, 1.3k or whatever. It's not enough, and a lot of that gear comes from field bosses to reach that high. Whereas like people have 1k hit. So like what's 1k hit gonna do versus 1.2, 1.3k range evasion? But like also depends on your server. Because even like 800 hit or 900 hit is like not that much versus like realistically you're gonna have like 1k, 1.1k range evasion. So you're not really doing much. Whereas with the staff, they can add 460 evasion to their evasions, all their evasions, so they can reach a really good breakpoint to have effective range evasion against range hit. Same thing with daggers. They roll and they can do any sort of mobility skill or dodge or block, whatever, and they have 690 range evasion added to them. So, you know, they can build it effectively with the help of their kit, whereas Juan Lombo can't. But you can build very effective range endurance, which is what you should be building, because you don't have the gear to bring you to the proper breakpoint for range evasion. Yeah, let me know, Furkin, as well, if you saw that new video for the settings. Can you still earn more stat points after max level? No, you cannot. In terms of level. What kind of trades do I need for blue armor? It depends on what build you're running, Bishop. So do exclamation point builds and you can see the kind of traits that you need. If you're running the evasion builds, get your 2 evasion traits. If you're running the endurance builds, get your 2 endurance traits. Generally, max health is a good trait. And mana regen, if you're a Lombo, is extremely important trait, or else you're going to go out of mana constantly. You're going to hate healing when you have no mana to use any of your abilities and people are just dying in front of you. So mana regen is super important as well as a Lombo, because you are mana starved with the amount of heals that you do in intense fights and stuff like that. You heal quite a bit. But yeah. I'm probably going to... I feel like I was just catching up with that, and now the chat, and now I'm slowing down. So let me just focus on chat for really quickly. What kind of trait do I need for armor? One Lombo. I'm probably going to have to redo my, and I think I actually King, so let me know. I'm probably going to have to redo my traits then. Luckily, I'm in mostly blue gear still. Yeah, that's good, Jeffrey. Luckily, you didn't get too far. Are you full healer? Yes, I am. Usually play full healer as well. The full healer build that you see on my max roll. Should I just all purple active passive growth book so I can get my blue? Yes, you should do that, Shogun, if you don't have epic ones on everything. What's the biggest difference on Wombo versus Wand Staff? I have that summarized in my Discord in announcements blow pop. If you go into my Discord, do exclamation point healer Discord, go into the healer Discord, go into announcements, go into the pin messages, you'll see a full list breakdown of all the meta builds compared to each other, including the off meta builds. So that should be really helpful in understanding the differences between each of them. Generally, Wand Bow has the best healing throughput, and Wand Staff has the better AoE CC, so they have the best ability. They're much better at setting up kills and clumps for your raid, while also you're able to play a hybrid build, so you can play a better hybrid offensive build that can get lots of kills on Wand Staff that the other healer builds cannot do in the same way, because Wand Staff has way better AoE burst DPS. That's instant to cast. Melee range endurance traits work right with healer, or is evasion better, or just endgame? Melee range endurance traits work right with healer, or is evasion better, or just endgame? Melee endurance range endurance, yes, it works. You just have to get the full traits. That's something to remember with the endurance builds, King Suma. Yeah, exactly what Excess said, Jeffrey. If you want full endurance, you can just get the full traits. If you want full endurance, just get the full traits. It's what you need. Like I played, like something to note, like I played endurance the entire time I played KR, and I was like very hard to kill. Like you guys saw my videos on my YouTube, like that was me in endurance gear on KR. So that's something to also keep in mind. And those are people with like more advanced gear than we have right now in T1. What else? Oh, the Discord saying invalid invite now? What? You're the first person who said that. Let me go and change that to the vanity link then. Because that is a thing now. Healer. TNL? I think it says healers. What is it? Healers. Healers. TNL. I think is the vanity link. Hold on. Let me double check really quickly. Sorry about that. Pretty weird. Healers TNL. Yep, I made a healers TNL. That is the vanity link. Nitro server boost. Oh no, Nitro. Wait. How did I put on streamer mode again? Oh, here it is. Okay. So, healers TNL. This is right. Okay, I updated the Discord link, so it should be using the vanity link now. So it should never expire or be invalid or anything like that. M250 R570 Mag 860. What does that mean? Oh, you're running triple endurance. I wouldn't do triple endurance, Jeffrey. I wouldn't do that. I don't have that build on my max roll either. Because running a triple endurance right now in T1 gear is not that great. Like, you can't really do that right now effectively on one Lombo. That's why I used to have a triple endurance build there before, like, and then I removed it when the game launched because you can't build an effective triple endurance build that works in like majority of all PvP content with the current T1 gear. Like, you're first of all too reliant on a party, but even in a party, it's not as strong in terms of the other stats and where you can get them compared to the other builds. So I'm always comparing it to the other builds. If the other builds can do something better in terms of gearing and survivability, then just run those. There's no point of having a third if the third is subpar in comparison. Melee range endurance trait works right with healer, or is evasion better, or just endgame? Yes, melee endurance traits works right with healer. Oh, I think I saw your. Let me know if I answered your question, King. I'm just gonna speed up chat. Melee range endurance. Okay, I already answered that too, King. Let me know, King, if I answered your question. I probably just read it late, and I'm just reading these messages late. Gear didn't have a melee endurance option. Mastral has a melee endurance option. That's the only option there, Jeffrey. Melee endurance, range endurance. Work things. I'm going to do the forbidden build. Oh, you're gonna do the forbidden build, Loki? Wait, why? What am I missing? Are you actually gonna do the forbidden build, Loki? I'm not calling it a forbidden build. You're gonna actually do Wand Greatsword. It's called Wand Greatsword. You guys keep calling it a forbidden build. Wait, why are you gonna run that? I also saw Cannon was gonna run the forbidden build, or Wand Greatsword. What did I miss? What happened? Did they do something on? Oh, did they say something on KR? I didn't check the dev notes in a while. How do you have such high gear score with losing green? I have high such gear score because what also increases your gear score are your masteries and the level of your skills on your current bar. Just Stark. 15k loosen, is that just from loot? Yeah, it is, Mash. I'm not a swiper, I swear. I got really lucky and I got a bloodlust belt, so I sold that for 20k, and that's where all my loosen came from. And then other than that, I sold some traits and lithographs and stuff like that. Yeah, that's how I got my loosen. Oh yeah, thank you, XX. Yeah, that's helpful. While I'm catching up with chat, folks can help out with answering people, so they're not waiting too long. Do you have a guide link, please? Yes, ! Builds Mosa, and my guide, the links of all my guides will show up. Do ! Builds in the Twitch chat here on Twitch. What is the purpose of Arrow Vortex? Arrow Vortex just helps groups mobs. That's really the point of Arrow Vortex. There's not really much else of a point of it. It's more effective when you like do open world dungeons and you have like 20 to 25 mobs that you gathered all together. The Arrow Vortex helps like group them together so the mobs on the outer edges can come a little closer to ensure that your karma cake spreads. Make sure to capture everyone. Samuel. Is the Cursed Bomb Nightmare, because the mobs can't go through each other, is the Cursed Bomb Nightmare skill available for PvP? Cursed Bombing in PvP is better with Wand Dagger right now. But it's the same thing. You just add in sleep before you spread. Can you restate which gear pieces are good for early mid-game melee evasion, range endurance? Joe fan, I have that all on my max roll. If you go to !builds, you can go to my max roll and you can see all the gear pieces I'm recommending for every single mid-game build, every single end-game build for wand staff and wand longbow. So you can check all of that out there. It's a lot of stuff. You have to find the same blue gear over and over to trade stuff up. No, you don't have to find the same one runic. You only need the same exact piece of equipment, the same name item, if you want to unlock a trait on a piece of gear. That's the only time you need the same name trait. You need the same name item with a different trait if you want to unlock that trait on the gear that you're using. If you want to level up a trait, right, from 1 to 2 to 2 to 3 or 3 to 4, you just need any piece of gear of the same type of gear that has the same trait. So pants, using pants of a trait that so if you have melee endurance on your pants already, and you get an item of the same rarity with melee endurance as well, that's a different kind of pants with a different name, you can use that pants to enhance the trait of your existing pants with the existing trait that's the same. And it'll be 100% chance if it's the same rarity. If it's a lower rarity, it'll be a certain percentage that's not 100%. And then for weapons, the way weapons work can be any weapon can be used to upgrade the trait of another weapon. So just keep that in mind. It's only for weapons. For accessories, it has to be the same type as well. Necklace, necklace, bracelet, bracelet, and so on and so forth. Yeah, no worries, potential. Appreciate that. I was wondering why that got all up. Oh, yeah, no worries. I'm having trouble targeting my allies for heals. Any tips for this? Yeah, guys have party, so set up the party buttons for your allies, Anton, in your party. Set up party numbers. Like for me, I use numbers 1 to 6 on my keyboard to select people in my party. That way it allows me to instantly, quickly heal them. I recommend doing the same thing. When it comes to clicking people, it's just a little annoying. I hope they improve that for sure. So yeah. But yeah, I click people outside of my party when I want to heal them or use a cleanse on them or whatever. I feel like everyone is stacking melee evasion right now, but I want try endurance. I might have fucked early. Yeah. Hey Loey. I would not do try endurance. I don't have a try endurance build on my max roll either right now. So I'm not sure which build you're following for that. But I would not do try endurance right now. You can't build an effect. You can't build an effective triple endurance build that compares and competes with the other builds that you can build right now in terms of melee endurance, range endurance, or like melee evasion, range endurance. Like those ones just are objectively better in terms of the max health you can reach, the defenses you can reach, the mana regens you can reach, and stuff like that. Compared to a triple endurance build where you have to sacrifice a lot to try to get like a decent amount of triple endurance, but even then you're relying on a party to get the full effect or to have an effective triple endurance build. And if you have to rely on a party to be within the range of the skill itself, like the skill is, the Sword of Sanctuary, they have to be within the range of your weapon, right? Increases the melee range, magic, blah, 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 over time per party member, including the user, within a 60-meter radius, right? So within that 60-meter radius, you have to rely on everyone remaining in this radius and also staying alive in order for this buff to be at its full use, right? Which is like unrealistic. So for a triple endurance build where you're purposely going lower amounts of endurance before that buff, it's very risky because you're never really going to get the full effect that you want. So that's the problem with the triple endurance build right now. Triple endurance is much better in T2 because the Holy Ghost gear adds so much endurance. So your base endurance for all three endurances are extremely high, and that's where triple endurance. That's where I'm going to add in the T2 triple endurance build, but I would not recommend the T1 triple endurance build right now compared to what the other builds allow you to achieve. Yes, there are Hinzo. It's builds with an S. Hinzo builds with an S. Click party members from the party menu. Bring the UI closer to the center of the screen. Yep. Thanks, XX. Good morning, Sushi. Does it really matter what weapon is in your main and which? Yes, it does matter, Sushi. So something to keep in mind with masteries. Masteries always apply to the weapon they belong to, right? So because of that, the wand masteries, the only thing they benefit are the heals and your support skills and whatever, right? Nothing the wand master, like, there's not much in the wand masteries, like all evasion, yes, but there's not much in the wand and melee defense, but there's not much significant masteries and the wand masteries that will help with your survivability, but there are a lot of significant ones in the longbow that help with your survivability, and that's why you keep the longbow out, right? Because you want to keep the weapon out that has the masteries that are going to aid with your survivability the most, right? So whenever you receive damage, you'll always have those masteries active to help you reduce the amount of damage you receive, right? Because the masteries always apply whenever you use a skill from the weapon, so you do not need the wand out. It's always going to activate whenever you use a wand ability. So you should have the longbow out, right? It has max health, it has magic defense, it has perception to help you reach a stat bonus, it has buff duration, it has movement speed, it has skill damage resistance, which is super important, it has 80, which is a high amount, it has movement speed, it has more mana regen than it does than wand has, and then you have movement speed once you reach this as well. So it has more stuff that are beneficial for keeping it's more beneficial to keep the longbow out than it is for the wand in terms of your survivability. Now it's the sushi. Oh, you're low. Hey, Louie. Eli, I have now reached 544 endurance. Nice. You're getting there. You're getting there. New question here. Is it worth trading a weapon that I plan on replacing? How does the transfer work? Yeah, it is worth. Is it worth trading a weapon that I plan on replacing? It depends on how easy it is to get the other weapon bid. If the other weapon you're getting is like the Aquarius wand, don't trade your blue weapon. Just wait until you get the Aquarius wand. You'll likely get it. If not, you'll get the tokens to trade in and get the weapon. So save your blue traits for the traits for your Aquarius wand. To just throw in blessings or just possibly get a low percent chance success on a trait upgrade. If it's an excavator wand, yes, replace your well, no, because if it's an excavator wand, you should be working towards the Aquarius wand before you get your excavator wand. So just get the Aquarius wand. You don't have to trade up your blue wand, because the Aquarius wand is not that hard to get. So yeah, get the Aquarius wand and trade that up. It has higher base damage, so it's way more heals. And also the skill on the Aquarius wand is also really good for survivability. So even without it being fully traded, it's a super effective weapon for you. When do you use melee range endurance or melee evasion range endurance? Doesn't ever. Yeah. Melee evasion range endurance is better for small skills arenas. Melee and range endurance, high defense, high max health build is good for like ZVZ content and stuff like that. It's also good in like small skill and arena. It's just not as good, obviously, because it's easier for you to be focused in that content and you don't have the evasion to avoid CC in the same way that a melee evasion build can in small and arena. But if you're playing with a party, it's also there's like actually a benefit of it being like pretty effective in a party, but like it's not often that you get to play with your static or in a party in some of the small skill content in the game. Excuse me. Whenever you transfer a traded gear, you get. Oh yeah, thank you for answering. What would you recommend for a level 50 with one purple gear, and all the rest of blue green? I'm trying to get the purple longbow in the dungeon. Any of the tips? You should be getting your purple wand first, Joppy. So if you don't have your purple wand, the Aquarius wand first, you should be getting that first over the longbow, because the wand is gonna increase your healing by a lot more than the longbow would. It's the max damage of the wand is what it will increase your healing. Other than that, work towards your blue gear pieces. I mean, you should have some actually, because if you're wearing the heroic mantle of the resistance, which I think is the evasion one, right? Oh, you have the. Oh, you're running an endurance build, I'm assuming. If you're running the endurance build, I'm pretty sure a lot of the blue pieces are farmable. If you're running the endurance build, sorry, I'm trying to find the. Looking through my tabs, I have too many tabs open. Yeah, you can get your gloves. You can start farming from your gloves from Shadow Crypt, so you can work towards that. Try to get your boots from the dungeon that it drops from. The mask you should have from your master's main story quest. Also, you should get another one from your lithograph book. The cape comes from Dark Assassins, which you can farm in Shadow Crypt as well. And a lot of things you get from your lithograph book. So you should be able to get majority of your pieces right now, Joppy. Eli, I have an excavator wand for 600 expensive, or is the normal price of it? That's a cheap excavator wand, Laurie. Can I see your gear? Yeah. This is my gear right now. I've been away on holiday, so I just came back. Uh-oh. My game crashed? My stream didn't crash, though. Right? I think my game crashed. Oh, it crashed for everyone. Okay, so it wasn't just me. Oh, so let's just do a chit chat. Well, that's what we've been doing, but we can just do we'll continue with the chit chat while we figure out why the game crashed for everyone. Let me just close the game really quick. Okay, so we'll continue with the chit chat. Maybe I'll open the notepad too. Hold on. So there's like something on the screen. What was this for? Oh, that was for NVIDIA. Let's do this. This is the thing I keep referring to in my Discord with the differences between the different build. So I don't know how to make this bigger, other than just like doing something like this. Oh, that's what I think. Lombo wand, SNS wand, wand staff, dagger wand, wand greatsword. Okay. Okay, read while we wait for the game. Someone also tell me when the game comes up, please. But I'm gonna read chat at the same time while I do this. Good morning. Does it really matter what weapon is your main weapon and which one is equipped? Yes, it does. Oh, I just explained that, Sasha. Were you here when I explained this, Sasha? Let me know if you weren't here. PV either or trying to farm Shadow Crypt now for the blue belt. Wow, packed. Can't do enough damage. Yeah, join a party when you go into Shadow Crypt Gravy. You being in a party just increases your odds of getting more drops. It doesn't decrease. If guild gives you a happable item, can you put it on the auction if you get it? You can if you want to take one. I don't know if your guild would appreciate that, but if your guild gives you an item and you want to put it on the auction house to make loot for yourself, you can go ahead and do that for sure. I won't stop you. I don't think I'm in your guild. It's not binded once you get it. You can sell things you get from your guild to the auction house. And they won't able, and yes, they will not be able to tell that you put it up because there's no like tracker on the items on the auction house. So hope you make Lucent. I heard about this. Only you think there's going to be a counter meta that forms because so many people are going melee evasion. Hey Creecraw. Yeah, people can try to counter melee evasion, right? But the thing is, every step of the way, when it goes to T2 gear, when it goes to T2 Stoneguard T2 Stoneguard gear or T2 Talender gear, there's always more melee evasion you can get. So people can't really catch up to your melee evasion. That's the problem right now. Especially for wand staff. People can't catch up to the melee evasion you can build. So it's always going to be relevant right now. Unless they change something to make it easier to build more hit for greatswords. But doesn't seem the case at the moment. On my Maxwell, I have my PvP skills as well, Rusty. It's different from whatever was on my stream before the game closed for everyone. How do you have 37 in strength and 30 in wisdom and perception? My gear. Yeah, the Carnix Bow and Excavator Wand give strength, Joppy. You should look up Blessing. I think Canon has a good bit on that. Yeah. We'll do things. Yeah, no worries, Vid. I feel like everyone is stacking melee evasion right now, but I went Triangers. I mean, fuck, really. No, I don't think you are. Oh, if you're going triple endurance low, yeah, I would definitely swap off of that as soon as you can. How much curse XP you got and why? How much curse XP do I got? What is that? Can you explain that, I4? What is curse XP? Curse experience. What is curse experience? Is this skill build on Maxroll? Yes, it is, City Boy. If you do exclamation point builds, you can find my wand staff wand longbow builds on Maxroll. Yes, there's a right up in announcements. It's the same one I'm showing on the screen right now because the game is down right now. But yeah, do exclamation point. Sorry, go to do exclamation point healer Discord. Join the healer Discord. Go to announcements. Go to the pinned messages. You'll see this same right up there. So what's with the issue with healers and tanks not being able to get gear in groups? What do you mean? Yeah, they can. You mean in dungeon groups? Yes, RNG from the boxes. If you mean like world bosses, so the way world bosses work, Robert, is healing and damage are the two things that contribute to you obtaining boss gear. Okay, so remember that. So imagine there's like a meter, and every single party. So remember that's party. Every single party, the damage and healing that they output increases your chances of getting drops on that meter, right? Obviously, DPS will have a higher chance because you can DPS more than you can heal, and you can DPS more than you can like hold aggro or like apply aggro and stuff like that. This is a constant thing, right? But all of your healing, your aggro, and your DPS ability contributes to a party member in your party obtaining the drop gear, and usually it will be the DPS because they'll have the highest chance or the highest contribution in your party. But all of you combined will contribute to you having higher chances of getting field boss and guild boss loot. So that's how the drop works in this game. It was explained on there was a patch a while ago on Korea that explained that as well. That's the only reason we know how it works. Should I use Yvonne Roar Greaves pants or keep my trousers of resistance? If you're playing melee evasion, use the Yvonne Roar Greaves pants for melee evasion. Hey, Gooby. Wait, so as a long bow dagger, I need to stack range endurance instead of range evasion. If you're a longbow dagger, no. If you're a longbow dagger, you can stack range evasion because you have daggers, Slattle. The thing about daggers is you can build the highest amounts of magic and range evasion because you can have like perma almost 690 additional range and magic evasion. So range evasion is really good on daggers because you can build extremely high. Any tips for a beginner bow wand? Yeah, actually. If you're playing wand longbow, well, look at my builds. Do exclamation point builds, and there's like a bunch of tips in there. I think in general, use the early game skill build that I have for dungeons. If you find you're pugging and you're getting into groups that don't really know what they're doing and they're losing a lot of health and stuff like that, but do that. And what else? Mana regen is super important. Don't forget that. Don't underrate mana regen. It'll be the biggest mistake that you'll ever make playing Wand Longbow, and you'll run out of mana so often that you'll feel so useless in PvP when you run out of mana, especially in long drawn out fights or in intense fights. So yeah, mana regen is super important. If you need more mana regen, you can run the Devotion Cloak you get from Cave of Destruction. You can also run the Regal Ring as well. The blue Regal Ring. Both of them give you like over 100 mana regen, including the trait. So those are super important items that you can swap in to increase your mana regen as needed. Yeah, there's a bunch of things. I have a video that's coming out soon on just walking through my builds and also just tips and tricks for one longbow and one staff. But I was on holiday and I just came back, so I'm just gonna continue working on stuff. And try to have that all out this week. But I do have some more media videos that can come out a lot more sooner. So the which builds are those? I will have videos. I'll have some PvP videos coming out and some early dungeon run videos coming out this week. I already have the clip saved. I just have to put it into a video. Good morning, Sasha. I think I went over the explanation of the which weapon to have out in your main hand, Sasha, and the importance of that. Let me know if you're here for that, because I think I read your answer or your question earlier. Good morning, Sushi. Does it really matter? Oh yes, and I already answered that, Sushi, as well. Let me know if you're here, Sushi, when I answered that. Yeah, I don't think that write up is pinned, Eli. Just FYI. Oh, is it not pinned? That's awkward. I'll pin it right now if it's not pinned. No, it's pinned. I'm looking at it right now. It's pinned. It should be in pin. It's like scroll down. 1, 2. Wait, it's 1, 2, 3. It's the fourth pinned message in the healer Discord. Do you prefer bow over staff? Which one do you more damage when solo? I prefer bow because it's a playstyle preference. Staff does more damage though. Welcome to the Discord, I4. It's a great healer community. Lots of great questions, lots of good information. Does attack range percent increase affect the range of the wand healing? Yes, it does. Attack range does increase the range of healing. That's why you take the attack range increase on Swift Healing especially. So definitely take that. It's a really, really bad idea if you don't, because your range is going to be so small. You're going to put yourself in more danger. It's going to make it so easy for you to be targeted if you have to go up so close to someone to heal them with their head. It also just helps if you're like running and trying to like, people are split and you're trying to run between. Like, it's just very convenient, very helpful. And it also synergizes especially with sniper sense. So the further you are from your target, the more chance you have to critical heal with sniper sense on one longbow. So the range increase on swift healing is super important because it also increases your chances of landing a critical hit on your ally. It's like 24 point per meter. So you get a 5 meter increase, right? So that's an additional 120 critical hit chance on your critical healing. On top of already, like usually like you can get right now with that specialization, you can get like up to 18 meters or 20 meters distance or range. So you can get like 432 extra critical healing chance. Do you count SNS1 as a hybrid healer? Sort of, yeah. It's a different kind of hybrid though, right? It's like a CC buff bot healer kind of thing. Live Lord, a lot of things. Does full support healer work with wand staff? Full support, yes, it does. If you're talking about the full support builds on my Maxwell, they definitely do work. They become even better with the T2 Black Gale staff. That's what it's called. I just remember the name now. Black Gale staff, which turns your smoke screen into something that also CCs folks. Man, I need a good reason to do contrast. It seems so boring. I know. Yeah, I just get through them. It helps with gearing. Especially, you should prioritize the red gems from the contracts because you need to get both your weapons to +9 as fast as possible. And you don't get enough weapon tokens, so you need the red gems. Or red ores. Money materials for upgrading your gear and mastery weapons. So yes, exactly. Which one is better, early longbow, Carnix, or Tublix? For PvP, Carnix is better. Tublix is better for PvE. Thanks, Jude. Appreciate that. Check out my longbow and staff. Eli, I'm stacking endurance, and I feel like I'm just taking damage on Sovereign Arena and have no impact with longbow. Yeah, that's because you have endurance, Desi. I always, even on the Maxwell says it as well, melee evasion range endurance is better for small skill and arenas because of the fact that you can evade an attack and CC completely. Endurance is better when you're fully traded, so you'll feel a lot better with it when you have it fully traded, but it's also really good in large scale. Is there a place for healers to exist for like backline bomb squads, or are they solely just for the main balls? Yeah, if you're playing in a flank squad or a bombing squad and something like that, Wand Dagger is a better option for that. So I would do that if you're playing in those kind of parties. They're not just for main balls. Wand Dagger is specifically built pretty much for that type of playstyle and that type of party. Why does Curse work with healing build? I don't use curse abilities in my healing builds. I use it for my PvE builds, just not my healing builds. You need curses to proc or to activate Vampiric Contract in PvE. I love your info. 2 questions. How do you feel about healer solo play? How can I farm? And I might have a follow-up question. Yeah, how do I feel about solo healer play? I feel like all healers can solo farm well. Because Curse Explosion is all you need to do like the most damage and just one-shot things, as you probably saw as I was farming contracts. You could do the same thing in open world dungeons if you do them solo, but at the moment you probably can't because no. And I just looked at my other screen. I saw someone say something. Ohio, this is not Discord questions. I'm catching up with the chat. I've been doing this like the entire time since I started my stream. I've been like 30 minutes behind on chat because there's just a lot of questions, and some questions require a longer response. So I'm just like trying to answer every single person. I'm just going through the questions on Twitch and YouTube. It's a double stream as well. So there's questions on YouTube, there's questions on Discord. Or sorry, questions on YouTube and questions on Twitch. Yeah, no worries. But yeah, Frizz. Really good solo play. You're fine. So if you are worried about that, don't worry. You're good. And I have solo AoE farm builds on my max roll as well. So I'll link that for you because I don't think YouTube has commands. I also don't know how to set them up, so I have to figure that out. But if you go to this link, filter it for my Juan Lambo Juan staff builds, and yeah, just filter to my Juan Lambo Juan staff builds. And you can see the builds that I recommend you can use as a base, and you can tweak it as you like. Yeah, sorry, I got lucky and I sold that belt. Hi, I really appreciate your content. It's helped me improve it. Yeah, no worries, Zio. I'm glad it did. Users are the same as unlocked. So the people that have full purples have swipe. Yeah, like Stoops and Cannon with +9 purples. If people have full purples +9, it doesn't mean that they swiped. There's a likelihood that they could have swiped, but they could have been like me. Like you saw, I sold a belt and I got 20k Lucent. They might have gotten lucky, had like 2 of those belts and a bunch of other purple. Like people who have been like selling all their stuff for Lucent and stuff like that, they've been using that Lucent to gear themselves up. So those folks might have just like made a lot of Lucent from selling stuff, which is totally doable by anyone free to play. Like a lot of players in my guild are free to play, and they just sell the stuff they get for Lucent. Is the game back up, by the way? Because I'm gonna sorry to back up if it is. Actually, I'm just gonna test it right now. But yeah, those folks just selling things for Lucent, and they just use that Lucent to buy stuff. But they could have swiped too. I don't know. Just checked out your videos and realized you were a New World enjoyer. Yeah, I did play New York for quite a while as well. Hey, thanks for the info. So you think melee endurance is a wasted stat? No, I don't think melee endurance is a wasted stat. You just need to have full traits for it to feel like really, really good. I ran full endurance builds on KR. They're extremely good, especially in T2 with T2 gear, which we don't have yet. But how it always worked is that you needed the proper melee endurance traits to reach the breakpoints that you need to reach in order for it to be effective. It always worked that way. Do you know where the Dark Spectre spawn for the Silivith Codex? Let me remove this notepad now. Yeah, so to do the Dark Specters for the Silivith Codex, you're going to see these spires all over the dungeon, right? These like those little floating spires or whatever. When you kill mobs near those, it feeds into those spires and then it will spawn the Dark Spectre eventually. So that's what you need to do, Chef. What are the 3 classes that stand out the most in large scale, small scale? The 3 classes that stand out the most in large scale would be what's a good one? Wand SNS stands out. That'll be number 1. Staff Lombo would be number 2, and number 3. What's a good one for this? Number 3, I would say SNS Greatsword. For small scale, Greatsword Dagger stands out the most, with Expo Dagger as well. And the third one for small scale would be I'll say Longbow Dagger. If you want to throw a healer into there for small scale, I'd say a Dagger Wand is really good. And also Wand SNS is always good in anything they want to do. Because Wand SNS is just so strong and broken for live lording capabilities. Got to go, but thanks for all the info. Yeah, no worries, Jay. Yes, the video will save and it should upload on YouTube automatically. Is there any builds for Arena? Yes, there's Arena builds on my max roll as well, Oldish Wolf. If you do exclamation point builds, you can find those. What about while you're waiting for Excavator with Liquarius? Should I trade it up? Yes, you should trade up with Liquarius. It'll be easier to trade up than by the time you get an Excavator wand. If I want to switch from SNS wand to bow wand, it's the best way to just lethal bow resistance. Anything I do about the dues? If you want to switch from SNS wand to bow wand, do not use the resistance bow if that's what you're talking about. Just get the Carnix bow from the dungeon, and then use the Liquarius wand. Is the best way, just lethal bow resistance. The dues, nothing you can do about the dues, unfortunately. You can't transfer mastery levels, unfortunately. Sorry, Luna. How do I get a mantle cloak? Blue one, I farm trees for. Yeah, it's just a low drop roll. What I would use is use this cloak instead before you get the evasion cloak. It's in co-op dungeons. It's in the Cave of Destruction one. Use Supreme Devotion. You can also just permanently use Supreme Devotion for more mana regen. Okay, I think I used. Yeah, let's just finish these ones. I currently play Staff Wand, switching between second healer and DPS. I got Heroic Staff. Should I change it with another purple, or I wait for the next tier gear? Oh, I play Staff Wand, switching between second healer and DPS. I got Heroic Staff. Okay. Should I change it with another purple? Yeah, don't use Heroic Staff. If you're talking about the Resistance Heroic Staff, don't use that. You can just litho it and sell it. I think it sells for some Lucent, but I would not use that. Yeah, you can sell it for like 3.4k Lucent. Just sell it. It's not like a good staff. You're going to waste a lot of Lucent if you try to trade that up. Whereas you can just make a lot of Lucent from people who don't know and are trying to buy it for, you know, just because they want a purple staff. So make Lucent off of it while you can. Currently play... Okay, I read that. Oh, Crash for everyone. Also, I saw that on Match where you recommended a staff while everyone is aiming for a different one. 2-Blex 1. Why? Yeah, there's I think I put the explanations there too. The Umber Staff is for stat points. It allows you to reach 60 endurance or 60 perception and 60 strength are really important stat bonuses. So you're able to reach that with Umber Staff, and you also get cooldown speed. And then the Talus Staff build is obviously because it's just a preference. So if you like the Talus Staff build skill and what it does in terms of survivability or how it sells for survivability, you can run that as well, and they have a build for that. But Umber Master Staff is good in terms of just reaching stat bonuses. 2-Blex Staff is more of like, what do you call it? 2-Blex Staff has like, what's the stat on it? Was it like dexterity or something like that? Yeah, 2-Blex Staff has dexterity on it, so you're not reaching certain stat bonuses that you can reach with Umber Master Staff. So I prefer to reach the staff bonuses to have more health, to have more chances of landing my abilities, because you have a lot more hit as well. Base hit, especially when your Victorious Energy buff is on cooldown. I just prefer that than a more offensive sort of staff. Yeah, I prioritize survivability because a healer that's alive is better than a healer that's dead. Fine for me, and also hit, because if I can land my CC, that also helps out with peeling, with setting up kills for my raid, and a bunch of things that you need some hit for. Especially if you play a hybrid build as well, your DPS abilities will land more often, which is probably something you are interested in if you're playing hybrid. Do you recommend build on max roll? I recommend my own builds on max roll, and also the other builds are pretty good too. So I recommend all the builds on max roll. I've made the Wand Staff and Wand Longbow builds specifically. Oh, do I have a recommended build on max roll? I thought you said you recommend. I read that wrong. I'm sorry. Yeah, it depends what you want to do. If you're playing a lot of small skill and arenas, do the melee evasion range endurance build. Weapon mastery only activates when you're actively using the weapon. Yeah, so Death Soju, I also have an FAQ on this in the healer Discord. The way masteries work, masteries only work for the weapon they belong to, right? So if you're using a wand ability, the masteries from the wand will always apply to the wand skills. So you never have to worry about it being in your offhand, because whenever you use a healing ability, whenever you use Blessed Barrier or a curse ability, whatever, you will activate all the wand masteries in your wand mastery book to apply to those skills. Keep that in mind. So because of that, you want to have the weapon out that improves your survivability the most, and that will be Longbow. There's certain stats that persist, and if you go into my into the healer Discord and you go into FAQ and you open up how do masteries work, you will see what stats sort of persist when you're using skills from your when you're using skills from your offhand. This one better than bow. In terms of viability, yes, SNS wand is better than bow. Yeah, I have a triple endurance build for my max roll, if that's the one you're talking about. Oh, I thought you were talking about a T1 build. But yeah, the gear build for the triple endurance on max roll actually works. And that's why that one's there. Someone's calling. I don't know. Someone's calling. So late. But in terms of a T1 and triple endurance build, I would not recommend. Hila, in your opinion, okay. Hila, in your opinion, which are the three classes that stand out the most? Oh, I think I answered that, Kai. Let me know if you're here, Kai, when I answered that question. Thank you for letting me know. Servers are up. I currently play staff one, switching between second healer. Oh, I already answered that as well. Snow White, let me know if you're here when I answered your question. Thanks for letting me know the game is up. Question regarding necklace. Why class is Overlord instead of Templar Choker? There's not. Yeah. So that's the Templar or the Choker. Mana regen, mana cost efficiency, cooldown speed. And this is Class of the Conqueror, which is mana regen, strength, and perception. So you do Class of the Conqueror because it gives you way more stat points to reach stat bonuses. That's what's important. You're reaching 50 strength or 60 strength. You're reaching 60 perception and 50 perception. And also you still get mana regen off of this. When it comes to what do you call it? Templar Choker was such a trap on KR2. It's still like not something that you need right now. You do not need the cooldown speed, mana regen, and mana cost efficiency from this necklace compared to the stat points you can get from the other necklace. Stat points are just way more important. You also get mana regen still on the other necklace, right? So the only thing you're getting here is mana cost efficiency and a bit of cooldown speed. That cooldown speed is not going to be that relevant because cooldown speed has hard diminishing returns. So if you go to max roll and you go into resources and you go into the stats and their formulas article, you'll see the cooldown speed diminishing returns. And how insane they are. And this is also an article that I put together as well. So if I open up my browser, don't be scared of my tabs. But if you look here, I just opened up my browser. Yeah, so if you look here, you see the cooldown speed and the diminished returns are just insane. 93% cooldown speed is actually just 48% cooldown reduction. 83% is 45%, 49% is 33%, 41% is 29%, 33% is 24%. So you can see the hard cap, what I like to label it as, is 33%, because losing about 9% cooldown speed for is okay. And losing about, like, when you're at 25%, losing 5% cooldown speed is okay. As soon as you get 41% and you're losing more than 10 cooldown speed, it just becomes unworth. Like, why are you you're choosing cooldown speed items over other items that provide even more stats and other benefits to lose 10% of the cooldown speed or more of what you're building, right? So just there's a point where you just have to say to yourself, yeah, it doesn't make sense for me to build cooldown speed this much, and I should stop where it's good and build into other stats that don't have the same sort of hard diminishing returns. So that's the question you have to ask yourself. That's why you have to understand. Always understand how stats work in this game. They tell you this in game as well. So always understand how stats work in this game, because it would save you from making really critical mistakes. So like you open up your P menu and you go to cooldown speed. It even tells you as well 13% cooldown speed is only 12% cooldown reduction, and as you go higher, the diminishing returns get harder and harder and harder. Why didn't I start streaming before? I was streaming for a while today, if that's what you meant today. I've been streaming for a while today. Yeah, I've been streaming for quite a while, actually. I don't know how long, but for a couple hours now. What's up with the ant chest? Ant nest. Do you know no ant spawning? Oh, I don't know. Oh, but the game just reset, so maybe something because of that, I'm thinking. Do you think Wand Dagger could be a legit DPS in dungeons? Not really. It's will be a meme. The damage output you can put the Wand Dagger doesn't equate to the consistent damage output you could put with actual DPS classes, Kieran. Which build are you leaning towards right now? I'm playing wand, or playing melee evasion, range endurance right now, Lisa. That's because I play a lot more small scale and arenas. When I actually had the time to do them. But I read I read through your one step builds. I don't get why our karma case comes into the rotation level 40 plus. Yeah, use karma case just to spread touch of despair. Ohio, use it to spread touch of despair. And that's sort of where it like comes in. Also when you block and you apply touch of despair to people around you, you can also spread those. And also if you take the regular version of time for punishment, you can spread that too. That's where it's just like a little bit more damage, so you can spread all the dots to the mobs you're grouping, and that's sort of where it comes. That's where it comes into the rotation. If there's like a lot of people like leveling with you, and you're just like tagging mobs, then you don't need karma cage. You can take that off and just tag mobs. Wand staff manas, good. Is there a big difference between wand bow versus wand staff in terms of PvP? Yes, there is. Just for go healing for DPS. Yes, there is a big difference. I just pulled it up my screen earlier if you were there. If not, go into the Healer Discord announcements. The 4th pinned message has the full overview of each of the 4 meta healer builds as well as the 2 off meta healer builds. And that's where you can see the big differences between all of them. Overall, wand longbow just has the best healing throughput. And wand staff has better AoE CC capabilities to set up plays for your raid. They also have they can also play a hybrid healer build better than any other right now in terms of offensive DPS abilities. Is it possible to send a build here and ask for advice? Yeah, absolutely true. You can put a build in the chat and I can open it up. Is there any way to check DPS? No, there is no DPS meter. But there is a dummy that you can see the numbers that you deal on a DPS. That's the extent of it, unfortunately. I have a question. I play wand and longbow, but the query is drop for me the dagger and the trait costs, and I have Carnix bow. Yeah, if you play wand longbow and the dagger dropped, then just sell the dagger. Sell the trader, just reroll it. Oh, you want to reroll dagger bow? I mean, if you want to roll dagger bow, you can. I think it's up to you, Zopeth. What do you want to play? If you want to be a full DPS, do dagger bow. If you don't, stay wand longbow. So it's up to you. How bad is it going to be if I geared for PvS and S wand and want to switch to PvP gear? Ooh, it might be a little rough, Raz, if I'm being honest with you. Chat, is this only Discord questions? No. Oh, I already answered that. Hi, is it worth to buy the battle pass? Yes, it is. How much evasion should I have to go to get to be effective? What's the T1 hit average? Yeah, so for evasion for T1, 1700 melee evasion is what you need. 1600 range evasion is what you need. 1700 1800 melee magic evasion is what you need, and that's mainly because of the victorious energy buff that increases hit by like 460, which is insane. So you need higher magic evasion than you did in the past. But those are like the minimum breakpoints that you want to be hitting. Game's up. Thank you. Is the Eva and crit chance for dagger wand make it on par with the other option for PV healing, or should I just stick to wand bow? Yeah, dagger. Stick to wand bow. I think that's the easier way to answer that, Duke. Chat. I'm level 40 staff wand. Y'all think it's too late to switch to? Nope, never too late. If you're not even hitting level 50 at Ohio, you can always swap to whatever you want to play, and you will not face any sort of repercussions for doing that. Can you explain what is a blessing, and is it worth it if I craft my blue to max traits and transfer to my epic? Yeah, there's a video on blessings that Canon made. I would definitely watch that. But blessings are essentially when you fail a trait upgrade on a piece of gear, it will give you a blessing. Or if you have traits on a piece of gear and you transfer that into a new piece of gear, the traits that you have on your in your existing gear that you're using to transfer over also will put blessings into the new weapon that you're transferring into, or new whatever you're transferring into. Those blessings are what you use to increase the odds of a low trait enhance. So that's essentially what that's for. So what people do sometimes, they fail stack the blessings. So you use lower, like you use usually the rarity right below it. So like blue gear to fail stack on epic gear, you get to like 800, 900, 600 blessings. You use the blessings then to succeed on a very expensive purple trait, and that actually saves you Lucent. or saves you time or whatever. That's what people do. Highs are hard to upgrade a third weapon, hesitating to create an alt or level up another weapon. Nope. Enhancing a weapon specifically is not hard. Enhance your first 2 weapons to 9, then enhance your third weapon to 9. And that's fairly quick. You can do that. In terms of training, it takes longer. So focus on trading your first 2 weapons before you trade your third weapon. That will take longer. Yeah, Blood. I played this game on KR since close test. So I'm playing this game for quite a while now. And I still enjoy it. So I find the game really fun. And I'm being honest when I say that because I'm still playing this game. Even though I played it for like since closed tests, so for a long time. And I always played healer as well. I don't play anything in games but healer. I just like healing. So I played wand, longbow, wand, staff. I had 2 separate gear sets for wand, longbow, and wand, staff on KR. And then I also played wand, SNS, and wand, dagger just to understand the builds and also do tests on them as well. And then I also played those on like all different scales of PvP as well, just to understand their strengths and weaknesses, and be confident talking about them as well. Yeah, and I also played the Talendir as well. Like I played it for quite a while, even into Talendir with the new gear that's currently in KR. Oh, but my heroic staff isn't tradable. Should I make a lithograph? And yep, you should make it a lithograph and then sell it. How do you rate the class? If you're talking about wand staff, Snow White, I'd rate it, I don't know. I think it depends. Like they all have their strengths, their own individual strengths, right? But I think overall wand staff is like, I hate tier lists. But I think wand staff would be in if it's depends. Okay, if it's large scale wand staff, I'd put it in an S tier. If it's a war map that has really good chokes, I put it in an S tier. Overall, I'll do A+, if you're just doing like in general kind of thing. So it just depends. It depends on things. There's conditions that need to be met. Yeah. Sorry. Check it. Still need to get Steno. I haven't got in here. Really need her. We do these. We do these. Need to transfer to my guild server still actually too. Oh man. What is the counter to Greatsword? The massive CC and damage seems to be dominating PvP. Yeah, the counter to Greatsword is melee evasion. Yeah, that is what you do. Melee evasion is a counter to Greatsword right now, Ryan. That's how you counter them. People who are running melee evasion builds don't have issues with Greatswords in the same way that people who do not run those builds. So that is the counter to them right now. And then other than that, you just shut them down. Like if you CC a Greatsword, they're dead. So that's one thing to do. It just depends what you're playing. Like if you're playing Wand Staff, you Icy Mire them and get away. Once you get the Purification Zones, everyone can get away from a Greatsword pretty well. But it's going to take a little bit until you can get enough Abyssals to make that. Excuse me. Is this on KSR? No, this is on NA, Lost Murray. I'm new to Throne of Liberty. Welcome. You're enjoying yourself? Following your solo healer build. Thanks for the guide. No worries. Could you quickly show me your weapon mastery, please? Yeah, I can. Also, what I can do, Michael, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to send you the link. So go here, Michael. And then open up, filter to my Wand Lombo, Wand Staff builds. Pick whichever one you want to look at. You can also just choose both. But once you are there, go into the skill build section, go to the top right of the skill embeds, and you'll see mastery trees for everything. So let me know if you find that. If you need help, I can help as well. Is Sword and Shield Greatsword decent damage or not really? Sword and Shield Greatsword is really good damage because Greatsword itself is a broken weapon. So Sword and Shield Greatsword can deal tons of damage. It's a bruiser build. Shield and Sword and Wand can be a healer support? Yes, absolutely. I get the Ebon War Greaves now. Do you recommend change? Yes, you should change into those Ebon War Greaves, King's Rawl. Or Roxa. Is Wand Staff good? Yes, Wand Staff is really good. Is it worth sticking to blue armor accessories and trait them? Depends. So if the blue armor piece you're using is something that's easily farmable because it's from an open world dungeon, you should use that and trade it up, because you'll get enough pieces to trade it up very easily. If there's a purple armor piece that you're able to get from an open world dungeon, and you're able to get lots of those pieces and trade it up easily, you should swap to that piece because it's gonna be easy to trade up. So let's keep that in mind. Open world dungeon gear is just easier to trade. Oh, you sent me crossbow dagger builds, Chewy. Let's see. What is the hit? Okay, I see. I think I already know which one I like better, or I think is better. See this, and then you up here. Yeah. Okay. Wait, first of all, okay, there's a build that's like immediately better, Chewy. I just noticed. Do not have Reaper Boots in your build. Reaper Boots is an arc boss drop. Like, it's not even that if your guild funnels it to you or not. It's the fact that the chances of those dropping are extremely, like, you can go through like 3 Tevin bosses, so 3 weeks of Tevins, and you never see the Reaper Boots on your server. So I wouldn't have the Reaper Boots there. They changed it. You can't easily get Reaper Boots anymore like you could before on KR. On KR you can farm for Reaper Boots because they're like open world dungeon drops. But on NA they made it extremely hard to get again. So I would go with the first build. I also like the stats of the first build anyways. The first build that you showed has better hit, has better crit chance. The health is the same. So that's just a better build. You should just go with that build. In terms of max damage, the first build actually has more max damage. So I'd go with the first one, the first link. Where are you streaming? Where are you reading these comments from? Yeah, I'm streaming on both YouTube and Twitch, Lost Murray. I'm doing both. Trying to be efficient. But I'm doing both mainly because there's people who find YouTube more accessible. They can actually translate. So that's why I worked on with the help of my friend Koro. I got help on figuring out how to double stream without it actually, like, it doesn't even do anything to my computer. Double streaming is actually not taxing at all, which is pretty cool. Don't lag. Where can I find the healer Discord? I just got here, thanks. Yeah, exclamation point Discord, healer Discord can get you there, Phoenix. Let me actually, no, sorry, you're not on Twitch, you're on the YouTube. Discord.gg/healers_TNL. That's how you can get into the healer Discord. Which one is better, Longbow for healer, Carnix, or Tublix? Sorry, I thought I skipped some questions by accident. Which one's better, Longbow for healer, Carnix, or Tublix? So if you're doing PvP Jesty, do Carnix. If you're doing PvE, Tublix. I became a lot better with the Dagger Wand. Oh, nice. Yeah, if you like the Dagger Wand playstyle, definitely play that. Especially if you can make it, if you're really good with it as well. What skills should I max for healer? Check out my max roll Almighty, and I go through, I break it down in a very, in a way that's easy to reference later on as well. What I sort of do. So just filter this to Wand Longbow, Wand Staff, and you can see sort of, you can see exactly what I recommend you max up first. I was thinking of changing to Bow Wand, currently maining Bow Dagger. Yeah, if you want to change to Bow Wand, you can definitely you can do that. The gear is going to be different though. Bow Dagger runs different stats than Bow Wand, so you just have to keep that in mind, Divya. So that's going to be the issue there. Yeah, unfortunately. If you want to swap to something more easily swappable, you can go staff wand. Staff wand and bodega gears can be interchangeable. If I'm assuming you geared in the way that I'm assuming. Is your quest update? All I see is a copy of your previous builds. I'm looking for the blue build. I think my quest log is updated, Anna. I think my quest log should be the same as my max roll, Ananta. If not, just double check with my max roll. But they should be the same. What's your thoughts? Let me know if it's not. What's your thoughts on bow dagger or greatsword dagger? I've been avoiding spending anything almost 25 now because I can't make up my mind. They both look fun. I get, yeah. I think, Sizzin, they're both different builds. Greatsword dagger dominates in small scale arenas, Bow dagger is really good in small scale. In arenas, they struggle a bit more because there's not much places they can like run away to or take cover from. So they're easy targets for greatsword daggers, or can be easy targets for greatsword daggers. But with if you get really skilled with bow dagger, you can actually dominate as well in arenas. Just takes a lot more. It's a higher skill ceiling. In large scale, bow dagger is better than greatsword dagger as well. So those are things to keep in mind to help you choose. What's a good dagger wand build? The maxwell one's pretty good. You can follow that one. Morning, Rafa. Can you repeat max skill I can do for the healer class, or what should I focus on? Yeah, Mighty. I linked that in the YouTube, so let me know if you're able to find those builds. Any tips to get abyss tokens that keep running out? No, you just have to get them from contracts. Eventually, when Sorodoma Island opens up in 2 days, there's gonna be really fun content to also opening up as well with that. In the nighttime on Sorodoma Island, there are these treasure chests that spawn all over the island every nighttime. So you can do this every nighttime. There's treasure chests that spawn all over Sorodoma Island and also in the caves. And in these chests is a chance to get various things. You can either get abyssal contract tokens. You can also get dimensional contract tokens, which is really, really cool. So the smaller chests have like 300 abyssal contract tokens or dimension tokens. The medium-sized chests have 600, and the bigger chests have 900. So you can do this every night, where you have a chance to get so much more abyssal contract tokens and dimensional contract tokens, and it's super contested, of course, because it's nighttime and it's PvP. So everyone's fighting over these chests. But it's really fun content because of that. Any tips for wand dagger? Yes. Use stealth to get off really good flank or backdoor sleeps for your raid. You can really win fights by doing that. You'll be a champ. Besides that, for wand dagger, make sure you use smokescreen to help reset your stealth as well. That's a good tip. Every single miss when you're running the assassination stance passive will increase the chances, or will decrease your stealth cooldown. So that's really helpful. Wand dagger as well. Use your mobility to help you escape death, or you can use it to engage in the middle of a ball, then stealth. You can use it to engage in the middle of a ball to get an immediate sleep combo off, and then stealth away. Or you can use it to engage, stealth, reposition a little bit, sleep bomb, and then disengage. So when you use shadow step, you usually take the version that lets you immediately return to where you shadow step from. So you shadow step in stealth to detarget, to get yourself detargeted, get the sleep AoE off, and then return to your original position with shadow step. You press the button again and you go to safety. Yeah, that's what pops up in my mind immediately. For an alt that will mostly sell drops, should I go wand staff or wand bow? Go wand staff, Zeza. Eli, Truplex for wand staff is a bit of a hybrid. It builds good. Which gear piece would you recommend with it? Yeah, if you're playing hybrid DPS, you can go Tuplex. Which gear it's good. Which gear piece would you recommend with it? For a hybrid build for DPS or hybrid DPS gear, there's some things that are like more obvious options, like 2-piece Reapers, but that's going to be competitive because you're competing against, actual DPS, full DPS. But that would be super helpful to improve like the damage of everything in your kit. Besides that, what else? Thinking of some things. Getting more stat. like gear that gives you stat points will be helpful to increase your max damage, especially dexterity and wisdom. Yeah, that's like mostly it to increase your damage output that I could think of on the top of my head. Yeah, no worries, Michael. So lithograph are always tradable. I thought they have to be made with tradable weapons too. Nope. If you lithograph an item, Snow White, you can put it up on the marketplace. You can see on the marketplace some items that are bound that people made into lithographs, and they put right up there. Yeah, no worries, Elf. Thank you. Oh, thank you. Yeah, no worries, Chewy. Do you change between PvP and PvP stats? No, I do not do that, Rusty. Oh yeah, I do. You mean stats? Sorry, I'm thinking masteries. Yes, I do. I have a page for PvE and a page for PvP. So I swap between the two depending on what I'm doing. He also just reminded me that I was doing my contracts with my PvP sets. What does this game focus endgame PvP or PvE? If you're doing any sort of PvP in this game, I'll go out focus on it, PvP gear. What's the proper way to use precious? The end game. What's this game focus? Oh, the end game of this in this game is a mix of PvE and PvP. Actually, they actually have a healthy mix of both. There's like slightly more PvP, but there's like a really good amount of PvE in endgame. What's the proper way? Even the PvP events have PvE mixed into it. So there's a good mix. What's the proper way to use precious blank lithographs? Thanks for answering all the questions, by the way. Use precious blank lithographs? Precious blank? You mean the things that convert things to lithographs? You should use that on items that sell for like 2k or more, Lucent. Okay, is SNS wand good in small scale PvP? Yes, SNS wand is good in all scales of PvP. They're like the best in all skills. Or one of the best in all skills of PvP. They can CC really well, and they can also live Lord. I'm a fresh level 51 bow following your guide. I always have a problem with mana. What is the best solution you can suggest? Yep, you'll have mana like right out of 50, like fresh 50. What you can do is if you have some more green lithographs, you can craft you can craft green gear that gives you mana regen. You can do that, no worries. What you also can do as well is when you get the Supreme Devotion Cloak from the Cave of Destruction, you can wear that. You can also wear the Regal Jade Band as well for more mana regen at like level 9. Both of them give over 100 mana regen, especially with the trait, specifically with the trait. So there's some options you can use as swaps. And yeah, besides that, you're just waiting to get some traits up and stuff like that. But you can craft some green mana regen gear now if you wanted to, just to help. I was thinking either bow staff or bow expo or bow wand. Yeah, I think between all three of those are all really good. Bow staff is like the best DPS in large scale. They get so many kills. They usually get the most kills. But it's a DPS. Bow expo is a PvE. More so is a PvE spec. Not really a PvP so much spec. Bow wand is also just a healer. But it's also like the best healing throughput healer. Has the most quantity of heals. So if you like healing a lot, play bow wand. Oh, a bunch were able to, Loki. I probably read that late, huh? Yeah, I read that a couple minutes late. I'll look. It's not possible. No, not possible, Loki. I'm not on Amos yet, Grenton. I just saw your spam. I'm not on Amos yet. Also, I'm gonna make you a mod for funsies. Wait, how do I make? Wait. Oh, I just did something wrong. Wait, I do this on Twitch because I don't know how to mod in OBS. I don't even know if you can mod in OBS. I'm a noob. Back to channel. Wait, I don't have the option to. Oh, here I'm blind. Now I did it. What's your current build for? My current build is wand. I'm doing melee evasion and range endurance. I play a lot more small skill and arenas usually, so that's why I chose this build. What spec do you think is best for solo PvE? I found your wand AoE build, but not sure if it is the best spec for it. Yeah, wand staff is the best meta build for solo PvE. Wand Expo is just the better one overall, but it's just not like a meta build. I do bow dagger at the moment, usually using fully traded Carnix bow, but not got the tubelik drop. Is it worth to switch? No. Carnix is your PvP bow. Use Carnix for PvP, use tubelik for PvE. Thanks for the breakdown. Is Greatsword SNS just great at everything? Does it still have enough damage to kill things? Yeah, Greatsword SNS is great at like pretty much everything. It has the best damage probably from all the tank builds. AoE damage from all the tank builds. I'll probably go bow dagger just to say a DPS until Greatsword. No, Greatsword SNS is insane right now, Citizen. It can one-shot people. Because Greatsword is just strong as a weapon alone. So you are a tanky Greatsword player, which is like crazy. You do a lot of damage and you're also hard to kill. It said I got a Greatsword Banshee a few hours ago and turned it into a trait. But yeah, you definitely could have. Ah, damn. Definitely try to lethal things first if you can sell it as a lethal first. Definitely always do that. If the lethal sells for a lot. Yeah, no worries, Rafa. Which 2-piece Reaper for that hybrid with tubelik because I hit. Yeah. I did that too late. Yeah, so the 2-piece Reapers that I recommend is, I forgot what's easy to get now. Like Reaper's gloves for one, because that comes from a co-op dungeon, and then the other one is going to have to be it's gonna come from a boss. The other two options. So I recommend the Reaper's helmet because it gets double stats and also really good cooldown speed. So I recommend that. If you can't get the helmet, get the pants. You're competing with DPS, so just keep that in mind. But your guild might run differently from like my guild, so you might actually be able to get it, which is good, really good for you. So I definitely, if you can get it for sure. Loki, you're funny. Okay, I'll keep refreshing it. How do you lithography? You lithograph by crafting the lithograph item. If you go to craft and you go to armor or anywhere, armor, weapon, accessories, they all have their own. Craft this precious blank lithograph, and that's how you lithograph things. Right, that was like really fast. Hold on. Yeah, you craft this. The precious blank lithograph. That's how you lithograph things, Compton. Compton raised me. Sick name. Yeah, no worries, Agua. Yeah, I have a purple few items, but they can't go on auction. Yeah, so you can lithograph a lot of those items into things you can put on the auction house. Keep in mind, weapons that you get from co-op dungeons cannot be lithographed. So keep that in mind. Or sorry, cannot be, yeah, they cannot be lithographed. So just keep that in mind. Is there a way to be more useful in PvP as a healer? I always get one shot in an insta log 3v1. Yeah, first, it depends on your gear. If your gear is not up there yet, then you're definitely going to experience that sets. So keep that in mind. I recommend running, if you're running a lot of small skill or arenas, run the melee evasion range endurance build for one Lambo. It's going to be really helpful for you for survivability. Other than that, run in parties so you can be most effective. Of course, because you're healing people, you're able to heal people. Always get one shot in, it's a log 3v1. Yeah, so those things will help you right away. Other than that, knowing how to use your skills, so knowing when to tell when you're about to get jumped and using skills preemptively will help you a lot with survivability. So casting Blessed Berry, if you see like a greatsword person is like starting to approach you. Blessed Berry into a fountain will help with survivability, especially in those cases as well. Using where is it? So using Healing Touch into Nature's Blessing will help you with a lot of damage sustain as well, right? Because like as I showed earlier in the stream a couple times, this is like one of your best heals from any sort of healer, and what any healer can do. I feel like a lot of FOMO that I'm not on my server with my guild. Can't do a lot of these fun bosses. I'm trying to get there. I'm about to join a guild on this server just to do stuff. PvP or like PvP content. But so for example, this is the combo I'm talking about. Just one stack of Healing Touch with Nature's Blessing. Look at my health bars regenerating so fast. It's like one of the best heals that you have in the game. And I can do, and only longbow healer can do this in this way. And that's only with one stack of Healing Touch. If you have multiple stacks of Healing Touch, like up to the 3s, that's heals for way more. Can heal for up to 24k health. So heals for so much, and that's like really good for sustain for obvious reasons, because you're just healing so much more than what people are actually damaging you with. That also increases with your healing buffs. So Self of Soul increases that, Saints only increases that, Devotion Emptiness increases that as well. It's nighttime, right? Earth's Blessing of course increases that, but your Blessed Barrier also increases that as well. Like there's a bunch of things you could do to help yourself with survivability. A lot of it comes from just being able to preemptively tell what's about to happen. Hey Weemo. Thanks for answering. Are you multi-streaming on? Yeah, I'm streaming on Twitch and YouTube. Just a dude. That's why I'm like answering things. And you're just like, where's that question? I don't see it. Yeah, because it's like I'm looking at both chats. I'm going back and forth. Can I go for PvE and PvP gear as soon as I hit level 50? You choose one. If you're gonna do any sort of PvP content, Rusty, do PvP gear. Can you talk about your current build skills? Not seeing those skills in the Max Pro builds. Yeah, they are there. These builds are in Max Pro. This is in the first page of Max Pro. This is also there. Solo AoE DPS in the PvE build. This is also in the PvE build, right? This is the late game version. There's also an early game version, and it's in the PvE build. But the full support build, the only thing that's different here really is my ensnaring arrow from the full support build. But this is also listed in like alternatives. I just run this because I just had it from something I was doing before. I don't even remember what I was doing. But you can run like tornado or other things. You just have to change the specializations a bit to get tornado. Yeah. I saw that there is a support hybrid and CC and bus build for large scale PvP healers. Yes, there is. Which one would you use? Oh, there's just a lot. Yeah. Depends what you want to do. Normally, I would use a support build. Oh, sorry, I use the large scale build normally. That's my default build, Benjamin. If I wanted to play more hybrid, like I wanted to be more offensive, I would be the second healer in my group, and I would play the hybrid build. Is Healing Touch similar to Swift Healing, or can it just not keep up even with the lower cooldown? Healing Touch is no. Swift Healing has burst heals, so it has immediate burst heals, right? So that's like the main difference. Healing Touch helps with sustain more than it does with like burst damage. Does humanoid bonus damage apply in PvE, or is it only for Moz? It's only for Moz, Raz. Yeah, I'm trying to play SNS Greatsword, but my group already has tanks, so I'm considering swapping to DPS. Not sure if SS Greatsword puts out enough type. SNS Greatsword does put out a lot of damage, and especially because they can be frontline Austin, charge in, do AoE CC, and also do AoE burst DPS, and then get out and live. A Greatsword Dagger can't do the same thing, right? In large scale, especially in the front line. So you can do a lot of damage. You can play double SNS Greatsword in a group, and it's actually beneficial because now you have 2 blood devotions, right? So why would you not want 2 blood devotions in a group? That means like everyone in the party is never dying. So if you rotate your blood devotions properly, you can make it so people just don't die in your group, which is also really, really good. But you also just deal a lot of damage. You deal a lot of damage. Sorry. 1 second. How many trials? Thank you. No worries, Rafa. Check out that sword lithograph is at least 1K. Also did the same with a dagger that goes. Yep, you can make a lot of lucent just lithographing things and selling it. I read that there's a support hybrid, and yes, there is favor. Which one do you think is better? I like large scale PvP as my default, and then hybrid if I want to do more offensive things. I CC buff build as well is really fun, especially in T2 with a T2 Black Yale staff. Is there a way to get what skills you use in arena? The guide is not very clear on which skills you actually use in your skills bar, like how it shows on quest log. Don't use GMVO. Don't use the skill bars on my quest log. I only have some of them up there on my quest log, first of all, but I only have my skill builds mainly on my quest log, just so I can add the stats into the builds. But those builds aren't like as updated as my max roll. Just use the max roll because that's the one that's easier to update and explain things. But yeah, it's like the skill builds are good, but I don't have all of them up there. There's like a bunch of skill builds that are on my max roll that I don't have on my quest log, and that's because I just wanted to make sure I'm incorporating the stats from passes and masteries into my quest log builds. But that was the point of that. Yeah, I use do you mean like the skills you see in game? Oh, like I explained before, like the skills that I have in game, like the only difference is the ensnaring arrow. But I had that because I was just doing I think I was doing small scale with my large scale build, and I didn't swap to my small scale build because I don't want to swap all the specializations and skills. Because I only have 3 skill pages and I don't want to constantly swap. So I just swapped 1 skill. But all these stuff are like usually my alternatives. But I would just follow the builds as they are because that's essentially what I'm doing as well. Like this is a part. This build is right under skill builds. It's right in the large scale support tab. You scroll to the bottom of that large scale support tab, you'll see the full healing and support build. That's this build, right? And I just swapped tornado off for ensnaring arrow. It's the same exact build. I just swapped ensnaring arrow for tornado. So that is on the guide. Very clear there. It's just at the bottom of that tab. So maybe that's why people are not seeing it. It's at the bottom of the tab. But let me know if you see that. I'm looking more for staff wand is good. Yeah, staff wand is good. It just has a different role in PvP. The build I'm using right now is my wand lombo full support PvP build. I just swapped tornado for ensnaring arrow. It's the only change that I made. I got Excavator Wand today. Is that BIS for... Yes, that is absolutely BIS for all healers. So congratulations on getting that, first of all. But yeah, that is definitely BIS for all healers. So you want to be using your Excavator Wand, Never Diet. Let's build the first one you were set to. The first one I was set to? Do you mean my this one's in my PvE build. So it's not going to be in the PvP builds, right? Because this is PvE. So if you go to my PvE builds, you'll see this build there. Sagacious. Let me know if you find it. Or I can link it as well. Wants that build video. Yeah, I can work on that. I've been really busy. I have some other videos that are gonna come out first. I should just join a random guild. But I have some other builds that are gonna come out, videos that are gonna come out first, and then I'm gonna work on like a wand staff. 'Cause I think people want to see like solo farming wand staff and like what the rotation looks like, so I can film that as well. Is melee evasion achievable right now for wand bow? Yes, it absolutely is achievable for wand bow. Like right now, with this blue gear, this, like whatever gear, I have 1500 melee evasion and 800 range endurance. So I'm already at the range endurance I want to be at, which is 800 before buffs. With buffs, I have like 1160 range endurance, which is amazing. And then I have melee endurance already at 1500, and I'm like hardly dying ever to melee. Like melee greatswords can't CC me. So it's where you exactly want to be mid game. Late game you hit 1700, which is also really good. And that's greatswords with like even like 1000 hit or whatever. Do you only use ensnaring when healing? Yeah, I use ensnaring in PvP. Small scale usually. Arenas is good. That's when I use ensnaring a lot. I usually just swap to tornado and large scale. How bad is it to have 3 weapons? I enjoy playing bow dagger and bow wand. You can have 3 weapons. The combination of bow dagger and bow wand are very different gear. What I recommend you do, Elmo, is you do the wand, bow, melee evasion, range endurance build, and then use that build when playing your bow dagger. On Maxwell, what is the best way to progress and upgrade purple gear right now? Let me know, JVMO, by the way, if you found the build I was talking about. What is the best way to progress and upgrade purple gear right now? It feels very hard to make purple armor growth stones. Yeah, the best way to do it is to complete your contracts, right? Do your weekly allied resistant contract scrolls. This will give you extra mats to level gear. Make sure you're also buying these scrolls as well. So do your contracts. Make sure you complete your Tato Towers if you haven't yet. Do your co-op dungeons. It'll drop like ores that you can use to convert to stones as well. Also farm open world dungeons. Open world dungeons also drop stones as well. So make sure you're doing open world dungeons. You can convert those. But yeah, those are like the main things. It's gated. It's gated so people don't like, you know, level too fast. If you are mostly interested in PvE, would you go staff or bow wand? If I'm mostly interested in PvE, I go it depends on the type of PvE I'm interested in. If I'm interested in like dungeons, I'd go wand longbow. If I'm interested in like a lot of solo play, I'd play staff wand. Can you explain what is blessing and is it worth it if I craft to I already explained that, Rossi. But yeah, blessings, you can use blessings. Ken also has a really good video on this on his YouTube. But you can use blessings to help increase the chances of succeeding a trait on your gear, upgrading a trait on your gear. So like if I use a crit hit chance that is blue or green and I throw that into my epic weapon right here, it will increase blessings whenever it fails. Blessings accumulate more and more and more. When you reach a certain point like 600, 900, you can use the blessings right by clicking use blessing here, right, using again another lower rarity trait of the same type that's already in your weapon to increase the odds of that trait succeeding. This is really helpful when you're talking about like very expensive epic traits, so like heavy attack chance, or really it's just heavy attack chance for the most part, max health sometimes. Those are really expensive traits, so you can use this to very cheaply upgrade traits. You can blessing stack, so you're field stacking with blessings. You're field stacking to increase your blessings, the amount of blessings you have, to then use that to 100% succeed on increasing the upgrading the trait on an item. And yeah, 1 second, be right back. Sorry, back. Yeah, Rusty, you can find this. You can find the solo builds in my PvE builds. So if you go to ! builds on Maxroll, open up my PvE builds, right? So filter for healer PvE, and you'll find my wand lombo and wand staff PvE builds. That's where you'll find the PvE builds. The PvE builds will not be in the PvP builds. They're only going to be in the PvE builds because it's PvE. So let me know if you find those. If you don't find them, I can help you find them. Just let me know. The healer Discord link shouldn't have expired. If you do, yeah, if you click on Discord healers TNO, like I'm clicking on it right now. Let's see, continue to Discord. Yeah, it's working. It's bringing me right to the healer Discord. That link, does that link work now? Phoenix? You do healer Discord. Alright, no worries. No worries, Amal. Well, you can have 3 weapons. Yeah, you can have 3 weapons. You can build 3 weapons. You can, like, you know, gear up 3 weapons. You can enhance 3 weapons to +9 relatively quickly compared to trading up 3 weapons. That one takes a lot longer. Can you explain what is blessing and is it worth it? If I craft my blue to max traits and transfer to my epic. Oh, I already explained that unique. Yeah, I already explained that unique. Let me know if you're here when I explained it. I think you guys are like copy and pasting the same question, but I explained it like twice now. So let me know if you're here when I explained it. If not, you can maybe even clip it and just like link that explanation every time. I use staff wand and I'm looking at your guide, but I see what points you use in skill specialization, but not something that shows which skills you use on your bars. Yeah, it's the same skills, JVMO, JMVO. Yeah, it's the same skills, JMVO. So if you're talking about the full support build, like I said before, I swapped out Tornado, so I took off Tornado like this, right? And I put on Ensnaring Arrow because I was doing small scale PvP and I didn't want to swap to a small scale PvP build. So I took off Tornado like this and I put on Ensnaring Arrow. And that's why it looks different. It's just one skill that's different. One single skill that's different. Because if you can see here, right? Hold on. Opening up my browser, right? I'm going to my Wand Lombo Maxroll build. Under skill builds, this is the Maxroll PvP build. Under skill builds, under large scale support build, if you scroll down just a little bit, you'll see full healing and support. This is the exact build that I'm running right now in game. Every skill is the same. Healing Touch, Flash Wave, Purifying Touch, Invisible Wall, Fountain of Life, Enchanting Time, Swift Healing, Blessed Barrier, Clay Salvation, Blitz, and Nature's Blessing. All the exact same skills that I'm running in game. The only skill that's different, like I said, is Tornado. I removed Tornado and I put on a Ensnaring Arrow. That's the only thing I changed, but it's the same exact build. So let me know if you see that, JMVO, or if not, I can try to explain it differently. But let me know. Because like I said before, it's like sort of at the bottom of that tab, so it's sort of hard to maybe see. It's easy to pass. But let me know if that was helpful. If not, I can try to explain it differently. And see maybe what's the issue. Maybe it's a different build you're talking about. But if you're talking about any other build that you see here is PvE builds, are PvE builds. So those are going to be in a different build. They won't be in the PvP build. They're going to be in the PvE builds. So you'd have to open up the PvE builds to see those. Oh, you're looking for a staff build. Yeah. So what I have right now on my skill bar will not be different. Will be very different from what you have because you have wand staff. Wand staff skills are completely different from wand lombo skills. So if you're trying to find longbow skills and you're running a staff, you're not going to find them because you're running a staff. So you're going to want to open up the wand staff PvP and PvE builds on my max roll, and you'll see the skill builds that I recommend there. Let me know if you have trouble finding the wand staff builds, and I can try to specifically link those for you, Jam. Just let me know. Seriously thinking about going Longbow 1. Yeah, you should definitely go it if you want to play it, Ohio. What do you recommend to do before level 50 with the healer, wand, staff? And what dungeon should to get some equipment looking? Yeah, the first dungeon you should do is Cave of Destruction, Puniko. So definitely do Cave of Destruction. Save of Construction. Cave of Destruction, sorry. Do Cave of Destruction. That gives you like a bracer, your wand, Lycoris wand, as well as a good mana regen cape you can use as well. That's sort of like what you want to do first. Yeah, no worries, Rossi. No worries, Finny. Or Phoenix. Hey, Saber. How's it going? How do you go about adding a second trait to that bow earlier? Yeah, if I want to add a second trait to this bow, I would just farm the same dungeon and get the same bow. Or because I made some Lucent selling that belt for 20k Lucent, I can just buy the traits for the longbow. If it's not ridiculous. If it's ridiculous, I'm not going to buy it because I know how much these traits actually cost in like a month. But yeah, I'll just do the same dungeon and just get the same bow to get the like different traits. And then I can yeah, I can do that. Or I can just sell things, make more Lucent, and then buy the traits as well that I want on it. Link not working for me. Can you try the link again? Daily relaxation. We're on YouTube as well, so I'm gonna make it easier. Just do this. Type. It's gonna be. There's a vanity link now, so it's never gonna change. So just healers TNL. So I'm just gonna type this, but you can click that link, or you can just type healers TNL into your Discord. Your Discord like join server thing, and it should work too. But let me know, Daily Nation or Daily Relaxation. Sorry. What does Gigantrite do? Gigantrite does a couple things. You can farm, or you can turn in some like things that Gigantrite drops for like Stellarite. You can also ride Gigantrite to reach Saradoma Island if you wanted to, but you don't need to do that now because there's a teleporter that they put there, or they placed there. Gigantrite is also used in sieges. There's like a one-time opportunity where you can use Gigantrite to drop into siege. There's like a really fun, cool play that you can do with Gigantrite. Hey Merlin, do you know if they've changed the math on transferring blue to purple at 7.2? Yeah, they did. Merlin. I believe now it's oh wait, I'm thinking of T2. I don't know if it was ever the same with blue to purple. I think the only thing I was testing Merlin was T1 purple to T2 purple. That was a 7.3. So I don't know if blue to purple is any different now. What is your way to go for gear? Didn't saw triple endurance on. Should use not. What is your way to go for gear? Didn't saw triple endurance or one bow isn't that good on one bow. Also, I don't do triple endurance in T1 is not good. You can't reach the proper staff bonuses or staff breakpoints that you need to reach with triple endurance in T1 gear. So the other builds are just better. Like you can reach proper stat breakpoints. You can also reach proper additional stats like max health or defenses, mana regen and all that other stuff that's really important. Why is that cape flashing like that? It's weird. I'm going to transfer to Xerath at this point. Oh, well, I didn't even light up. Currently Explode Dagger, do you think I could get Staff third weapon, or there isn't much overlap in the gear? It depends how you build it. I build melee evasion, range endurance, and you can, those builds are interchangeable between the two. Panic. Oh, but I was asking if you could add something like in quest log. Oh, you wanted me to add builds into quest log. I could when I have time to do that. Are you not able to access the max roll? JMVO? Is that like a issue? Do you know if they've changed the... Oh, yeah. Can I use the PvP build for PvP PvP2? Can I use the... Yeah, I don't know if Morland's here. But, yeah, not sure Morland. If they changed it. I only knew T1 to T2. Can I use the PvP build for PvE2? Yes. If you're doing any sort of PvP content, use the PvP build. How's the DPS with one dagger? DPS with one dagger is good. One bombing is good on one dagger. One dagger is good for PvE, PvP, or just stay as one staff. One dagger can do PvP and PvE. It's just one staff will probably be better in PvE. Thank you for answering all the questions. I know. Okay. Oh yeah, no worries, Callie. I don't mind. It's drinking lots of water. What chest piece are you using right now? I'm using the melee evasion chest right now. So that is the heroic armor of the resistance, and that's part of the melee evasion build. Excuse me. And you use that. Use that. Thank you for answering all the... Oh yeah, no worries. I read that too. When is PvP unlocked? PvP is unlocked. No, PvP is unlocked whenever you go into a PvP event. So any sort of PvP event, or if you go into a dungeon at nighttime, PvP is unlocked. You can and you can PvP even though you're not P50. I'm still undecided. I was playing one bow, but I didn't like bow damage skills, so I switched to one staff. But now I miss support skills from bow. Yeah, that's the problem with the builds. You gotta play what you want, what you like the most, Phoenix. Gotta play what you like the most. What you can do is you can play both. If you go with the melee evasion range endurance build from one longbow, that can also work on one staff. So you can do that. That way you just have to build another weapon. Should I do the SNS wand build for PvE or PvP? I want to do both. Kind of confused. I'm still leveling. You can do SNS wand for both contents, yeah. For PvE, it's a lot more desirable if you can tank and heal at the same time, and people will take you. In PvE more often, if you can do that. But in PvP, like one SNS is one of the strongest builds. They're a live lord. They can put out a lot of CC, creating a lot of plays for their party and etc. Should I do dagger bow or dagger staff? Different things. Dagger staff is the best, or not best. Dagger staff is better than dagger bow when it comes to AoE consistent DPS. So if you like getting a lot of AoE kills from just like the amount of AoE damage you can put out, go dagger staff. Dagger bow is really good. They have one good AoE ability that can get you a lot of kills, and that's flash wave. You can also reset flash wave with the Rundy, like the special blitz version of it. Is usually the play. You'd run limit break, so you do flash wave into a limit break into another flash wave. Lots of damage. That's fun. But other than that, they have like really good single target abilities. Decisive sniping is also pretty good as an AoE. But it's just different. It's like it's not spammy as dagger staff. So if you like spam, like if you like classes that like just spam AoE, dagger staff is going to be probably something you'll enjoy more. Yep, the mid-game gear uses a green belt because it's just better, Andre. One thing to know about this game, the rarity of a piece of equipment does not matter as much as the stat balancing that you can achieve with the piece of equipment altogether. So the emphasis is on mixing pieces of gear. That's why also the type of gear doesn't matter in this game either. You're mixing pieces of gear to reach certain stat bonus or stat breakpoints. Because if you don't reach those stat breakpoints, then you're just not as tanky or not as strong if you're under those stat breakpoints. So this game is about mixing stat breakpoints to reach certain amounts, and that would allow you to be super tanky, super strong, or whatever you're trying to achieve. Oh, I see. It's just more visual on quest log. Oh yeah, I can when I have a moment, I can try to put the builds into quest log. It'll just take some time. JMVO. How do you trade out that chest piece? I got a bad trade, and how do I get more? Yeah, you can trade out the chest piece. Usually you get two. You get one from MSQ in your lithograph book. So you can re-roll the traits if you have a bad one. You can lithograph the piece, and I think it still sells for a lot of lucid. Here's a tip. If you lithograph the chest piece, and yeah, because you have a bad trait, you can lithograph the chest piece and it sells, as you can see here, 124, 999 to 5,500. It can actually sell for a lot. Lithograph it, sell it, and then buy the proper traits you need, right? Oh no, everyone's actually going in now. Okay, well, before I went on my vacation, there was a lot of traits. Now there isn't. Okay, everyone's running this chest piece, I guess. I think all the builds probably just have it in there. That's unfortunate. If that's the case, then it also sort of becomes... you want a trait conversion, whatever you have, to hopefully get the right trait that you need. So use trait conversion stones to get the right trait you need. I wouldn't do this yet because you want the unlock stones for your boss gear. So if you're getting boss gear, if you have boss gear, save the unlock stones for that. If you're just never going to get boss gear, then you can just be a little bit more loose with how you use unlock stones. Never gonna be able to transfer. Oh, dungeons while I wait? Yeah, I can do dungeons. Actually, I should do dungeons. Can you even invite each other into parties from cross server? No, you can't. How are we gonna do dungeons? Like party board, you mean? I can do party board. I don't even know. Oh yeah, I need specific dungeons. Wait, can you do Loki? Can you do Temple of Roar or Tyrant's Isle? Temple of Roar, Tyrant's Isle. Oh, Shady has one. Where's Oh, Temple? Yeah, that's perfect. What's his name? Oh, he named himself that. Oh, I see. Why do you do that? What a weirdo. I'm kidding. Hello. Oh, I already read that. Do you have a skill set up for clearing contracts? Yeah, I use my AoE solo PvE build, which is in my PvE guide veneer. If you do exclamation point builds, you can see that. That's what I use for clearing contracts. How fun is SNS 1? Have you tried it? Yes, I've tried SNS 1. SNS 1 is fun. It's a Live Lord build that just puts out a lot of CC. You can AoE sleeve, you can pull people together. smash them into walls, and then also heal your party, buff your party. It's a fun build. And it's just Live Lord. They're very hard to kill. They're probably the hardest. They are the hardest build in the game to kill. How do I decide between excuse me, endgame double endurance or melee invasion? If you're gonna play a lot of small skill or arenas, you look at do the melee evasion range endurance build. No worries, Andre. No worries, JMBO. So it's worth rerolling that piece. Yes, it's worth rerolling that piece because of how hard it is to get right now. Take Omi. Is it worth to build 3 weapons? You can. So you can enhance 3 weapons relatively easily. You can do that relatively quickly as well. Because you're just using weapon stones. But in terms of trading weapons, that's going to take longer. So you want to focus on 2 first. Your main 2. What'd you say about I say the Maxwell Greatsword SNS guide is what's that sound? Oh, it's when people apply, it makes that sound. That's a little weird, annoying sound. If you guys need time, I'll join my party. Join. I'm not the leader, so my guildmate's gonna randomly accept, I guess. Would you say the Maxwell? Oh yeah, sorry, Citizen. I think the Maxwell build is more. Wait, let me take a peek at it. I haven't looked at that in a little bit. The Maxwell PvP gear is more bruiser oriented, Citizen. If you're not sure, so yes, it's more bruiser oriented. I build your triple endurance builds. Do you think I should watch? You can switch to Callie. If you're gonna do small scale arena in T1, switch to the melee evasion range endurance. Yes. So what do we do if we're to already just grind math and contracts? If you're T2, there's a lot of different things. Wait, if we're T2 already, are you talking about KR Fisher? Because you're not T2 in NA. What are you talking about, Fisher? Oh, Temple, not Tyrant. Oh, I see. I'm coming. Yeah, my skill spec for PvP is also on my Master Roll Goji. Do exclamation point builds, and you can see that in a lot of good detail. So just do exclamation point build Goji, and you can look at my skill spec for PvP. All the different builds. I have large skill, I have small skill, I have arena. I have what I use also for 1v1s when I want to be a little like have a little fun in 1v1 in like events and stuff like that. So I have that as well. And I also have what else do I have? I also have like a full healer build and one that's just like more of a hybrid offense, like there's some invincibilities and stuff like that. Yeah. Sorry, just looking at the game. What's the best stat focus for SNS Juan? Super tanky build. Sorry, new player. Yeah, if you want to be super tanky SNS Juan, you have to reach 70 strength is like really important. 60 strength is also just like good. It's like good to settle on that. It's fine. Oh wait, that didn't go off. But yeah, running that amount of strength is really good. Also 60 perception is important as well, because as Wand SNS, you want to be able to get all your CC off, so you need hit to get your CC off. If you're missing a lot of your abilities because your hit is really low, then you're not doing, you're not being as you're not able to pull off your full potential because you need to be getting off your CC. 60 perception, 70, 60 strength is super important. Shoe. Yeah, no worries, Susan. No ready for T2 like max waiting for it to drop. Oh, if you're ready for T2 to drop. Yeah, if you're just ready for T2 to drop, you should be PvPing, you should be doing your contracts and all that stuff, your daily stuff, your weekly stuff, but just enjoying. And enjoying the game, doing the PvP content and stuff like that. Waiting for, especially, Siege to come and stuff like that. You should probably level your cooking so you can get the advanced food as well, so definitely do that. I'm barely paying attention to this I got it. So the items are melee evasion and range endurance gift card. That's because it's just better for small scale and arenas. Melee evasion is what it also it forces great swords to and any sort of melee ability to miss their CC and also the damage at the same time. So just insane value, something that endurance doesn't do, but it's also important for small scale and arenas because you're an easier target when it comes to all melee weapons. So having that extra survivability, like the best sort of survivability you can get against those weapons, is super important to ensure that you're not like an easy one-shot sort of target. So that is one of the reasons. So also helps against dagger silence as well. So keep that in mind. But also great sword combo. So you can't be perma locked by a great sword and feel super useless because you can't do anything when you're perma locked by a great sword, and you're super easy to target in small scale and arena when it comes to melee weapons because there's not like 50 other players to hide behind like you can with an endurance build. That's better with or like really strong with large scale because you can take in all the AoE splash damage and all just AoE damage in general, people diving in and all that stuff. But the thing with endurance builds is that you need it to have max traits with your endurance builds to actually feel super like it's actually doing something and super strong and tanky and all that stuff. So something to keep in mind as well. Sorry. As a healer staff 1, can you use your PvP gear to do PvE dungeons? Or you have to have PvE gear for that? Nope. You can use PvP gear to do PvE dungeons. You do not need PvE gear for T1 dungeons right now. PvE gear is for competitive PvE play, which is more relevant in T2 dungeons when there's challenge modes and they're ranked. And ranked actually gets you certain rewards the higher you are in the rankings. So that's where it's like more relevant. But right now with T1 dungeons, you don't really need it. But it will help you when those T2 dungeons come out. The T1 PvE gear is something that's good to use for T2 dungeons because T2 PvE gear is going to take forever to get, and you shouldn't be prioritizing that, especially if you do PvP. So it's good to have your T1 gear because it's just as good in oh, not having heals. But oh, heals is low for one person. Sorry. But yeah. So T1 gear works really well in T2 dungeons. They also are stronger as well. Like if you get Reapers, it's stronger in than T2 gear, especially starting out before you can get like certain pieces. Like the 4-piece winged is like a replacement, but that takes forever to get and trade out. So just like T1 gear is just better because you use it right away. Excuse me. I think it's supposed to get hit by that for the achievement. If I remember correctly. Hey Arctic, or Artaric, how's it going? I'm on right now. I'm on Carnix, but I'm trying to transfer to my guild's server right now, which they're on Amos. They transferred while I was on holiday, so I unfortunately missed the good windows to transfer. But hopefully I can get to them. Yeah, I'm hoping to get to them once I'm able to transfer. I might have spent my stat points badly, so because I'm sitting at 20 decks. Yeah, that's fine. Call me get Tito. It doesn't cost like anything important to. It doesn't cost anything at all. You just click reset stats right down here in the bottom left, and you can reset your stat points for free. There's no issues. Everywhere I read it, Essence Wand is useless for higher PV. Is this true? Nope, that's not true. If you can do tanking and healing as an SNS Wand, you are probably one of the most useful healers in that sense, because you can actually allow your party to take an extra DPS. So that's how that works. When you play SNS Wand and higher level PV content, you should be looking to tank and heal the party at the same time. So tank the boss and heal the party at the same time, and you'd be more useful than any other healer. Or not any other healer, but more useful than most healers, because you allow your party to take another DPS roll. So yeah, anyone who's saying that they're useless, or like in a higher level content, that's just not true. No one should be saying that. Which traits is best for SNS Wand tank for PvP? Thanks a lot for helping out. Yeah, no worries. Sorry. So, when it comes to traits on Wand SNS, it depends on what you're building. Are you building triple endurance, or are you building melee evasion range endurance, for example? I prefer melee. I like melee evasion and range endurance on Wand SNS. Personally, great. So I'd run that on SNS. So in that case, you are prioritizing melee evasion traits and your range endurance traits. But it's very standard when it comes to armor and accessories. Like the traits that you get for stuff is not like much different than anything else. Like you're either getting your evasion traits or your endurance traits, or both, depending on your build, right? You're getting max health if that's on your gear, or you're getting like debuff duration if that's on your gear, and it's like the better option of whatever the third of the option that you have for your third trait stat, right? But it's all the same. Like it's nothing like super unique, right? Gotta keep that in mind. Oh, we're actually doing a skippity skip. Where's that? Huh. He didn't block it properly. My mana regen's still lower than it should be. I only have a. At 640 now with the potion, but before buffs I have like 500 and what is it? Like 500, something in the low 500s. So it should be much higher. With the potion, you should be over like 750 mana regen, where you want to be. The Decaying Touch is not that high prio? Decaying Touch is high priority. Thanks, I love your build on Maxwell was following it says here. No worries, no worries. What do you think about a healer with wand staff for cooldown reductions? A healer with wand staff. Oh, thanks for the sub by the way, Noxfa. I appreciate that. Thanks for being here as well. What do you think? What do I think about a healer with wand staff for cooldown reductions? You can play wand staff healer, but you should it's better if you play Victorious Energy or take Victorious Energy just for extra, like for the survivability. You can take the cooldown variant of Victorious Energy if you have like 1700 base melee evasion. But yeah, keep that in mind. Got the sequence. Oh yeah, I do Morlin. I don't know if I'm doing it right, Morlin though. I keep trying, but he keeps saying it's full. I don't know if I'm doing it right. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I'm doing it right. But I'm just... I'm unlucky. Where was that again? Oh yeah. Chronix Raz? Yeah, I'm not gonna be on Chronix too long though. Oh, did it take that long, T-shirt? I'm not gonna be waking till 4. Well, we'll see. I also wake up. I'm gonna wake up early anyways, so maybe I can try early and maybe I can get lucky. I know. I was on holiday echoes, so I just came back today and I started the stream and I was just I've been trying to transfer since I got back on the game. What's the ability use prio for this build? You do the ability use prio. You're spamming decaying touch and touches the spear off cooldown and then exploding to deal max damage. Using deadly marker off cooldown as well in time for punishment. It's better to time deadly marker with rotations, but like I'm not in comms, so not realistic. Oops, I also aggroed the mob that I wasn't supposed to. Oopsie. Doing decisive sniping before using strafing into knock, just so you can get the increased crit chance from decisive sniping, is also a good idea as well. Oh, they're over there. But yeah, that's like the ability use prio. Take homie. Just what I read people say 200 SNS Greatsword is prefer. Yep, SNS Greatsword is really good in PvE. For sure. Especially in T2s. They're good. They're usually what's like more dominantly ran as well. Well, did you see that? I just used that like 5 times. That's a funny bug. With a third weapon, how do you afford to level up all the skills again? It takes time. That's another thing that takes time when you do 3 weapons panic. Who has connection problems? I do not have connection problems, I think. Oh, sure. Let me know if YouTube has connection problems. Did you build my third weapon dagger? Do you think it's good or not? If you use melee evasion range endurance build, that's like a pretty universal build, so you can use it with that, Andy. How do you manage your mana? I feel like I'm always out of mana in dungeons when healing, although that could also be because people... Yeah, it's, like, you have mana issues early game. Like, that's just, like, a common thing. What you can do is swapping in certain pieces of equipment. So running the Regal Ring is a good idea. You can also run the Devotion Cape from Cave of Destruction as well. That's, like, a good idea to help with mana regen. So there's pieces of equipment that you can swap in to help you with mana regen. So you can suffer less. But yeah, Longbow suffers with mana quite a bit, up until you reach like 620 mana regen before buffs, and then it becomes much better, much better. How do you manage? Oh, I already read that. One reason I swapped off Bowan is because I hated being from a Yep, you have to have the proper mana regen to play Bowan. That's why it's important. Mana regen is just an important stat on Bowan. It's not like a meme. Like, you have to have it. Builds without proper mana regen are just not proper. They're not builds you should follow, or they're builds you have to change. I usually offer alternatives with my builds as well. Hi, what shortcut you use for party select as a healer? I use party buttons 1 to 6 as my shortcut for selecting party members. I find it to be like the most convenient for me. Oops, just didn't build off. Skills out of order. We're gonna find your build. Yeah, I'll do exclamation point builds Nebul, and you'll see the link for my builds show up. Exclamation point builds in the Twitch chat. This Sapwan never has any issues. Yep, Sapwan doesn't struggle with mana issues at any point in the game. Juan Lombo just gets better with mana issues when you get 620 base mana regen. So that's what you are looking for. Oh, what? Oh yeah, I noticed I was in a party to Braylock, but we're gonna run more dungeons, so. Have a good night, Arturk. Oh, he didn't say night. Yeah, have a good have a good time at work, Arturk. It says max chance of recalling me this full. Yeah, no, it's full. Oops, I'm not paying attention. the faster. There's goes from the top is red. You're in a party. Wait, I noticed that as well. Thank you though. Thank you. Is the Ascendant Guardian set worth pursuing for the skill heal set effect? Pull down food. No, it's not. You don't reach proper defense. So you don't reach proper like melee evasion, defense mitigation with the Ascendant set. So if you're trying to run that on one staff, you're just gonna be super squishy and just get one shot. On Wall and Lombo, if you're on melee endurance, magic endurance with it, your defenses are way too low because you don't get extra defenses from that build. So your defenses are just way too low, so you're just still squishy. Like you're trying to sustain damage, but it's just a lot of damage because you're wearing full cloth. So your defenses are just like really low. So for an endurance build, it's not ideal. But yeah, in large scale, you can probably get away with it though. Like that's where I would run a 4-piece for Ascendant set, is in like a large, or not contrast Ascendant, they're called an Ascendant Guardian set. I run a 4-piece Ascendant Guardian set in large scale because it's easier to just position well, even though you're squishy, and survive and benefit from the set. So I do that. That's where I'd use it. You're on game melee Viva. It has 590, but there's a swap set like I've mentioned. Like you can run what do you call it? You can run Supreme Devotion, and you can also run where is it? You can also run the Regal Jade Band as swaps as well in that build, and that'll put you well over 650 like mana regen. You run that in place of the Ring of you run that in place of the Ring of Precision or the Strength Ring. If you run the the other ring, or you replace the Evasion Cloak as well, and you'll get like a lot of mana regen back that you need. Get like over 100 mana regen, which is perfect. You'll bring 591 to like 691, close to 700 mana regen before buffs. So that's how you sort of like address that later on. That's fast. Oh, I forgot how to do this dungeon. You're supposed to dig in T1 dungeons. In T2 dungeons, you wait for the hit, and then you dig. That is my bad. Oh, that's fine. They're fine. I can look at chat. That's what I was looking at anyways. You're in number 1. Can't transfer walls in a party. Oh, yeah. Hi. Loved your vids. You ever play Arcade? Yes, I used to play Arcade. I used to play Arcade on a character called Alpine Stars. And then I had a character named Taunt. Can I find this build somewhere to follow? Yeah. This build is on my Maxwell. If you do exclamation point builds, open up my PvE guides and you can find my PvE builds, Netbull. I focus on healing dungeon and my drop rate is terrible. Defense affected at drop rate. No, the box is just completely RNG. It's not based on your performance in dungeons, Oldish Wolf. Yeah, it's fun. Does he have reading another chat? No, Valhall. I'm behind on chat. That's all. I'm just reading old chat messages. No, I don't have a delay either. I'm just reading. That sounds like an insane delay. I don't have delay. I'm just reading. I'm just catching up with chat. Valholics. Nope. You guys can write in the same chat. I can see you, Barry Luck, as well. I'm just catching up on chat. Is Essence Great Sword a tank? It's a bruiser, but he has a tank. Yeah. What is replacement for Etch Alabaster Band in PvP if the global server maybe do not have Celia's 5th floor? You run the green evasion ring instead before you get that ring. If you have the dimension ring, you can run the Regal Band for more mana regen. I'm mana blade and daggers and get all the time. Yeah. Wand Dagger has mana problems as well. The thing with Wand Dagger, which also like a skill thing, and when you want to get comfortable with it as well, is you want to be proccing your Assassin Step constantly to help with your mana regen. So you have to know how to get the tags in order to proc that constantly. Also, when you're stealth, you also regen mana really fast. So you want to be like when you're in stealth, stay in stealth for a little like a little while to regen your mana. It, like regens really fast in stealth. Yeah, no worries, Stoic. Yeah, I make sure to take time to go through each of the questions asked in chat. That's why it sometimes takes long to go through chat, because I'm just trying to provide the information that just comes to the top of my head that's relevant to the question being asked. But I appreciate everyone's patience though, for sure. As I go through the chats and try to play at the same time. I can use multiple weapons for one character, correct? Did you use multiple weapons for one character? It's not ideal. Early game, that is. But you can. Eventually, you can have like 5 weapons fully traded on a character. That's what a lot of people had on KR. Some people had more. I really like both Wowan and Zapwan. Yeah, you can definitely do both. If you're going to do both, run the melee evasion rangers build Call Me Get Tito. That's on the Wowan build. Thanks for the Zapwan. Lovely guided me a lot. Yeah, no worries. Is the character limit also 2 on KR? No, the character limit on KR is 3. They can make 1 extra character. We can only make 2. So my plan is to run PvP gear and PvE. How do I not run out of mana? If you want to run PvP gear and PvE, you just you can do the gear swap that I mentioned earlier, Takeombi. Or you just be more mindful with your skill usage, focusing more on conserving mana for supporting and healing, and you'll be fine. Excuse me. Yo, do you know if the bonus force has skill heal works for passive that heals when you deal damage to a cursed target? Oh, if it works for I think you're talking about vampiric contract, right? I don't think it does, because this is based on your base damage, right? So your skill heals and stuff like that shouldn't increase vampiric contract. This is based on your base damage. It's a different way of healing. It's not like a traditional, like your actual heals. This is just converting your base damage dealt into a heal instead. So it's different the way it works. So I don't believe it does. What does it mean that the masteries of the weapon only work for the main weapon? Yeah, so the masteries of the weapon only work for the main weapon. Is what that means is these masteries right here, they only work for this weapon. That's what that means. So the wand masteries only work for wand skills and any sort of wand skills. That's what that means. Some masteries are persistent, so like they transfer over when you use something from your offhand, but nothing that's like really important that's going to be relevant to your amplifying your wand, healing, or anything like that. So that's why you want to keep the weapon in your main hand that increases your survivability the most. Gift card. 800. That's funny, Lasha. Currently 800 management, that's fine. Yeah, 800 management is more than fine before buffs. You're good, Kenji. You have too much mana regen. If that's sacrificing extra stats to get there, we should reconsider if you're PvPing. Yeah, no worries. Hey, Combat. Thank you. Only thing I'm doing is farming blue mobs outside of dungeons to get monsters. Is not a single drop I want. I know, that's the... outside of dungeons, drops are annoying, for sure. I agree with you, Johnny. Really want to play one dagger, but worried about lack of solo AoE damage. Yeah, one dagger is fine, because you can just do what everyone else does. Your main AoE comes from exploding with your curse explosion combo, and that's all you really need. Really, you just use your offhand to clean up. I'm playing wand staff. Which staff should I be aiming for in late game? If you're playing wand staff, if you do exclamation point builds in chat, you'll see my wand staff builds that I have, and there's a lot more detail on that. But for late game, you have options. You can do Umbermancer staff, which is just a stat stick. It helps you reach like 60 strength and 60 perception, and also have cooldown speed, which is really good. The perception is also really helpful, so you can land your offensive abilities. So you'll want that. You can also play Talus staff, which also helps a lot with survivability. It makes you go immune whenever you're stunned. There's a cooldown to that, but it's also really good because anything else thrown at you while you're immune also gets immune as well. That's like really cool. I prefer Umbermancer staff personally. I prefer the hitting 60 perception and the 60 strength. This helps more survivability, also so I can land my more reliable to land my staff CC and offensive abilities if I run like a hybrid spec. while my victorious energy buffs on cooldown. I don't need that. No, I want boost, please. Hey, everyone is talking about bow wand nerf coming. Do you have something about this? Yeah, the bow wand's getting a little bit of a nerf. They're getting a nerf to the devoted shield, so devoted shield is no longer going to have a cooldown. If you were relying on devoted shield for surviving in wand bow, then you just have to have. You need to learn more about wand bow. Devoted shield is obviously broken and it needed a nerf. I agree. It absolutely needed a nerf. It's gonna get a cooldown. That's the nerf. So this shield's gonna have a cooldown. It can't proc constantly forever. That led to like wand longbows like just live lording a lot, which was just insane. Because you had a 3000 shield that just kept on proccing. It kept on proccing. And it kept on proccing. There's no cooldown because weakened procs it. And even though it says 10% or whatever, it like feels like 50% is just proccing all the time. So it needed a nerf, which is good. But because it's getting a nerf doesn't mean that wand longbow is bad. Like that's just a silly thing to say. Not saying that you said that, by the way. I'm just saying like like if anyone's saying that, like, you know, it's just a silly thing to think that wand longbow is going to be bad just because that's getting nerfed. There's some other nerfs, but that's like some of them are more PvE related. Yeah, it's still going to be really strong, hard to kill, and a fun build. If you just have, it's going to take more, like the skill ceiling is just going to raise a little bit, right? Because you have to think about your positioning a lot more, and when you should commit in something, when you should not commit in something, and all that stuff. How to be learning how to preemptively use your skills, your viability skills as well. Like you're gonna think about that a lot more, right? So just the normal things that most other builds think about is really it. So nothing totally new. No. Well, made me reroll for the time to wombo. Well, I hope you enjoy it. Yeah, Gatito, melee evasion, range endurance. What role does Wand SNS fall into in later phases? Wand SNS is better when they can tank and heal a dungeon at the same time, Loon. Wombo's actually Og plus disc and WoW. Yeah, I guess so. Do you have a Wand Dagger build that you could post? I don't have my own, but there's a Wand Dagger build on Max Pro that's pretty good. So you can run that one. That one emphasizes more like survivability, healing, and stuff like that. Also, it's okay to have defensive skills on the bow and maybe offensive on wand for PvE. Yes, exactly. You can also have offensive skills on bow as well, like I have in my dungeon build. I saw someone link a band of universal power that I think is insane. A band of universal power. The names of everything changed. I don't know what some things are. Oh, you're talking about, yeah, this is the trans ring. Oh, how did someone get this? Wait, where are people getting trans ring from? Oh, can you get trans ring from the weekly? I didn't know that. But yeah, this ring is the Abyss ring that everyone like would want to get, but it's like currently drops from the Arc Boss Bellendir. So it's unrealistic for people to want to get, but I guess you can get it from your weekly missions. I didn't know that because I'm assuming that's where people got it from to sell it. But yeah, you don't need it though, but it is really good because it helps you reach a bunch of stat bonuses that you can normally not reach without it. So you can run other things as well. Do you have a Wand Dagger PvE that you could post? Do I have a Wand Dagger PvE that I could post? That one's on Max Roll as well, Combat Sack. I'd use the one there for PvE. Hey, so thanks for subscribing. Appreciate that. And thanks for being here as well. Yeah, welcome. Eli, do you know the drop rate of Night Slayer Mantle from... I don't, sorry. I know. I feel ya. I've also grinded there a long time and I still haven't gotten the Cape Rafa. Yeah, it can take some time, unfortunately. Oh, that's cool. There's a hype train. What does that mean? Hey, Vampage, thanks for subscribing. I appreciate that. And also, thanks for being here. I'm also trying to, like, what is a hype train? Complete level 1 with the... This is like my 8th time streaming. So, I just got affiliate. This is actually my first time streaming with affiliate. So, there's some things I just don't know. And I'd ask friends who have streamed a lot longer than I have to understand what are some of these things. Like Grenton. But I'll ask later. But thanks, folks. I appreciate it. Can you show hey, like, thanks for your guys on Max Roll. I'm UTNL and they're great and explain everything. Yeah, no worries. No worries, Jensen. Can you show your other two builds? Yeah, my other two builds are I just have I run my PvE large scale build. I usually replace this with Tornado. And then I run my solo AoE DPS build that is easily swappable with my well, not easily, but I swap out with my solo boss build when I run my Secret of Infinities. It takes forever to use the Abyssal Contract tokens. It's much quicker in a party, actually, to be honest with you, Panic. If you go into a party, go into Shadowed, you can get rid of those tokens in like 30 minutes. I have like 6,000, 7,000 tokens are gone when I'm with my guild. Can you zoom in on your character, like straight up close third person, or is it just zoomed out all the time? I just heard about the game a few days ago, automatically love it. Yeah, no worries. You can zoom into your character. You can play like this if you wanted to. So if that's how you prefer to play, you can play like this. Or if you just wanted to play closer, you can play closer too. McDude. Yeah, server transfer is free right now until the like 17th or 18th. They're giving 2 free server transfer tokens a day. Syned. That expire 24 hours. You have to use it within a day. But you get one, you get 2 every day. What server has the most challenging PvP? I think it's, I don't know. We hopped to like, I'm in Ethereum. We've hopped to pretty much like majority of servers, and we just like dominated on each server that we hopped to. That's mostly because we have like a lot more experience with the game, because a lot of us played KR. So we went to Canon's server and we beat Canon's guild. We went to like a bunch of other servers. We just like we're dominating as well, making it so a lot of, not making it, but like we're to a point where guilds weren't showing up to their bosses, or we'll go like field bosses until we left. But we were on, what servers we were on at this point? We were on Castleton. We were on Laslin. We also went to Chernobog as well. And I'm forgetting the other ones. Yeah, we went to a couple servers, but now we're on Amos. Oh, no way! I didn't realize Amos was highlighted, and I was just talking. Oh, that's my own fault. Wow, I fumbled that. Wow, that's annoying. I'm trying to transfer to Amos, and it was highlighted the entire time I was talking there, and I didn't click it. And then obviously it's full. Okay, well, that's my own fault. What server has been the most challenging? Oh, I already answered that. Are traits random on gear? Are traits random on gear, or as in instead of 3 possible, it could be any traits? I have health regen on my purple resistance chest piece. Yes, traits are random on gear when they first drop Omen. You can reroll traits and stuff like that, but traits are random on gear. Yeah, I finally got a sub button now. This is my first time streaming with affiliate. Finally got it. So that's pretty cool. Oh, hey, Lark. Thanks for subscribing, Lark. Lark is in the chat. Or is Lark in the chat? No, he's not. But thanks for subscribing, Lark. Thanks for subscribing to Vampage. I appreciate that. I feel like I'm just never gonna get on Amos. Sorry, I meant offensive masteries on wand and use wand on main hand for PvE, defensive on both. Yeah, but you don't have to do that, gift card, because whenever you use a skill from that offhand, the masteries apply. So you don't have to ever use wand in your main hand at all for any sort of content. Can you explain how selling items in the auction house works? I've watched a few streams. I heard you can sell items, litho an item, and sell traits. I don't know what any of this means. Yeah, you can do all of that. Omen. There's articles on that on Maxwell as well. Those can help you. But when people say that they are selling traits, they just click on an item in your inventory. You click trade extraction, and you can extract a trait and sell this trait on the marketplace. You get trade extraction stones from the contract vendor. When you litho an item, you just go into armor materials or like any of the materials category at the bottom. You craft this item, the craft precious blank lithograph. It's specific for depending on what you're trying to lithograph. You craft this item, you then use this lithograph to litho an item the same way that you try to extract a trait. So you click on item, you just click on lithograph, you click lithograph, and then you can lithograph an item and you sell the lithograph on the auction house. So you can do that too. That's what people mean when they have said that, I guess, in their streams. Can you zoom in? Oh, I already answered that. Yeah, no worries, Rafa. Yeah, no worries, Vampage. Glad you're here. Is it true that we should get purple items to level 7, 30% before putting the blue into them? I don't know if that works the same way for blue to purple, to be honest with you, Comey. I don't know. I know it works for T1 to T2. I just don't know if it works for blue to purple. I've only done it T1 to T2 on KR. I never actually did it for blue to purple, so I'm not sure about that. Can you transfer levels from one purple to another purple? Thank you so much for all the info. Yeah, no worries. Yes, you can transfer one purple to another purple, and it's 100% EXP transfer. Castleton needs some Ethereum love. Yeah, that'd be cool. I wonder if we'll go to Castleton. No, we were already on Castleton. Davyish. We were on Castleton, I'm pretty sure, at some point, and we were and then Royal Vanguard didn't want to come fight. They just didn't show up to bosses. But yeah, we were on Castleton for like 2 days or something like that. 2-3 days, something like that. And then we transferred off because Royal Vanguards didn't want to come fight. Oh, we didn't do Castleton? Oh, I guess we did. Oh, we did Carnix. Oh, okay. Wait, who did we fight on Carnix? Was that who's on Carnix? Who was on Carnix, Lark? That we were fighting? Oh, which guild that was? Oh, Royal Vanguard. Yeah, Royal Vanguard. Oh, the Royal Vanguard transferred to Castleton? Oh, we're fighting Focus on Carnix. Okay. Oh, okay. Gotcha. So we fought Focus. Sorry, not Royal Vanguards. Rolamba 1. Should I go for Ascended Guardian set? And Focus didn't show up to bosses. So Royal Vanguards is Carnix and Focus is Lazlan. Oh, wait, what? So wait, Royal Vanguards is on Castleton now, is what I'm understanding from Davyish. So Royal Vanguards went to Castleton, but they were on Carnix, and that's where we were fighting them. We also fought Focus on Lazlan, and then Cherno we fought Cannon, and then we also, when we beat Cannon's guild in the Boonstone War, we transferred off of Cherno to go to where I am right now, which is on Carnix. So we were fighting Royal Vanguard on Carnix. And then they didn't show up to bosses. So then we now are going to Amos because the people on Amos are actually fighting us. And it's fun. And that's where I'm trying to go because my guild already went there on Friday, but I was on holiday, so I missed the opportunity to transfer with them. So yeah, trying to get there. But there's a lore. For Lombo 1, should I go for Ascended Guardian set? No. For PvP, no, I would not recommend it. In large scale, you can, and you just position and you won't get focus. But if you're talking like any sort of like competitive PvP, like large scale, I said you can hide, but like that's what you would want to do if you want to use 4-piece Ascended Guardian set. But small scale and arenas, you're just gonna get blown up because you can't build proper defenses in like Ascended Guardian set. For survivability, you can build healing endurance, magic endurance, but your defenses are way too low and your max health is low as well. So like you're gonna get blown up regardless, even though you have like 800 endurance and magic and melee, or 1000 with the endurance belt. You're still gonna get blown up because your defenses are so low and your health is very low. You can get hit by like an 8k × 2 greatsword in T1 and get hit for 16k damage because your defenses are low and your max health is probably not higher than that, and you're just dead. But in large scale you can, and you just hide in the ball. I used to run 4-piece Transcendent early game KR. I fell in that trap. And I was like, oh, this 25% healing bonus, I'm going to run this. It's for me. It's not for you. It's not what's important. 25% healing bonus is not that insane as people think it would be. You can get just the right amount of healing you need. You have already a lot of healing as Lombo 1. You just have to know how to combo your skills together. Like using Healing Touch into Nature's Blessing combo, or knowing how to stack up yourself with soul stacks properly so you can get max healing. So you just know how to combo your healing skills in order to keep your party alive. Like if you're depending on a 4-piece Ascended Guardian set to keep your party alive, you have issues with your skills and your use of skills, and it's not your gear that's the problem. Because anyone should be able to keep your party alive without the 4-piece Ascended Guardian set. Just fine. You shouldn't need the Ascended Guardian set to keep your party alive. I have clips of fighting outnumbered in PvP as well, without the Ascended Guardian set with my static, and you do just fine. You don't need it. Don't fall into that trap. Highly recommend you don't. I fell into that trap on KR and wasted lost to Lucent, and I regretted it because that's on KR I was swiping, so definitely wasted some money. Hurt the pockets. What shall I do? Fresh 50 to get gear. But you should do fresh 50 to get gear. Go into Cave of Destruction first. Just not to overwhelm you. Just focus on Cave of Destruction. Do your contracts. But yeah, the post 50 help guide is really, really helpful. So thanks for linking that, Vampage. What does different milestones mean for the different servers? The milestones are the same for the servers, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, the milestones should be the same for the servers within your region. But yeah, the milestones is exactly what Kinji said. It's just time. All the content in the game is just gated, but behind time, essentially dates. So once you work together with the server to complete a milestone, it will unlock the content that. Sorry, I need to drink water. But it'll unlock the content that is locked behind that milestone when the time runs out at the top. Yes, I do heal, McDude. If you go on my rack scrolls, just exclamation point builds, I run the full healer support build. If you want to focus on just healing, that's like the build you probably want to run. It just has full support and healing abilities in there. Oh, thanks for the subscription, Borges. Voorhees. I appreciate it. Hey, Gerard. Yeah, I think so, Linz. It's great usually if it's just full. Right, so I just have to keep trying. I try more frequently than I am anyways. I should be like staring at the screen and trying to request. I can probably do this after I like end the stream, so you guys aren't just. I mean, this is also good just to like respond to chat, so it's not like the worst thing in the world. Oh, they went to Castleton. Now they're zerging Castleton. That's funny. Well, maybe we'll go to Castleton. But the problem with, like, if we go to fight Royal Vanguard, they don't want to fight us. So we might not even go there. It's up to Alec, though. Really. Oh, thanks for subscribing, Davish. I appreciate that. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I was reading your guide. What do you mean tier 2 dungeon chest? Yeah, tier 2 dungeon chest comes from tier 2 dungeons. So when the tier 2 dungeons release next month, and they're released in November, they announced it already, AGS. They're going to release 8 T2 dungeons without T2 dungeon gear, or without T2 gear. So that should not include T1 accessories and the T1 capes in the T2 dungeons, because they specifically said T2 dungeon gear will not be included in the T2 dungeons being released next month. So that means T1 accessories and T1 capes are likely included in the T2 dungeons. So when you open those chests up, the T2 dungeon chests, you can get those really good gear. And I'm going to be uploading on the web pages the updated builds with those accessories and capes and such. Excuse me. As a healer, how can I better help my guild and my group living a swiping bomber group? I have tried seizing the bombers, but they are just focused by their healers. What's the counterplay? Well, the one thing you should do, you can do a couple things. So you should CC the healers, so they can't focus heal the bombers. You should be running also healing debuffs. Most of the healing buffs in the game is a 60% healing reduction buff. If you apply it to someone, they're just dead, even if they're getting focus healed. Like, you can't focus heal someone with 60% healing debuff on them, unless you cleanse that debuff. So you should apply the healing debuff and just like blow them up. You could do that. Another thing you could do is you can run a feud gameplay. So it's like an assassin gameplay. You go relationships, feuds. You can set it up to where you add all those people into this feud target list. You start feud, you feud them, you go into settings, you go to target, and you uncheck all of this, and the only thing you should check is feud players. That way, whenever you tab, you're only tabbing to people on your feud list. So it allows you to play an assassin sort of playstyle. So you're only tabbing to people you have on this list, and it makes it very easy just to target those folks. And instantly CC them, instantly whatever you want to do to them. If you want to instantly CC their healers, you can make it so you're the only time whenever you tab, especially as a healer, like you don't really need to tab through everyone. You can do it so it's like you're only tabbing to those healers that you have on your list, so you can instantly CC them. You could do something like that. Another thing you could do is stay out of range, like not too close to your group, so when they get AoE slept, you can cleanse, use your purify to cleanse the tank that got slept, and that tank should do the work to stop them from completing their rotations or whatever. Or you can counter sleep. If you run AoE sleep as well, when they sleep, you sleep them as well. You can do that. Can the curse combo kill players in PvP? Can it? Not really with this gear. You can't kill a lot. You can kill undergeared people, which is a lot of players right now, because a lot of players are just learning how to like gear, and they're not following guides or something like that, or they're just still trading up. So you can kill undergeared people right now a lot. Yeah, you can build Curse Axe by doing that, using that ability multiple times in a row, Caspa. Normally in PvE, you would take the Curse specialization on it, so it's a 50% chance of the Curse applying twice. It procs like quite often, so that's another way that you can apply the Curse multiple times, but very quickly. So you drop the belt for 2 kills. I don't fully understand how to sell a whole item while only a trade. Yeah, the only time you can sell an item, you can only sell an item if you get a great success. So, or if it dropped from a field boss, like an epic, like it's a field boss item. So if it's not a field boss item or a guild boss item, the only way you can sell it is if you see these borders, this brown borders around this piece of gear. That means this is a great success craft, and you can sell this. Whenever there's a border around a piece of gear, it's sellable on the market. The way to get those borders on a piece of gear is you have to great success craft a lithographed item, and it's sellable. That's the only reason these things are on the market right now. That's how you do that. So you buy a lithograph and you craft it, and there's an RNG chance. It's a very low chance for it to get a great success. And if it's a great success, you can put that up on the market auction house. I would not be buying lithographs to try to get a great success to list it on the auction house. That's only something if you bought something because you wanted it and you got a great success, you can sell it for even more lucent. But that's how you sell full items. So it has to be a field or guild boss piece of equipment, epic, or you got a great success craft. Is a way to swap between allies to heal them on console. It's a little weird on console. You can't really do that well, Siso, that I know of at least. Is there leveling areas for EXP grinds? Do you mean like weapon EXP grinds? That's the only EXP grinds you can do level 50. If you're talking about level 1 to 50, EXP grinding in this game is not a thing. Level 1 to 50. You have to just do follow a leveling guide. Do exclamation point leveling guide, and you can see a good one that you can follow. Yeah, no worries, Daviish. I appreciate you for following it as well. Yeah, they announced T2 Dungeon specifically, Kinji. They're coming out in November. Maybe Suck server. It's on their roadmap as well. Maybe Suck server as well, mate. I did select the server. I think I did. I had it selected. I think. Player skill progression for PV green purple. Does the same order No. I see your skill progression for PV green purple. Does that same order apply for purple plus upgrade? Trying to prioritize as I have everything purple. I see your skill progression for PVE green purple. Does that same? If you're talking about the leveling guide, Pimpish, it's a little different. So for the PvP or PvP and game guides or whatnot. So just do the 3 DPS skills you need to level, and then you can follow the PvP, PvE skill progression guides. Eli, where I get the skill conversion books when I change servers? You should be getting those. They give you like free ones whenever you reach certain levels in the shop. At the top, there's going to be like these packs you can buy that give you free skill conversion books. If they're not there, then they discontinue that event. Does Nature's Blessing Healing Touch combo work if Healing Touch is applied after Nature's Blessing? Yes, it does. Unless they changed it. Yep, see if it does. You can use Nature's Blessing first and then Healing Touch, and the combo still works. It's honestly good not released T2 gear yet. Otherwise, yeah, exactly. It's good that they're not. But it's good that they release dungeons that are more fun than T1 dungeons for sure. So I think that's the intention. And then the T1, they know the T1 accessories and capes and the T2 dungeons are just better than the T1s. So like, it just helps with that in that sense. But the T2 gear is good that they didn't release it yet. I just wanted to drop by and say thanks for... Yeah, no worries, Fitton. Thanks for stopping by. Should I worry about trading blues and stuff while leveling, or just focus on leveling up and upping my... So if the blue gear that you're trying to trade up is something that you can easily farm in open world dungeons, Seven, then trade it up. If it's not something that's easy to trade up, then don't do that, because it's going to be harder for you to grind the traits you need. Hey, Ray. What's a good gear score right now? I think 2500. How to enhance gear? Are you following your PvP guild or the PvP one? I'm following my PvP build. Discard. Thanks for the guys. Made the game so much fun. Yeah, no worries, Rafi. I'm happy they helped. Where we can have your skills bars on sec, can you show it, please? Yeah, it's on my max roll. Baby Lonian. So if you go on my Maxwell, you can find those build guides as well. So I'll type it in the chat because I don't think YouTube has commands, or I haven't set them up at least. But just go to that link and filter it for my Juan Lombo, Juan staff builds, and you can find all of that information there in those builds. Can we see your gear and stats? I don't know what to grind for Lombo and Tome next. Yeah, this is what I currently have for my gear. It's just like mid game. I've been on holiday for 3 days, so like it hasn't changed since like the last time I was playing. But the pants and the cape are not what I would want to run. It's just what I have right now. So yeah, I should probably actually just get that up because I can now. Wait, T2 dungeon for global is in November. Yes, the T2 dungeons are releasing, but the T2 gear are not going to be in the dungeons. So they're releasing the dungeons without the gear, the T2 gear specifically. But I believe the T1 accessories and cape will be in the dungeon because they didn't mention that they won't. Let's see if I'm lucky. No, I'm not. Why'd I come here? Well, I was gonna do some of this enhancing some stuff. No, this is where. Well, yeah, when I got home locked, I just started streaming. Cause I promised in the Discord that I would stream when I get home to answer some questions, that people had, or were asking me while I was on holiday. So. How much does this trade sell for? 203. That's not bad. Hi, Eli. There are a lot of staff in both DPS players and endurance versus sleep. It's worth building the triple endurance build for one bow. You can build a triple endurance for mid game. As long as you can max the endurance traits out, get the endurance traits that you need. There's none for T1 though. As free to play, should I equip your mid game build with traits and then try to find some epic gear by one? Yep, you should do that. If the epic piece of gear that you're trying to get is a farmable piece from like an open world dungeon, you can swap to that because you'll get the traits relatively easily. I know I have to focus on spamming this button. Ace is right. Wait, why does it say I have one server transfer ticket? Where did the other one go? Huh? Oh, my storage. I think that's why it said that. Yeah, that's weird. Oh, I have things on the auction house. Hold on. Man, I can't even make. I can't sell anything. I need a transfer right now, please. Hey Tissue. That's on Maxwell already. Tissue, that's been on Maxwell from like since launch. Yeah, do exclamation point builds Tissue and you can find that build that you're looking for. Yeah, that's been on Maxwell forever. Hey, purple growth book, easy to get. I don't want to dissolve them just so I can get. Yep, purple growth books are easy to get. You should dissolve them to get all your skills to epic 1, Shogun. Healer DPS I have not put on to Maxwell yet. I just been streaming, so I probably have to do that later. I'm melee evasion, range endurance, Lasha. Like that's funny. Are you you're a French Comet? That's cool. Can you link the Discord? Yes, it's exclamation point healer. Oh, you got it. Nice. For PvE, it's on my Maxwell Comet. If you go to my Maxwell, filter it for healer PvE. You should find my Wand Staff, Wand Longbow PvE builds. Let me know if you're having difficulty finding it, and I can link them directly. Oh, the T2 build. Oh yeah. I have not. I just got home from holiday Tissue, so I didn't have time to make that T2 build that I was talking about. But I will work on that tomorrow. Yeah, sorry. If you're talking about the masteries for Bow Wand, go recovery all the way to Merciless Wrath, and then do the top one up until regeneration. Oh, sorry, no. You go recovery up until Merciless Wrath, and you do bottom one up to Time of the Curse. That's PvE. So Merciless Wrath, Time of the Curse. That's what you do here. Do Weekend first up to 6, and then do the rest into Merciless Wrath. That's the focus there. For longbow, you do you're doing brutal shooter, so you're doing sniping up until brutal shooter, and you're doing check up until Gale Arrowhead. That's what you want to do. You want to do sniping up to critical hook first. Oh, sorry, no, you don't want to do that. You want to do check up until Gale Arrowhead first to get your mana regen. It's important, and then you do sniping up until critical damage boost. That's what you do for masteries, and if you're going PvE focus only. Grox. I'm about to spam in-game world chat. If they need healer for dungeon, they should LFG in here. Wait, which dungeon are you doing, Lark? Because I need more dungeons. I have like 3,900 tokens. I need to waste them. So you think that easily obtainable gear should be preferred since it's easier to get at max. Oh, you don't need any. Oh, okay. So you think that easily attainable gear should be preferred since it's easier to get at max trace. Yeah, trace. What sources do you recommend the least? Yep, exactly. Snow White. The ones I recommend the least are field boss gear. So if this item is a piece of equipment that drops from field boss or guild bosses, that will be the hardest one to get more traits for. So in terms of unlocking traits, in terms of upgrading traits, that's easy because you just use any other epic piece of gear or whatever has that same trait. But in terms of unlocking traits, field boss and guild boss gear will take longer. What's the point of trading blue if you have the purple piece? You trade blue if the purple piece is not something that's easily obtainable, because then you're gonna be waiting forever to unlock traits, unless you're swiping. How often you stream? I will be streaming often to Mick. This is my first day streaming with affiliate, and I just was busy the past couple days. But I plan to stream every time I have, like, most days of the week. I know it'll probably be helpful if I just like say a certain amount of days. But I'll need to. Oh. Wow. Wait, why? No way. See, that's why I hate this game. That made no sense. The coupons are in my inventory. It was open. I clicked it. Nothing happened. Nothing happened. Whatever. Yeah, I normally, if I stream 2mech, I will try to stream like most days, especially when I'm like free and I'm home. So I will be streaming usually starting at like 6 p.m., 5 p.m. sometimes if I have like a early day off of work. Yeah, I'll start from like 6 p.m., 5 p.m. And then I usually go until like I should probably go to bed. Like now, like around this time, I should probably go to bed. I should have been a couple hours ago, but I didn't even realize the time. Yes, I'm gonna probably end the stream soon. But yeah, I'll probably try to post like some sort of schedule on my Twitch, like in the bottom of the description or whatever. Yeah, I'll try to do that. I press Y fast. Well, clearly not fast enough. It's a lot more expensive in the future. Yes. If you had level 9 epic helmet, you could sell for like 7k lucent. Would you do it even though you lose all the? Yeah, absolutely, I would. Wait, but if you already have, I don't think you can lithograph an item that has traits and EXP in it. Can you, Following Star? If you can, then yeah, sell it. If you can do it, because that's a lot of lucent. That item will never be worth in like a couple months or like a month or two. Hello, it's Ket Kiri here. Hey, Ket. How's it going? What time zone will you stream? I stream EST usually, so 6 p.m., 5 p.m. EST. Whatever that time zone is for you, that's when I will be streaming. I can also put it in Discord and use a time zone changer as well, so it's easier just to keep track. But I can do that later as well. Then what wand should I go for PvP? I'll never drop one from Excavator, let alone get... Yeah, I know, that's fair. Go Aquarius wand, Snow White. Go Aquarius wand. Hello, can I see your mastery wand and bow? Yeah, you can see my masteries on my master if you want to reference it as well on when I'm not streaming. Rain Gunawan. So I'll link that because I know my commands aren't set up for on YouTube. So I'm gonna send it right now and put it in the YouTube chat. So if you open that link, Rain, you'll be able to access all of my wand, bow, and wand staff builds, including the masteries as well on the PvP builds. So if you're asking about the PvE masteries, let me know. But yeah. But right now, I'm spec'ing to my PvP masteries. Wand, you go 6 into Redemptive Barrier middle row first, and then you do the top row last. Longbow, you do 6 into the middle again, and you do the top row last. Not really on the top of my head, tissue, but I will definitely get that to you. Sorry for the wait. How do you get lithographs to sell? Just random? Nope. You get lithographs to Shellfisher by any gear drop, any piece of equipment that you can get in the game, co-op dungeons, open world dungeons, whatever. As long as it's not a weapon from a co-op dungeon, you can lithograph that piece of equipment and sell it on the auction house. That's how you get the lithographs. You make them. Have a good night. Oh yeah, no worries, Synod. Have a good night as well. Yeah, no worries. Thank you. Yeah, you can get gear that drops from co-op dungeons, and you can turn that into a lithograph. You turn it into a lithograph yourself, and then you put that up on the auction house. It does not work for weapons, though, from the co-op dungeons. It will not work for those. You turn them into lithographs using, like, you can see here, Precious Blank Lithograph. This is for the accessories version. You can craft this, and you can use this to turn anything into a lithograph to sell it on the auction house. And usually they sell for more because people want the raw item. They don't want a trait. It just doesn't work for weapons from co-op dungeons. Hey Raiden, how's it going? Yeah, you can definitely do that combat. You shouldn't be getting kicked because you're Wand Dagger. There's a lot of people who main Wand Dagger in my guild as well, and they're great at healing dungeons. No one should be kicking you. If people kick you, they don't know the game. Is that only accessory one, or does that work for all? Nope. There's one for each of the different types of items, Fisher. So there's an armor one, there's a weapon one, and there's an accessory one. I'm never gonna play with my guild again. No. Oh, sorry, Moscar. Yeah, I think I speak fast sometimes because my mouth is like really dry from talking for so long. So I just try to speak fast because really because my mouth is dry. I'm trying to drink water too. Well, sorry about that. I didn't answer that question though before. Sorry if I missed it. You asked what you should do with resistance metals. What you should do with resistance metals? Because this piece of equipment is so hard to it's so expensive and not really many on the market at all. There was 2 the last time I checked earlier on stream. You should use the resistant metals to craft this right here. If you're the melee evasion build, craft the heroic armor of the resistance. Even if you're not the melee evasion build, you should be crafting this and selling it because it sells for so much lucent right now. So make these and use it if you need it, sell it if you don't need it. Please, please, please let me on my server. Let's see. You can craft gear if you get 40 of them. Yes. Hello, I'm French. Is it possible to see your specialization full spot, please? Yeah, you can see that. I run this for my full support build. I run this. I also run this. But if you want to reference it as well, Slink, just do !build. like that. And you can look at the builds on the Maxwell. Just filter it for my wand staff, wand longbow builds. Yeah, and you can follow them there as well. Yeah. Did you hear that, Moskar? By the way, I mentioned the gear you should get with the. Oh no, you cannot craft. If you can't craft excavator wand with those metals. Those metals are only for resistance gear. I wish you could. That would be really. I mean, that would make the excavator wand so easily attainable, but that'd be cool. But you can't do that, unfortunately. If I want to unlock a second trait on my weapon, do I use the trait unlock stones, or is there another way? It depends on your weapon. If you have a boss weapon, yes, use the trait unlock stones, because that's gonna be the best way to unlock those traits. If you have a co-op dungeon weapon, don't do that. Especially if you see that you're gonna get trait unlock stones, or if you foresee that you're gonna get boss gear from your guild, save them for that. If you don't think you will, you can debate using the unlock stones on your co-op dungeon weapons if it's like the one you need for endgame. To unlock a trait. No, never getting on the server. What was I about to do? Oh yeah. Let me see if I craft an uncommon piece of equipment. I'm just gonna do that really quick so I get my trade stones. Yeah, no worries at all, Moska. Yeah, sorry. Especially when I'm like behind on the chat, I try to speak really fast and get through the questions, right? But yeah, so sorry, I speak fast sometimes because of that. Damn. Okay. How many hours of refreshing server transfer page so far? I don't know. I haven't really been trying though, like, so I'm not gonna lie and say I've been trying and I was doing this the entire time. I tried like I want to say every 30 minutes is an honest thing to say. I've been like doing this a couple times, and then I'll do like other stuff. But yeah, I've been trying for a while though. I've been streaming for a couple hours now. Is Tevin a PvP boss or peaceful, and what are the odds? Tevin can be PvP or PvE. It's random what it is. Fubam. I think it's set now. But yeah, the arc bosses can be PvE or PvP. Do you mind showing your weapon masteries real quick, or are they in the Maxwell builds? They're in the Maxwell builds heart. If you go to the Maxwell builds, go to the skill build sections. In the top right of the skill builds, of the skill embeds, there's going to be the mastery icons. You can click those and you can see the masteries. If you're talking about the PvE builds, let me know and I can show you what you should do. Because I don't think I put those in the mastery builds. I need to update that. Hey, Jeffu, by the way. Is it worth lithographing heroic weapons? It depends. Check if it sells as a lithograph. Some of the lithograph heroic weapons are selling because people don't know what they're doing and they're buying weapons that they should not be buying at all for the Lucent they're buying it for. Like some people are bought a heroic pair of daggers for AK Lucents like a week ago, which is ridiculous because those daggers suck. But someone actually spent AK Lucent on it, which was insane. Yeah, double check if it's selling. If it's selling, you can just make money off of people who are buying the incorrect stuff. We are doing both PvE and PvP. Should we go for PvP gear? Yes, you should go for PvP gear instead, Tissue, if you're doing both PvE and PvP. You're going for triple gears for T2 when the gear is available, or are you going all the way to the... I don't know yet. I don't know if I want to go... If I want to do the same triple endurance build that I did on T2 KR, which was really good, or if I want to try a melee evasion range endurance build. I'm gonna figure it out. I'm gonna see what I can do. I want to see if I can make a melee evasion range endurance, a magic endurance build in T2 before Talendir. I know with Talendir it's a little bit more possible, but that's also something I need to figure out. It's also something that Tissues is waiting for. So yeah, I will upload those on Maxroll. Yeah, I have to revisit my my T2 builds and then upload those on Maxroll. I'll probably try to upload it before the T2 content even comes out so folks can take a look at it, ask questions and stuff like that. Should I max Liquorius wand or just wait for Excavator? If your guild is gonna feed you the Excavator wand, wait for it. If your guild is not feeding you an Excavator wand, max your Liquorius first. Oh, you're funny, Shimmy. You're funny, MV. MV Shimmy. Can we use PvP guild and stats for PvE? Can we use PvE builds and stats for PvE? No, you cannot use. You can use PvP gear, yes. PvP skill builds is what you should. You cannot use PvP skill builds in PvE. Yes, you can use PvP gear builds in PvE. Stats, you should change it. It's free to change. It's easy to change. You should have two separate pages. One PvP stats, another one PvE stats. You should have this because it's free and you should be able to do this. Anyone should be able to do this. So have separate stats for the different content. Still need that hit slow. I don't have hit traits in my weapons. Sorry. Just looking at what I'm missing. How come some worlds say different milestones? Do worlds say different milestones? If you're looking at different streamers and they're saying different milestones, double check if it's the same region, because the regions probably have different milestones. Oh, you know what you're probably doing? It's the same region, but what you're probably doing is you're looking at different like servers essentially. So the servers that are launched on October 1st had different milestones, Ahmad. And then the servers that launched that were early access servers have different milestones. So the early access servers have the same milestones, and then the servers that launched on October 1st have different milestones. That's probably what you're seeing, and why it's a little confusing. Which do you think is more logical, returning to the same dungeon until the purple weapons drop, or crafting? I think it's more logical to return to the same dungeon to get the purple weapons that you need. That will give you the highest base damage increase. So I think that's more logical. When you get the tokens to craft the weapon, sorry, that's like very unlucky. But you could use the tokens to then craft your weapon so you can move on to a different dungeon and progress your gear in other ways. Mostly playing in group guild settings and larger scale PvP. Do you suggest bow wand or staff wand? Bow wand. Oh, well, they're both good. And actually, you're saying group guild settings and larger scale PvP. They're both amazing in both those skills. If you want to get more kills, if you get satisfaction from more... Oh, staff wand, sorry. Yeah, go. They're both good. It depends what you want to do. If you like being a sort of like a pure healer type of person, you don't care about kills and all that stuff, play bow wand. If you care about kills and you like the satisfaction from getting kills, play staff wand. That's long mobile. Yeah, I don't know. I use I have my builds on Questlog as well, but Yeah, I'm on the Maxwell team for Throne of Liberty. It's a different game than the other games. I don't know the reputation on other games, but yeah, I was just asked to put my builds on Maxwell and be a part of the Maxwell team, and I said sure, why not? Yeah, those are my builds that come from me. And yeah, they're also on at Max on Questlog as well though. They're on both websites. You mentioned resistance gear for gold medals. Is that new? I don't. Yeah, the resistance gear T-shirt that drops from. You get the resistance medals that drop from every world boss. Whenever you do a world boss, these drop from the boxes. And you could turn when you get like 40 of them. I think it's 40, right? When you get 40 medals, yeah, you get 40 medals. You can craft any of the resistance gear. That's how you can get easy. You can get more guaranteed. Hawk helmet. The Hawk gloves as well, the magic evasion hit gloves, the range evasion pants as well, and the melee evasion chest as well. You can get all that guaranteed from just turning in the medals. So if you go to like all the world bosses and multiple world bosses in a day, you can get like 40 medals in like a couple days, like 3-4 days or whatever. I read on Reddit that it's more efficient to run. Sorry, just have to keep doing this. I read on Reddit that it's more efficient to run all the dungeons for the soul shards and craft the selection chest for our gear. Is that right? Well, that's not how that works, Kinji. You run all the dungeons. Oh, thanks for subscribing, by the way, Davish. I'm not sure if I missed that, but thank you. You run all the dungeons for the to get 10 soul shards each to craft your dimension dungeon ring. That's worth doing. But you don't do all the dungeons to craft your gear because you need 80 tokens to craft a specific gear from a specific dungeon. But you do all the dungeons, get 10 tokens from each dungeon, and then you craft your ring and you're good. And then you should be, trying to get whatever specific piece of gear you want from whatever dungeon. Usually it's your weapon first because that gives you the highest base damage increase, which is important for healing or damage or DPS. Should I be going bow wand or staff wand? Mostly doing guild group content. Brody, depends what you want to do. If you like healing more, do bow wand. If you like more offensive ability, satisfaction of getting kills and stuff like that, do staff wand. I'm playing one staff right now, but I don't play too much, and I'm enjoying playing more small PvP scale than large scale. Do you recommend changing to bow wand and do the melee evasion and range endurance and Yeah, definitely do melee evasion and range endurance if you enjoy small scales more in arenas. That is not true. Evasion can be good in T2 gear. You just have to know to gear for it. Because even right now on T2 Talondir, evasion is also still dominating, and people are calling for nerfs to evasion. Because great swords can't wombo combo people. They can't wombo combo healers, so they're mad about it. But yeah, like staff can reach like 3,300 melee evasion right now, which is insane. I'll have 40 Abyss currency tomorrow. I don't see myself getting a Talus Sap anytime soon. I'm wondering if it's worth to pity an Ember Master. Yeah, it's definitely worth pitying an Ember Master, Brugo. Do that. Hey Viz, how's it going? I did play Arcade before. I had a character on Arcade called Alpine Stars, and then I also had another character called Taunt. Do you have time to showcase some Curse Explosion one-shot capability in PvP? I don't think I have the gear to do a one-shot Curse Explosion combo. So I don't know how entertaining that would be. But I can definitely try to do that. For sure. Let me swap the ammos first. Honestly, I probably should go to sleep, to be honest with you. It's pretty late. I have work. So I'm probably gonna go to sleep. But I've been trying to get on ammos, which is where my guild is right now. But I can definitely record that content and post it, or just stream that content as well, Mike. Later on. I'm just about to sleep, so it's not the best time to do that. I'm level 46 at the moment with green gear. So what do you recommend to craft my own gear, or just do dungeons until I get gear normally? If you have green lithograph, craft mana regen gear. Ahmad, We'll focus on getting 50 first, but you can craft mana regen gear. That's perfectly fine. You don't have to craft like all the gear in the leveling guide. You can craft mana regen gear, especially if you're newer to the game. It'll help you as you learn. And then you do Cave of Destruction first. Do Cave of Destruction first. Do all your contracts as well. Those are like your goals. Yeah. And can you join my guild? Or can I join your guild? You can apply my guild. I don't know if they're. I think we're full at the moment, but there's a waitlist guild that I believe you can join. So join the Furium Discord and you just message one of the recruiting people, and they can set you up, Raiden. To someday, no rush, go relax and sleep. Yeah, no worries. Can you? Oh yeah, thank you much, Mike. Can you show me your equipment, bro? I think I have the same build as you. Yeah, this is I have my mid game. You can also check my gear on my max roll. I know there's no commands on YouTube, BP, but if you go to my gear, filter for my one staff one lombo gear, and you can see my builds there for PvP and PvE. This is my current gear right now. The Panzer cape is not what I want for mid game gear, but I'm already transitioning into my end game gear. I'm just trying to get my boots and my pants drops first from my dungeons, and yeah, and then I have to do some other things, like my Slaughter's necklace and whatnot. Excuse me. Oops, sorry. But I will be posting some PvP build videos probably Tuesday, and then some early game dungeon videos also maybe Wednesday, and then some more content hopefully later in the week. I want to try to get some guide videos up as well, so I'm gonna try to work on those to release later in the week as well on my YouTube. Yeah, let's see. For good measure, can I get Amos before I log off? Yes, no, maybe so. If you're playing small scale arena, do melee evasion, range endurance, IK cuz. Do you think we'll see you doing PvP on stream in the future? I'm looking forward. Yeah, I've done PvP a lot on stream already. Snow White. I just been gone, but like today I've also just been focusing on catching up a bit. But yeah, I do PvP usually on stream. Once I'm on my server with my static, my PvP always whenever we do PvP stuff. If you look at my past streams, you'll see some of my PvP with my guild and also my static. I also have some clips of my PvP as well. You can check those out. I'm gonna alt tab. I feel like I'm gonna regret it. One sec. I can link some of them as well. I think I have them on hand. Oh, I wonder if it'd be helpful to be like do a command to link some PvP clips and keep like updating them or something like that. Oops. But like, here's one clip of a fight we had right before I went on holiday, and then here's another one from our global servers. Are those the right ones? Yeah, those are fights where we're fighting outnumbered as well. I think the first link was an outnumbered fight. One of them were, and they were fun. Okay, sorry. I'm around 2.5k combat. I picked the wrong armor for them SKUs, so it's gonna take a while. Well, you're gonna get there, don't worry. The 2.5k dungeons T2 and 3.5. The 3.5k dungeons are the Talendeer dungeons, I think, Tissue. So they're just newer dungeons. They're a lot harder. Stronger bosses, stronger mobs. You need a little bit more healing as well. Would you say Greatsword SNS is decent at 1vx? Or yeah, Greatsword SNS is really good in 1vx season. He'll definitely do that. Even if you're solo, you can 1vx at Greatsword SNS. Hey, how are you? Does this... Hey, I'm doing good. Thanks for asking. Does this BS is best of slot? Because on your guide it says that it's the one in the Tyrant Isles. Does this boss... What does that mean? BOS. Does this BOS is best in slot? Because on your guide it says that it's one in Tyrant Isles. Yeah, what's BOS mean, HC? Oh, bow. No, the 2-Blex bow is for PvE. If you're looking at the PvE guide, yes, you should run 2-Blex for PvE. PvP run Carnix. Is purple armor good early game? Yes, the armor piece that you get from MSQ is good early game because the base stats on the chest piece are really good to help you reach those melee evasion breakpoints. I discovered your YouTube channel and saw your some guys old PvP clips like here. Yeah. What are Mystic Portals? Mystic Portals have an RNG chance of... Oh, I just remembered I had a Mystic Portal spawn and I forgot to do it. But Mystic Portals have an RNG chance of spawning after you collect it from a Mystic Globe. Things, and they have like, if you go to... There's also a command for that actually. Because I can't remember all the drops from them. But if you do that one, Mystic Glows, go to this article. It's the one that I made. Mystic Key Globes. Why is it not working? But if you do exclamation Mystic Key Globes, it will post the article with the... There's the... Here we go. Oh, wait, no. That's not it. Huh. Why is it not working? Is this because I'm doing it? Oh, I changed it. That's why. Sorry. The command, that's not even the command anymore. But that should be the command, because the command that I have for it is like way too long. Hold on, I'm going to change it. Okay, now it should work. Hey, this is my first time. This is my 8th time streaming. I'm learning. I am not a veteran streamer. Wait, why is it not working still? Mystic Key Globes. Yeah, this is the command, so it should work. There we go. That article. Look at that article. Gives you all the information you need. What else? What else? Yeah, no worries, Citizen. You ran the full support build on the wait, what? You ran the full support build or the hit one? I run melee evasion range endurance build, Ifer. Yeah, no worries, Estron. I'm glad you like the game a lot. I like it too. Yeah, it won't change post 50. You'll feel very strong no matter what, Citizen. Eli, could you please show the top 5 classes on your server KD wise? This is not my like actual server. My guild's on Amos, which I'm trying to get to. Oh, thanks for subscribing, Anon. I appreciate that, Anon. Really, really do. Thanks for being here as well. But I think on this server right now, it's... Oh, wait, no, that's the wrong thing. Ranking, real-time, kill ranking. Deity, who's also in my guild trying to server transfer. Jerry, who's also in my guild trying to server transfer. Oh, Jerry didn't server transfer either. Also, I have a few people who haven't server transfer. Milkor. These are the top. Deity's staff dagger. Tubop is crossbow dagger. Jerry is not crossbow dagger. Jerry is staff lombo. Jerry's in my static. Oh no, he's not on the server anymore because they're level 1. If they're showing level 1, that means they transferred off. So never mind, they're not on the server right now. So 2, it just hasn't updated yet. Tubu, boy, staff 1. Hold on, be right back. Sorry, Mech. Can you please show the oh yeah, sorry. There's a wand staff. He's not on here anymore right now. Wand dagger. Lark's not on here right now. Longbow dagger and staff wand, or sorry, staff longbow, and also staff longbow again. What's your ranking on easiest to hardest level 50 dungeon bosses? I don't know. I think all the dungeon bosses are pretty easy right now, but if I was to think about it as like a new player, hold on. Let me try this again. Damn it. Okay. I think they're all pretty easy right now. I think if in terms of a new player, hardest to what is it? What'd you say? Easiest to hardest. I think easiest is Cave of Destruction. I think Cave of Destruction, Death's Abyss, and then Tyrant's Isle, and then Temple of Slaughter, and then Cursed Wasteland, and then Butcher's Canyon. That's how I rank them, because I rank the hardest ones are the ones that require more coordination, which you can, which is harder to get with pugging. Hey Ari, how's it going? Who did you recommend for one large? How much community invasion do you recommend for one staff large scale PvP? 1.7k is the breakpoint that you want to reach in a white for T1 endgame. What's your ranking on easiest? Oh, sorry. Yeah, no worries, matter. He's like, melee is not viable, eh? Greatsword Dagger. Greatsword Dagger is very viable. Greatsword Dagger in small scale and arena is like one of the best builds in small scale and large scale. Small scale and arenas. In large scale, they just have to be very smart with how they are and to be effective. So Greatsword Dagger can be good in large scale. They obviously won't get as many kills as like the AoE range DPS players, like nowhere near the same amount. But they'll be really effective if they're a really good player. Like they'll know how to capitalize on stuff and sneak in and get the kills that they need to get. Some Greatsword Dagger swap to like an SNS, so they play SNS Greatsword on large scale. Just the reason I was going to run Bow Dag. Oh really? Yeah. Deity's in my guild. He's a really good Bow Dagger player. How can I farm Solent other than contracts? You can farm Solent by in open world dungeons when you get the blue gem drops, the blue Mirrans. You can sell those for like 400,000 Solent each. So you can sell those. You don't really need them. Just use the ores. But yeah, you can sell those for good Solent. My PvE healer build is on my Maxwell. If you go to my Maxwell errand and filter it to if you go to my Maxwell and filter it to oops, sorry. If you go to my Maxwell and filter it to my wand staff and wand longbow builds, you will see my PvE builds for healer. Is it good to equip Carnage Bow as soon as you get it? Yes, it is. Equip it, and it's going to be really good. The base damage increase is nice. The range increase for your whole party is also going to be appreciated by your party members. Can you show your ZVZ active skill list? Yeah, my ZVZ build is also on my Maxwell reign for future reference as well. So if you want to reference it when I'm not streaming, you can have it on hand or know where to find it. Why don't commands work when I use them? Builds. There we go. But You know, I stayed up also with the hope that Amos will just open up, but Amos doesn't want to open up. Trapped on this server with without my guildies. All skill that I do. Man. Never lucky. No worries, Ray 7. And no worries, Aaron. Does SNS Greatsword fights more than Greatsword Dagger? In large scale, SNS Greatsword usually will get more kills than Greatsword Dagger. In small scale, I felt that I do good damage with Staff Wand. Is that because Staff Wand is small scale isn't that good, or is that? Nope. You do good damage with Staff Wand because Staff is just an OP weapon. Like, you don't need DPS gear to do a lot of damage with Staff, right? It just does a lot of damage naturally because of the scaling of the abilities. So you just do a lot of damage with Staff. You don't need DPS gear to do damage with it. You can actually kill people. Oh, that you don't do good damage. You should do good damage at Staff Wand. If you have the right specializations for like a DPS sort of build, you should be able to do a lot of damage with Staff Wand. A lot of burst damage. Staff Wand in small scale in arenas is good. In small scale, like actual events and stuff like that, they're also pretty good. To be a little smart with your positioning and your ability to escape. So for example, in arena, the #1 ranked arena player in the entire game right now is a Staff Wand player, Matty Ha. He's also my guildmate. He's also using my evasion build, and he's also using my arena skill build as well. So he's rank 1 as a healer, Wand Staff, playing a hybrid build, or my arena build, which has offensive abilities in it, and is up there. He's the #1. He's beating all the DPS. So it is effective as well as just using your skills correctly, which is something you'll be able to, like, you know, the more you PvP, the more you'll like learn stuff and understand the combinations and stuff like that. Yeah. Is Ammo ZZ, you know? Oh. Well then. Oh, we'll see. Hopefully I can at least go there so I can like PvP with my friends and my guildies. That's mostly what I really want to do. Daisy was saying in his disc that he's stared at the transfer screen for like 2 hours before he got it. Oh, did? Well, that's not fun. Hopefully I don't have to do that. I almost was able to transfer in, but I got unlucky. So, what can you do, you know? What can you do? I wonder if you can lift all that midnight cape, because that probably would sell for a lot of loot. Actually, you can't. I don't think you. Wait, can you? I don't know. I feel like you can. Yeah, it doesn't look like you can, or I would assume people would have listed it. Oh, I'm trying to transfer to Amos because that's where my guild is right now. Dade. I'm in Imperium. So I'm trying to transfer to my my guild. Play my static, because my static is also in Imperium. But yeah, I think I'm gonna end the stream there though, because I should probably go to sleep because I work in the morning. So I appreciate everyone who stopped by. This is my first stream as affiliate, so that's pretty cool, learning some new stuff. I like learning new stuff, so thanks for everyone being patient and stuff like that. Yeah, I hope you guys enjoyed the stream. Thanks for everyone who's followed, who subbed as well. I appreciate that. And I will likely stream again tomorrow at like 5-6 p.m. EST. But yeah, thanks everyone. And make sure to join the Healer Discord as well. Exclamation point, Healer Discord, and you will find that. Let's see if there's anyone streaming that's like a healer or like a good friend, stuff like that. I think like everyone's probably sleeping at this point. Oh no, Dank is live. Let's go raid Dank. Why not? Let's go raid Dank. Hold on. Raid Dank RNG. Raid Danae. Oh, is Danae live? Danae TV. Yeah, no worries. Wait, who do I stream? Dank or Danae? I feel like I should stream Dank. Dank is also in my guild. I'm gonna stream Dank.
Crazy.
Oh. That's fair. Dank doesn't sleep. So he's gonna be online for quite a while too. Yeah, let's do Dank. Let's do Dank. And then I'll do Danae probably next time if I have a late stream. But thanks, folks. Hope everyone has a good night, morning, day, afternoon, whatever time it is where you are. But thank you again.
Be applying to Bozo's group again.
Every Canadian dairy farm has an environmental farm plan, but I also have a plan to win.
Excuse me, sir, are you this piece of food here?
I am very close to manure.
Oh, I got you there, didn't I? Soil health for the win.
Michelin innovates on the road and far beyond, with airless tires designed for exploring new frontiers. Michelin, motion for life.
Sorry I'm here. I should have asked.
Who are you?
I'm this influencer girly. Yeah. The Splotch Queen, the Duchess of Dirt, the Princess of Dryness. I'm the one that tempts you to commit skin sins like washing with whatever.
Yes, that's it, you dirty guy that likes the dirty soap.
Or overpaying for trendy products. This is so much better than paying your rent. And the girlies swear by it. So, sleep in your makeup. Silky smooth skin is stupid! Elf skin! No! So easy! So effective! So affordable! Why?
Don't be tempted by skin sins. Holy hydration.
Your skin salvation.
Came for a long time, chat. Definitely drop him a follow. 100%. We love Eli. Huge, huge, huge brain. Really get in there, put some elbow grease on that thing. Spit on that thing. As I can hear, yeah, I appreciate you, dude. Yeah, I was just going off about how I have it set up in my ad manager to where it disables ads whenever there's a high engagement moment. But I guess that doesn't count for raids, bro. What kind of shit is that? They were like, what? Scammed. Sorry that happened, man. I hate when that happens. I don't run ads manually. I just let Twitch do it. They should pause ads whenever you get a raid. They should pause them for like at least a few minutes, you know? It's fucked. I thought that that setting would do that, but I guess not. Fucked. I was lip reading about it. But no, I was just talking about how you're the healer go-to, man, for sure. Like anybody that has any questions about bow wand or staff wand and thinks that you're a DPS, well, go talk to Eli before thinking that you're a DPS. You can RP as a DPS if you want, but when we get fully traded purples, there will be a big distinction. You will become a healer. In the current episode of the game, as we should say, I feel like one staff is a fine DPS, but by the time that we get to tier 2, y'all ain't getting invited to any groups, bro. Unless you're applying as a healer. What the fuck goes up with West Market along with those co-op dungeons? It's so bad, Kodo. West is so fucked. It's so fucked trying to sell anything, trying to run any dungeons. It's miserable. Yeah, any healers, I definitely send them your way because I don't know nothing about that shit, bro. I know nothing about healing. Healers and T2 go rip? No, 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 no. Staff wand goes rip in T2 as a damage dealer. It's still a great healer, but as a damage dealer, people are gonna not invite you if you're applying as a staff wand. And before healers asking for 2-piece Reapers, 100%, dude. 100% healers asking for 2-piece Reapers, bro. Bro, you got a staff wand. You want these Reapers? What? What? 100% that's gonna happen. I try to tell the people, bro. I'm like, look, man, you can play as a little DPS boy right now, and you might get away with it because people don't know any better, but there's gonna come a time in these next few weeks that you're gonna wish you had another weapon leveled if you want to be a DPS. One staff is great as a healer, Snow. It's a great healer. It's a phenomenal healer. It does not fall off as a healer. It's if you try and play it as a damage dealer, as a DPS, that you're trolling, right? Once we get into like purples in tier 2. I had someone arguing flat out that Sword and Shield Dagger works. Well, technically Sword and Shield Dagger could work if you have a Bellendir Sword and Shield. Then you're just using the dagger to jump into the enemy and then bell suck them in, but that's pretty much it. That's the only use case, realistically, for Sword and Shield Dagger. You gotta have a bell sword and shield. Well, it'd be nice to get a dungeon done. Yeah, we're up to 64,000 Lucent, Eli. We've been stacking, selling everything, bro. Stacking. I bought like most of my blue trades yesterday, or night before last. I don't know, last night, night before last, sometime. So that was like 8K Lucent. That was annoying, but whatever. I'm on my alt right now, Trev. But if you type !build, I'm using the blue/green gear. I haven't even transitioned into full blue yet. I have most of it, but I have like green necklace and ring and cape, stuff like that. I'm at a lithograph ink on my West Coast alt, man, where I'd lift a clasp necklace and get another 5K. I gotta wait until weekly reset, I guess, bro. I lithographed an item that I probably shouldn't have. It hasn't sold for 2K. I'm kind of struggle bussing after that. What do you use star crystals for? I haven't used any of them yet, but contracts first. Grab all those extra contracts. Trying to find a last boss, but ugh. Whatever, dude. Start from the bottom. I'm trying to get Reaper's gloves on here, or the boots from Cursed Wasteland.